Thang Hien only slept once, and when she woke up, she found herself in a different world where strength is revered, and the original owner of the body she inhabited was the worst student in the class. Under pressure from classmates and falling into depression, he passed away just as he was about to take the university entrance exam, and when he transmigrated, he unexpectedly received the Hotch system. The monster pattern he received is a creature that has never appeared here before. Quang Teach de Ma Lap. Thanks to the system, he gradually becomes stronger, explores secret realms, and uncovers the truth behind this world. Everyone, stay tuned for this challenging journey. The story begins with old, worn-out boards hanging on the wall, seemingly about to fall down, when suddenly a young man with wide eyes appears, sensing that something is wrong. I've gone back before the college entrance exam. At Anthang No. 1 High School, Class 12A7, the familiar scene before me is almost terrifying. The old classroom and those friends are back now? He clutching his head in horror, staring at the blank sheet in front of him, his mind a mess over this bizarre situation. If I was to be reborn, it should at least be during university. Suddenly, a memory of a sound flashes through his mind. Since ancient times, humans on Earth have faced a terrifying catastrophe when the secret realm invaded. The secret realm connects to another world, full of terrifying monsters. They sometimes exploit cracks in the invasion of the secret realm to enter the human world. One day, a powerful monster could destroy a country and threaten human civilization. To fight monsters, humanity invented the Monster Roar system. Once the roar awakens the monster, it unlocks the innate talent of the roar. Only warriors like these can save the entire human civilization. This also elevates their status and treatment above that of ordinary people. Earth has entered an era where strength reigns supreme, with power above all else. Anything can be lacking, but martial arts must be high. The sound of the introduction finishing echoes again, the transmigrated master translating the identity, preparing to implant the original owner's memories. Returning to the present, he still can't believe what is happening. Fire translation, high school student. The classmates sneer and mock as they see him lost in thought. Look at that, the useless Dich Hoa is dreaming again. Ha ha ha, so stupid and still planning to take the university entrance exam. A beautiful-faced demoness with a foul mouth, sneering at the fool, says get out and go home. You can only be a bottom-tier worker or wait to die at home for the rest of your life. Dich Hoa then secretly thinks, as expected, in stories every protagonist is bullied by some wicked woman. It seems that the original character's reputation in the class isn't very good, because after his parents died unexpectedly in the third year, he started to give up and lost his ambition. His once excellent grades have now become a burden on the class's achievements. So that's how it is. She sat on the side, angry whenever she saw him looking. What are you looking at? This is a martial arts class. You like fighting? I wonder if I was really looking. Just a little reflection. UNG wasn't diligent in studying, but now it's me who's unlucky. It turns out they were bullied by thousands of people until they had a heart attack and died. Then a voice echoed. The teacher entered the classroom in a serious tone. Are you all ready? The injection of the transformation serum is about to begin. Just trust yourselves, keep practicing, and improve your strength over these 3 years for today alone, he said, adjusting his glasses, especially for those who usually don't bother to try. Dich Hoa ignored his words, squinting and laughing mischievously. The original owner is the one who doesn't study hard, so why should I be embarrassed? Suddenly, a murderous aura radiated from his eyes. But since I have taken over the original owner's body, I need to help him clean up some messy trash first. Transferred to Anthang No. 1 High School in the Scream Injection Room. At this point, the students have gathered together, whispering excitedly. You think about which monster I will awaken and scream at. It could be Lishan Tier 3 or Jia Hai Long Tier 4. I bet it's a level 1 rotten snake beast. Ha ha ha. Under the pale blue light, the teacher opened his briefcase, revealing test tubes filled with blue liquid that seemed to hold an entire strange world. The teacher's voice echoes, this is the Ren Awakening Potion, containing all the genes collected from various creatures. After injection, it will absorb any of them and begin the awakening process. In general, the stronger the body, the more powerful the awakening of the demon beast. You must not rush. After receiving the injection, the awakening gene must calmly accept this power. When the teacher calls your name, come up here to receive the medicine. Tranbang Fai and Muduan each injected a syringe into the students' necks, their moans of pain struggling against the overwhelming force. Some collapse from the pain, while others tremble as if they are about to turn into monsters. Dich Hoa shivers as he watches, muttering, so they all become strange after the injections. It still seems very painful. Looks like this thing isn't easy to obtain. Just go for it and take the risk. After finishing, he jabbed the needle straight into his neck, clenched his teeth, and endured. The medicine was injected into his body. A green glow appeared at his neck. After a while, he felt something was wrong. No pain, no groaning, no trembling. Why do I feel nothing like this? You feel so strange, it's hard to believe. Teacher slowly approached, adjusted his glasses, and said, "Dichoa, it seems you haven't changed at all." Dichoa trembled anxiously, hesitating for a long time, and stammered, "Teacher, did I take the wrong fake thing?" I don't know where she came from, but she gracefully stepped forward, mocking, "Ha ha, look at this." Dichoa seems to be unable to awaken anymore. Ha ha. Being a fake without awakening is like being a bird without wings, so Dichoa can only be waiting to die, right? Isn't this just what you wanted? Then there's no need to become a martial artist anymore. Hurry up and go home and wait to die already. Dichoa really hates this girl. She finds her disgusting. Could it be that it's the one leading the bullying against me? Suddenly, his whole body tensed with pain, trembling and turning pale. Wait, I feel this. A divine interface appears, granting you the power of the infinite monster. The host, Dichoa's overall physique, B. The popular martial arts Qi technique for Lanson Quan Shuang Qi Gong students. The monster has withdrawn. She stood to the side, confused to see him trembling. Hey, what are you doing? If you can't awaken, then just accept it and stop pretending. Dichoa suddenly appears, her cold eyes radiating a terrifying aura. He clenched his teeth and said, "Hurry up and go somewhere else or you won't make it in time." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed behind him, causing the entire class to shake violently, as a giant creature resembling a monster appeared, engulfed in flames and roaring as if to devour everything. The students around were blown away by the shockwave. Who was the one awakening, and what did they awaken? This aura is just too overwhelming for me to handle. The commotion is so intense that even the strongest students turn to look. A female fire element student looks back with wide eyes, staring intently. A male ice element student clenches his fists in anger. Is there someone stronger than me? The system interface once again announces the form. Legendary A-level Gola template with atomic breath bloodline ability evolved into a blazing red Gola form, only activated when the toxin compatibility is 100% and compatibility is 3%. Dichoa holding his trembling arm in pain. An A-level template? Godzilla, the prototype of endless monsters. He looks down at his hand. Could this be the golden hand the system gave me? Are the students' frightened whispers just because Dichoa caused it? In an instant, he blew away everyone around him. Vuong Dong Dong was also blown away, but he awakened as a second-level fire lizard monster. How powerful could his awakened monster be? At this moment, she was lying motionless on the ground, revealing her huge chest. Dichoa had returned to his original state. He forced a smile and scratched his head, slowly approaching everyone, and coughed. "I'm really sorry. My awakening caused quite a commotion. I did tell everyone to stay back, but you didn't listen." Suddenly, a sound came from the loudspeaker announcing that all 12th grade students had completed their gene testing and should move to the stadium for bloodline examination. Then the scene shifts to the breakthrough gene testing room, where they can check monster genes and martial arts levels. Inside, each student who enters causes excitement among the crowd outside, with Li Tanyuan from our class awakening to Insect Foot Win Level 3. It's amazing how, before awakening, he was just average. Now he's suddenly number 1, with a powerful bloodline that's hard to explain. So Chow truly lives up to being the top student of the decade, not only a level 9 martial artist, but also awakening the Ice Demon Dragon, a top-tier bloodline at level 3. This top scorer and thing must definitely belong to him this time. Everyone, come and see. Miss Liu is also a level 9 warrior. I wonder what she awakened. A rare bloodline of level 4, Yu Min Tuok is probably the top now. A level 4 bloodline beast can destroy more than half the city once it reveals its true form. The martial artists in front of them are no different from ants. To oppose them, one would need to be at least a grand martial master. Dichoa, resting his chin on his hand, puzzled, wondered why their monster awakening was level 3, but his level 4 was only A. Suddenly, the school loudspeaker announced that Class 12 A7 Dichoa is called in for inspection. Dichoa kept muttering to himself, "What is going on? Do you really need to make such a fuss?" Every gaze was filled with admiration, awe, envy, and hope, mixed with whispers. With the aura just now, Dichoa is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm just worried that he'll become a big shot in the future, so I better make friends now so I can cling to him later. Wow, the handsome guy whispered to himself. This world truly worships the strong. Then Dichoa slowly stepped inside, while the group of boys outside still cheered and called for him. That aura earlier was definitely top tier. Only someone with a powerful bloodline could unleash such strength. He must be incredibly formidable. This time, Encheng No. 1 High School is going to explode. a young man quietly observing from the side with a deep gaze, so his name is Dihoa. As expected, it keeps people in suspense. After a while, the exam results appeared, but surprisingly, Dihoa 12-7 was a third-year martial arts student with no idea about the bloodline of the demon beast. The entire hall erupted in cheers when they saw the third-year martial artist. Boom! Ha-ha. Even my second brother in middle school can beat him. Ha-ha. So embarrassing, so disappointing. I can't tell if there's a bloodline, but don't say there isn't one, right? Or isn't that the case? A high school martial arts uniform can probably awaken something good, right? Looks like I definitely released a snake earlier. Haha, Dihoa is indeed forever just a useless waste. But amidst the sarcasm, Dihoa slowly steps forward with a calm, unwavering gaze. As expected, Godzilla cannot be detected by the scanner, but the infinite monster template reminder appears again. The system interface shows an infinite monster template upgrade guide, which can be extended by completing missions or increasing reputation, allowing more time to extract monster templates with no limit on the number of draw. He smiled to himself, thinking that although his template level was different from theirs, it was very interesting. Suddenly, Dihoa revealed a terrifying smile, with a horrified look in his eyes, raising his hand. Once he met the conditions, he could draw and use the monster template countless times. So, I am basically the king of monsters, right? The next morning, the sky over Anchung was as blue as if painted with watercolors. At Anthon No. 1 High School, the classroom resumed its usual serious atmosphere. What? I kindly asked to go home and study to prepare for the university entrance exam? I think I would really believe that you went home to study. Hoa stood straight, her eyes determined as if holding 1,000 flames. Sir, I really want to improve. I have missed too much. Now you need to train specially. If you keep learning at everyone else's pace, you won't have a chance to surpass them. The teacher crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as a blade, and his voice full of danger. Dihoa, you also know that to become a martial artist, the only way is to pass the university entrance exam. No matter what bloodline you awaken, your foundation is too weak and you won't pass the exam. Prepare to retake it next year and stop dreaming. But Dihoa did not back down. He tilted his head, his eyes shimmering with tears, as if his sincerity and hope were pleading like a puppy begging. Master, only when we rush can we truly advance. Now that I have awakened my strong bloodline, with special training, I will definitely succeed. The teacher looked at me and said, "This look is truly sincere." The teacher paused, frowned, and finally sighed. Your gaze is truly sincere, but next year you still have to obediently come back and study with me. Hua Long Thuong walks along the wide road, hands in pockets, lost in thought. The house his parents left behind has been mortgaged for 600,000, plus over 1 million in accident compensation, totaling a decent sum. Now to get stronger, there are only 2 options. Upgrade his martial artist or increase compatibility with the demon core pattern. In his mind, familiar system messages appeared. Endless monster templates, each starting with a certain compatibility point, and currently the Demon King template has 3 compatibility points. He frowned, thinking carefully. Where did the remaining 2 points come from? It can only be a bloodline test and then eyes shining brightly like discovering a treasure. So gene medicine in this world can increase compatibility with the monster template. Instead of exhausting my body through hard training like a martial artist, I just need to use money, which perfectly fits my easy way of making money. Excited enough to almost laugh out loud on the street, Dihoa quickly headed to Anthon Martial Arts Center. When he entered the gate, he scanned his student ID card. The magnetic gate emitted a soft chime, inviting a VIP guest, but as soon as he stepped in, his eyes widened as if they were about to fall out. The scene before him was no different from a gathering of demon beasts disguised as humans. Everyone sitting there exuded a bloodline aura like mysterious fog, with waves spreading throughout the room. Damn, this place is full of awakened martial artists. But then, a strange feeling arose in his heart, an instinctive intuition, as if something within his body was awakening. Emperor Demon Lord Malra. This regal monster not only possesses overwhelming strength, but also grants its host a special ability to sense the life force field. I can hear the blood boiling inside them like raging flames, the roar of beastly bloodlines vividly alive. Dihoa smiled eerily, muttering to himself as if rehearsing for the main villain role. All beast martial warriors are just prey for the frenzied demon emperor. Right now, I am still too weak. I must suppress the bloodline within me, wait until I have accumulated enough strength, and one day soon I will show you who the true king of monsters really is. At that moment, a gentle voice sounded behind this classmate. Ditch Hoa turned around and faced a stunningly beautiful girl with a seductive figure, dressed provocatively, who winked at him as if shooting a heart straight into his face. You shouldn't sneak a peek at others, that's very naughty. Ditch Hoa froze for a second, then blushed like a ripe tomato. Sorry, beautiful lady, I didn't mean to peek. It's okay. You probably just awakened your monster jealousy and couldn't control your powers. This kind of thing is very normal. Hey, what are you doing at the martial arts center? Ditch Hoa took the opportunity to ask. Oh, I came to buy jealousy medicine, but this place is so big I feel like a fish in the sea. Beautiful lady, could you please help me? The girl tilted her head, her eyes like she was evaluating an interesting toy. Buying jealousy medicine, are you really at the stage where you need it now? Ditch Hoa looked a bit stunned. Oh, is there anything I should pay attention to? It's not too dangerous either, the girl said as she brushed her hair back behind her ear, but the medicine is red dirt and easily develops resistance. Starting early will reduce effectiveness later. Skilled martial artists usually wait until their bloodline reaches a bottleneck and can't advance further before using it, making it truly worth the money. Ditch Hoa swallowed hard and shyly asked, so how much does a vial of the jealousy potion cost? The girl held up 4 fingers and shook her head gently. With your current level, you can only use the low-grade type to strengthen your foundation, about 400,000 per vial. Hearing that, Ditch Hoa's face immediately turned deathly pale. Liniam muttered as if he just heard that the ticket to Mars was so expensive. Even if I spend all my savings, I can only buy 4 or 5 tubes at most. Just a little more patience. He looked up at the girl with the hope of a final gamble. Excuse me, do you know anyone who could help me get a discount? The girl chuckled softly, pulling out a shimmering business card from her shirt pocket and handing it to Ditch Hoa. Her name is Hoang Luong Lei. If you bring this, a martial artist will recommend someone to you and you might get a slight discount. Ditch Hoa gratefully took it with both hands, bowed his head and said, "Thank you very much." The girl waved her hand, smiling gently, "See you again if fate allows, little one." The scene shifts to the martial artist Ditch Hoa at the cashier, his heart pounding like a village drum. I clenched my teeth and paid the 1 million, then another 250,000 at the weapon shop. And so, Xiaoqian spent lavishly like an unwilling young master, burning his blood money. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Back at the old apartment, in a small room less than 20 square meters, Ditch Hoa sat cross-legged practicing cultivation, sweat streaming down his forehead. But the energy around him grew thicker each moment, as if primal energy was pouring into his bones little by little. His body ached as if torn apart, but his eyes shone brightly in the darkness. System notification. The demonic beast sample has fused from 3% to 7%. The host's physique has increased from level 10 to 15, equivalent to the 7th rank of martial attire. Sweating profusely, he gasps for breath, but a satisfied smile still curves his lips. Is this the feeling of having your strength improved? It feels so good. Each gene injection increases physical attributes by 2 points, but the last one only adds 1. Clearly, the stronger you get, the harder it is to improve. But still, it's a great deal. He wiped the sweat from his brow and grinned slyly like someone who just hacked a game server. 10 minutes work equals 3 years of hard training for others, and this is just me being average. If he activates the bloodline power of the Emperor Ancestor, Ditch Hoa would laugh like someone dreaming of ruling the world. I still have a chance to compete for the top spot in this exam, right? If activating the hack doesn't overpower the genius, then the name Demon Emperor La is truly wasted. He suddenly stood up, punched the air, and shouted, "Let's go, into the secret realm now." The secret realm is divided into 6 levels from S to E. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters. S-level secret realms are almost uncontrollable. If humans enter the real world, they will stand on the brink of extinction. Transition to the E-grade secret realm and becomes number 3. Gear up and full of confidence, Ditch Hoa slowly approached the entrance of the secret realm, muttering to himself as if recording a battle log in his mind. Fewer people than he expected. Maybe this dungeon has been explored for so long that all the good stuff has already been looted. Now only a few low-level monsters remain for the rookies to practice on. He stopped at a reception desk, slapped his hand on the table, and said, "Hello, I have a ticket for the 3rd secret realm." The clerk barely looked up, tossing over a paper and a card. "Death pledge right here." Signed and got the ticket. This was the first time signing a death contract without feeling any tension. After completing the procedures, he stepped in front of the space crack, the gateway to the secret realm, and stood there, watching the flickering dark light like an eye opening in the world. He whispers softly, a sense of solemnity mixed with excitement rising in his heart, the mysterious crack in the secret realm. This is the beginning for me, the heir to the Beast King throne. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa rushed in, his body as if pulled into a zero-gravity vortex, feeling like he was passing through a layer of cosmic glass, flying straight into another dimension. Boom! Dich Hoa lands. Even though he was mentally prepared, the scene before him still left him in awe. In the sky, countless shimmering stars appeared before his eyes. The planets of Thuonglan, Amvi, and Tai Kim looked like a universe painting drawn by divine hands. He looked up, and Tram Cho was like a child visiting an amusement park for the first time. I've read textbooks describing this mysterious scene, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly incomparable. This space is truly magnificent. The starry sky above seems to sing an ancient song, while the ground beneath is a place of life and death trials, a stage worthy of the beast's successor. From behind, a shadow of red flickered, a furious red rabbit with long, dagger-like teeth, the most vicious demon beast, the dagger-tooth hare. It tilted its ear slightly before rushing forward like an arrow shot. "But fools, do you think I can't sense you?" Dich Hoa stepped back lightly, grabbing the rabbit's ears as if catching mischievous children. Under the guidance of the Demon Beast King, he activated the life field perception skill, clearly sensing every energy fluctuation around him. Crack! A dry sound echoed as the rabbit's head exploded into a streak of red blood, revealing a normal white spirit stone inside. Dich Hoa bent down to pick it up, examined it under the light, average quality, worth about 1,000 yen. Earning 1,000 in a few minutes is still a pretty good rate, he sneered. An ordinary person would only make 3,000 or 4,000 after working a whole week, but I just one-hit them, and it's almost like a week's worth of their office work. But his gaze didn't stop there. Even a first-tier demon beast isn't worth much. My goal is higher. Only second-tier or above demon beasts are worthy of me sharpening my claws on. At that moment, the ground trembled and a long crack appeared behind him. A gigantic creature emerged like a mythical serpent demon beast. A second-rank monster hundreds of times larger than Dich Hoa, with a mouth full of fangs, wide open as if to swallow the entire space. Ha ha ha. As expected, you get what you want. You're here, my premium prey. Drawing his sword, his gaze was as cold as ice, but inside his passion was boiling. The demonic energy within him roared, and his bloodline was already ready. The new game has just begun. At City Number 3, an E-rank secret realm, Dich Hoa defeated the demon beast with a single decisive slash, blood spraying like rain and soaking the barren ground. He coldly sheathes his sword, glancing down at the twitching corpse. According to the monster library, the shell on its back is as hard as steel, but the belly is different, soft as tofu. Strike exactly there. After a heavy blow, the demon insect curled into a ball like a wheel and rolled forward to counterattack at an incredible speed. Dich Hoa quickly prepared himself, raising both hands in front of his chest, channeling his energy according to the Lan San Quan martial art. A powerful surge of energy erupts from his palm, striking the giant body and knocking it away like a ball hit at the center. The demon spirit worm roars, its mouth wide open like a hatch, spitting out dozens of large teeth that spin rapidly like a chainsaw. Dich Hoa dodged while feeling terrified, still able to shoot out teeth, thinking of going all in. He sidestepped to escape, but when he looked down, his favorite branded shirt was already torn apart by a big gash. Damn it, do you know how much this shirt of mine costs? Things aren't looking good. Dich Hoa stepped back, maintaining a safe distance, his serious eyes assessing the situation. With his current martial artist condition, he couldn't fight head-on. Without supportive martial arts, even with deep blood energy, he could only use less than half of his power. A sudden thought flashes through his mind. Maybe it's because his original body was too weak. He needs to check again. His eyes suddenly widen, with deep blue light like the ocean. Dich Hoa shouted loudly, the ancestral demon bloodline activated. His physique skyrocketed from 15 to 21. His right arm transformed into a giant claw, and an illusion of the demon emperor beast appeared behind him, roaring as if to tear apart heaven and earth. In an instant, he darted like a lightning bolt, green blood of the monster splattering into the air, creating a dazzling rain soaked in sunlight. Dich Hoa turned his head coldly and said, with a total physique of 21, "I have completely overwhelmed the demon beast, but after reverting from the transformation state, my body feels as hot as a pressure cooker about to explode." He glanced at the worn-out sword, grimacing. He had just bought it a few days ago for 2.5 million, and now it was broken by a second-rank demon beast. What a fake. Then suddenly, his stomach grumbled loudly. Are you hungry? Could it be due to overexertion? First-time hunting really is exhausting, and I forgot to bring any provisions. As Liu searches his bag, he suddenly catches a strange, unusual scent. What's that amazing smell? It's coming from the demon core of the monster insect. The light green color glows with a gentle radiance, emitting an enchanting fragrance. Without hesitation, Dichhoa opens his mouth and swallows the essence in one gulp. The system displays that the monster template for the Mad Chaos Emperor has increased its compatibility from 7% to 7.3%. The compatibility has gone up. Dichhoa clenched his teeth, excited. Oh my God, I spent hundreds of thousands on gene medicine just to increase by 1%, but just swallowing this one pill already increased it by 0.3%. If I take 3 or 4 more pills, it's like a whole bottle of medicine. He burst into tears on the spot, tears mixing with the monster's blood at his feet. Damn it, money, money, why was I so stupid to buy medicine? But then he wiped away his tears, his eyes shining like stars, turning sorrow into motivation. Tonight, I must hunt monsters to my heart's content. A wave of life energy from his body erupted, sweeping through the forest like a living radar. The next noon, Dichhoa left the secret realm still looking excited, with the system showing a compatibility of 9% and a composite physique of 15%. It seems the white demon core no longer increases compatibility. Keeping it is a waste. Better to sell it for money. At the exchange counter, he placed 20 white demon cores and 1 green demon core on the table. The clerk looked surprised, seeing that a high school student had hunted so many. Is it real or fake, I wonder? Dichhoa sneered, secretly calculating in his mind. According to government regulations, each warrior must surrender at least 1 in 10 of their harvest. With 1 green demon core, I only need to hand over 5 white ones. So the 2,000 Manhua coins are easily in the bag. He turned and left, humming to himself, money can't buy everything, but with money, hunting is much more fun. In the D-level secret realm in Thon number B, it used to be a magnificent building, now just a dusty ruin with collapsed walls and broken concrete columns as evidence of fierce battles that once took place here. Captain Lamb, if we deliver the Blood Jade this time, we'll definitely complete the bounty mission, right? So there are only 5 of us now. Isn't the rule that at least 6 people are needed to enter the level D secret realm? It's okay, I've contacted the representative. They just introduced us to a new martial artist. That person is none other than Dichhoa. The group all turned to look at him, their eyes filled with suspicion and curiosity. Someone spoke up. You're a 9-section martial artist. Dichhoa casually replied. That's right. The owner can't be changed, but in his mind he silently lamented that he wasn't qualified to enter the D-level secret realm and had to pay 100,000 to the black assistants to create a fake profile. Those guys really gouged the prices. Lamha narrowed his eyes at the fake name on the profile, feeling a bit uneasy. This name sounds a bit strange. It's hopeless. Dichhoa shrugged, meaning to seize control. That does sound like my style. Lamha just chuckled softly, not paying too much attention. Forget it, anyway. With a 9-stage martial arts thief, you're not qualified to enter this secret realm, but our team will give you a chance to train. Just don't drag anyone down. Dichhoa salutes like a soldier. Understood, sir. I will observe carefully. At least this team is responsible. Better than later spilling blood and blaming each other all over again. The whole team got on the vehicle and entered the secret realm. This time's target is the Blood Jade flower. The space gradually shifts, dust swirling everywhere, wind stinging the face, an endless desert stretches out without end in sight. The team leader spoke sternly. According to the locator, the Blood Jade flower is located on an oasis ahead, guarded by a second-ranked demon beast of general level. Dichhoa turned back to look at the endless yellow sands behind him. Once a rainforest, now a desert. This mysterious place feels like a game of roulette. Before he could beg him to stay, a roar sounded out. A pack of beast-like creatures resembling wolves suddenly charged out from the side of the sand dune. Earth Demon Trial, a team member shouted. They are targeting us. Hoduk will handle them. The command from the team leader rang out. Hoduk sat in the back, expression cold as ice, raising his hand to draw his dagger, blades spinning rapidly, glowing with spiritual energy, stabbing straight into the monsters' heads. It suddenly exploded like New Year fireworks, and then he casually announced, Dichhoa watched and almost clapped. The dart exploded like a bomb. This guy is really quiet, but deadly. The vehicle continued for a while before the team got out and the scenery shifted from desert to jungle. Dichhoa asked, why not keep driving to the oasis? There's just a little more left, the team leader replied without hesitation. The monsters in the oasis are extremely min. Just hearing the sound of the vehicle, they rush out like crazy. We need to approach quietly first. You assign the tasks, Xiaoha throws a flash grenade to distract it and lure it out. Xiao Wuhu to set the trap, old Liu assisted with close combat, I took the front. Turning to Shihuo, he smiled faintly, while Yu sat quietly observing. Dichhoa pouted, I'm just sitting here relaxing. The grenade shot into the sky and exploded with a distinctive pheromone smell. The scent of a high-level demon beast makes monsters believe their territory has been invaded. Soon after, a second-stage earth dragon demon appears, its body like a tank, roaring and shaking the sky. The captain shouted, "Watch out, it's coming." But in a nearby area where the remains of mutated rats are scattered, a figure suddenly appears. The bald old man with wrinkled skin and a menacing aura approached, bent down to pick up a blood-stained knife, then sneered. His eyes flashed with madness, murderous intent surging as he sneered arrogantly, "Ha ha ha! Boom!" A deafening roar echoed as the massive second-rank demon beast appeared and charged like a tornado. Without hesitation, Captain Lamb leapt into the air, his sword flashing with silver light, delivering a decisive strike that severed the demon's head, blood splattering everywhere. "Captain Lamb," the girl in the team shouted, just as another voice rang out from behind. "Report, the Earth Dragon has been dealt with," Manhua responds succinctly. "Very well, now let's go find the blood jade fruit." But as he finished speaking, a hard-scaled, steel-like leg from behind lunged straight at Manhua. "Watch out!" A scream rang out. No one else, Dich Hua like a lightning bolt, shot forward with a speed almost impossible to see with the naked eye. In an instant, he was right above the team leader, gathering his strength to deliver a mountain-like punch down on the demon beast. Boom. An explosion shakes the heavens and earth, dust swirling in tornadoes, the ground trembling as if struck by an earthquake. The entire team is stunned. Even the captain turns pale and mutters, "He's only a first-rank martial artist, yet he hit the weak spot of a second-rank demon beast and created such a powerful shockwave?" Xiaoha was also stunned. That move was really powerful. The other members immediately gathered around Di Hua, their eyes full of disbelief. "Your Qiulan Songquan is really powerful. You even managed to kill a second-tier demon beast." Dich Hua shrugged, spreading his hands casually. "It's no big deal." Manhua nodded gratefully. "Thank you for saving me. From now on, we are officially a team," Dich Hua muttered. "Looks like all my effort of spending 50,000 silver on a fake ID on the black market was worth it." A moment later, while the team was searching, Manhua suddenly shouted excitedly, "I found it. It's the blood jade fruit. We even took the core of the earth dragon. A major harvest." Xiaoxia again looked suspiciously. "Is this red thing really worth that much?" Dich Hua stared intently at the blood jade, his eyes shimmering, almost shedding tears, hearing that it's the sacred name of the saintess. Manhua replied, "Of course, the blood jade can greatly increase compatibility with the monster type. Although this time is quite dangerous, being able to kill the earth dragon and find the fruit is indeed a victory." Before the atmosphere could relax, a sudden stealthy stab, Hoduk plunged a dagger into the captain's stomach. No matter what he thought, it was all useless. "Captain Lamb," he sneers maliciously, and the team is terrified. "Lam Doi, what's going on?" Manhua clutching her stomach, raising her fist to fight back, but Hoduk had already stepped back in time. "What are you doing, Hoduk?" Manhua gritted his teeth. Right at that moment, the troublemaker stepped out, smiling maniacally like a madman. "Do you still not see clearly?" "Of course he's making a fortune," Manhua glared at Hokbang. Dich Hua, standing nearby, asked with a frown, "Do you guys know this troublemaker?" Xiao Wu gritted his teeth and said, "Hokbang is a trapper who ambushes martial artists in the secret realm to steal their loot. I never expected him to target us this time." Lam Ha coughed up blood and shouted, "There's poison on the blade." "Hoduk, you betrayed us, but how did you know the location of the blood jade? Even your teammates only found out after entering the secret realm." Dich Hua's eyes flashed. It was a dart. He had concealed his aura on the dart during the fight. Hoduk Vungjiao laughed loudly and said, "You're clever too, Da, but you're still a student, right? Not worried about the college entrance exam and instead playing tricks with us?" Dich Hua replied calmly, "Yes, the exam is coming up and I'm aiming to become the top scholar." Hokbang turned purple with rage. "Arrogant." Dich Hua sneered coldly, eyes full of deadly intent. "Arrogant. A traitor, like flipping a pancake and still preaching to me, is what I call arrogance. So noisy. Let me send this trash on his way. This kid is really interesting." Hokbang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold as if burning with fury. He turned to Hoduk and said in a low voice, "I want that bastard's head." Receiving the order, Hoduk immediately moved, sending nearly a dozen spirit-imbued daggers flying out in a sharp attack that covered Dich Hua as if to tear through space, but clang, clang, clang. A blue protective light appeared around Dich Hua's body, and each dagger shattered upon contact as if hitting a diamond wall. As everyone was still in shock, Hoduk suddenly disappeared. "Watch out!" Hoduk is nowhere to be seen. A scream from a team member echoes. Perhaps he's hiding somewhere. Before I can find out, another shout cuts through above. "Watch out overhead." Hoduk is falling from the sky, launching a powerful kick straight at Dicho's back as if to end it in one blow, but he remains calm, calmly pressing 2 fingers to his forehead and softly saying, "Just in time to test my new skill." A stream of blue spiritual energy swirls around his fingertips and then shoots out like a lightning bolt, piercing through the air, targeting the core of the earth. Boom! The blue beam directly pierced Hoduk's chest. He widened his eyes in shock, but before he could shout, his body suddenly collapsed to the ground, powerless and unable to move. The entire team was stunned. Captain Lamb staggered and stammered, "Is he just a martial artist of the lowest rank?" One move defeated Hoduk. Dihoa casually flicked his finger, mimicking a gunshot with a dismissive whistle. Bang, bang! Hawkbang angrily questions in a loud voice, "Who is your ancestor, from which great clan?" Dichoa stands confidently in the middle of the battlefield. "My family. I am a member of the family." Emperor Mala, then raise your eyebrows, "So what? Are you planning to beg for mercy?" Hawkbang's face turned purple as he shouted, "You little devil. Even if you have jealousy techniques, you can't make up for the gap in martial arts." The blood slash erupts with savage fury, and behind him a giant black bear appears, its red eyes glaring, teeth baring with deadly intent. Hawkbang's muscles swell wildly as he roars, "Mountain-hugging martial art." He charged like a beast, crashing his muscular body into Dichoa, but Dichoa still didn't step back, just sneered and said, "First, attack and take down the opponent." A beam of energy shot straight into the vulnerable spot. "Ah, my leg." Hawkbang clutching his leg, crying out in pain with a distorted face and tears in his eyes, still trying to rise and swinging his massive fists at Dichoa, but he leapt away to dodge, his figure like a ghostly spirit above. Hawkbang also jumped to pursue, determined to see it through. Dichoa sighed, as expected from a second-rank martial artist, with energy so dense that even atomic chi couldn't dissolve it at the ankle. As soon as they both fell, Hawkbang's giant hand swung down forcefully. Boom! Just hitting the air, Dichoa slipped behind, his voice steady but full of power. "Is it over?" "Then it's my turn. I channel my energy into my hand, the air swirling around as I unleash the Lanzun fist. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous fist strikes relentlessly like thunder hitting Hawkbang. His body shaked like a sandbag, with loud thuds echoing like drums. Finally, Hawkbang's body couldn't take it anymore, returning to his normal form, battered and trembling all over. The whole group stood there, open-mouthed, saying, "Is he really that powerful?" Hawkbang forced himself to stand up, still unwilling, and said through gritted teeth, "You have poison in your jealousy technique. You're truly despicable. Someone like you will be punished sooner or later." "Ah, I curse you." "Yuan cursed me? You keep piling up accusations. What are you to me? A ragged clown who doesn't even know when to shut up when losing." At the center of Anthan, the main stadium under the clear sky, special aircraft roared by, dropping fiery red flags bearing the symbols of renowned martial arts academies. Banners and slogans were everywhere, as if welcoming a grand festival for humanity. "Dear students, welcome. The entrance exam for Anthan Martial Arts University is about to officially begin this year. Aye. First of all, on behalf of the organizers, I wish you all a prosperous martial arts career." On the central stage, a commentator in a bright yellow vest with slicked back hair like fresh banana leaves, holding a microphone and live streaming with a smart device attached to his chest. As you know, this year's university entrance exam continues to use the real combat arena format. Contestants will fight head-to-head, and the winner advances while the loser goes back to review their lessons. The exam lasts for 3 days, with the first 2 days being the preliminary rounds. High school students will all step onto the arena on the 3rd day to select this year's worthy champion. At that moment, he raises his hand excitedly and shouts loudly, "You carry the future of humanity. For yourselves and for mankind, give it your all. I declare the Anthan University entrance exam officially open." The cheers roar to the sky. On the regional competition arenas, pairs of contestants have already begun fierce battles. On Arena 1, 2 male students are exchanging blows like 2 hungry tigers trapped in the same cage. On Ring 4, a man and a woman already seem to be clashing before the fight even starts. On Ring 6, things are tense. On the arena, only Hoang Dong Dong is present, and her opponent, Di Hua, has not appeared yet. The commentator frowned, noting that according to the rules, if Di Hua does not show up after the match starts, she will forfeit. On Ring 6, Hoang Dong Dong squinted at the audience, muttering bitterly, "That cowardly name. The Jealousy Festival has embarrassed me. It's a shame I will carry for life. This time I plan to humiliate him in front of everyone with the fire of the blazing flame, but he didn't dare to show up. I'm truly disappointed." The audience below also started to get noisy and lively. gossiping that someone too scared to step onto the stage during the exam must be hiding under the blankets trembling at home, and people like that should be reconsidered before being let out. Just as the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of time, Dihoan Chengyi was absent, but then suddenly, something is coming, and its aura is truly powerful. Is that a person? Are they the ones flying here? How powerful must their strength be to make him soar through the air? Who the hell is this? When the smoke clears, suddenly a kick from what was in front of her, her opponent's shoe sole, strikes unexpectedly. Smack! She shot straight up into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Under the blinding sunlight, the Demon Fire contestant shaded her eyes and frowned. Oh my, I almost had to wait until next year's exam. As she fell to the ground, lying sprawled with wide eyes and twitching legs, the announcement blared, "The contestant Dihua won." He muttered to himself in disbelief. Oh, so I won. Really? The audience below is buzzing with talk. What the hell? A single kick to send the opponent flying. Ngao, really? What do you call this move? Fell from the sky. At that moment, the system activated the host of the strange harmony, a synthetic body of 226 monstrous chaos devils, with a compatibility of 20%. After hearing that, he just chuckled and whispered, "Team Leader Lamb, thank you. Blood Jade really does work. I'll watch the show a little longer." A few matches later, the rankings are updated. Long Thauanthan Tu Trung faces off against Dihoanthan Not Trung, Dihoa Thang. Long Dao Ancheng San Zhong fights against Dihoa Ancheng, Yizhong Dihoa Thang. The stands burst apart with excitement, everyone thrilled, each match fierce and decisive, truly superhumans, breaking all stereotypes. The announcement continues, with contestant Dihoa Anthan Not Trung winning 3 straight matches to advance to the 3rd round. Immediately after, a swarm of admissions officers from various universities rushes over like a hive of bees. Dihoa, please check out Dongsun University a bit. Join Tinia, the benefits are top-notch. Dihoa, our private university, offers full scholarships and stipends. Dihoa, we really need a strong martial artist like you. Do you have a university you wish to attend, my dear classmate? Dihoa chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Which university do you wish to attend? He straightened his collar, his eyes serious and full of determination. Sorry, I want to take the entrance exam for Hwadu University. As soon as I finished speaking, the atmosphere around us seemed to freeze for a second, before quickly changing. The people who just surrounded him were smiling and greeting him, then suddenly turned their backs as if they had never known him. One of them coldly remarked, already so arrogant by the finals. They waited until they were knocked out to wake up and then begged us again. Another person chimed in, half mockingly, half warning. Classmate Dihoa, if you fail, remember to contact me. Dichoa shrugged with a wry smile, saying, Why wouldn't you trust me that much? But thinking about it, I can't really blame them. Hwadu University, the leading martial arts school and top in the world, is the burning dream of every martial artist across the southern country. In a second-tier city like An City, only a handful of people qualified to step into such a place. He looked up at the sky, a knowing smile on his face. Well, if being a martial artist means using strength to talk, wait until I win the championship and see if you can still say a word. Before he could fully enjoy that fiery and confident mood, 2 men in black suits approached with a serious presence, as if ready to invite him to negotiate a war. One pulled out a work ID card and said stiffly, Fellow martial artist, please cooperate. We need to verify your fighting skills. Dichoa extended his hand for the man with the piercing gaze to check. After scanning, he shouted loudly, It's like catching a 9-stage martial criminal. Half a month ago, he was still a martial artist at the 3rd level. Dichoa crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and looked indifferent. 3 months is too short to improve that quickly. You suspect I cheated, right? The headbanger frowned and asked again, Why do you often enter the E-level secret realm after leaving school, especially before exams? Dichoa sighed softly, a gentle sadness flickering across his face, then slowly replied, To calm myself. Before my father passed away, he left me with one sentence. To surpass humans, you must give up being human. Since then, I have been continuously entering secret realms to fight. In every battle, I pushed myself to break through and unlock my jealousy. The 2 men stared in shock as if they'd just heard about aliens. The boy said, Unlock the Gen. This can't be ignored. It must be reported immediately. The 2 hurriedly ran away, leaving Dichoa standing there with a strange feeling, as if he had accidentally become a special target of surveillance. During the break, he scrolled through his phone to pass the time and saw all kinds of motivational videos. One father said, Keep going, son. A beautiful mother gently said, Just do your best, daughter. An uncle chuckles happily while the old king waits for him to top the exam and throw a celebration. Dichhoa leans back in his chair, his eyes silent, sighing softly. No one is cheering for him. He remembered the live interview with the candidate's parents and relatives, and suddenly felt empty inside. No one was behind him. No one truly cared about an orphan like him. You don't know that somewhere far away, your former homeroom teacher is watching the screen intently and whispering, "Dichhoa, keep going. I am always watching over you." The loudspeaker sounds, pulling Dichhoa out of his thoughts. In the first qualifying round, Anthan Nat Trung's Dichhoa faces off against Anthan Tam Trung's La Hu Yen. As soon as La Hu Yen's name is announced, the audience erupts. La Hu Yen, the top student of the 3rd year at Tam Trung, with a martial arts background of 8 sections, awakened bloodline of a 2nd-grade magical beast, both parents martial artists, his opponent's life is over. On the arena, Dichhoa remains calm, stretching as if just waking up. You make the first move. La Hu Yen sneered contemptuously, spiritual power erupting. Don't you know who I am? But it's okay. Whether I know or not won't change the outcome. You're right. Dichhoa nodded. In the end, I won. La Hu Yen roared, "Martial arts of the Thunderbolt." He transformed his arm into a beast and charged forward, just a few centimeters from hitting Dichhoa's face when bang! One hand caught the beast's arm, and the clash of spiritual energy created a deafening explosion, momentarily stalling the momentum. Dichhoa tilts his head, but it's still far from the blow from that bald guy the other day. La Hu Yen screams in pain, collapsing as if drained of all strength. Dichhoa raised his hand, gathering his spiritual power into a blazing light. Boom! A palm strike sends La Hu Yen flying to the ground, the surrounding floor cracking like a spider's web. The loudspeaker announces once again, and Cheng Yi Zhongdihua wins. Dichhoa flicked his hand and chuckled softly, looking at me. Do I look like a contestant? The announcer's voice just rang out, and the arena erupted again. Another swift victory, and this time the one falling was the top seed, La Hu Yen. The audience all gasped, eyes wide open. Wow, La Hu Yen's aura just now was truly terrifying. How come it was over in the blink of an eye? A student clutching his head screams as if he's lost all faith in the world. What's with the 2nd-ranked beast bloodline and the 8-section martial arts? One hit and he's already rolling on the ground, huh? Dichhoa stands on the arena, still brushing off the dust from his hands, while the cheers from the audience erupt like thunder, gentle as clouds, with the demeanor of a master. His strength completely surpasses the other contestants. He's truly in a different league. A female student screams in excitement. He's so handsome, I want to have his baby. Someone else shouted thunderously, and although they used their hands this time, it was only in one direction. Too powerful. Superhuman Dichhoa kicked and said, I love you. The rare flower will definitely reach the finals. If not, I'll willingly eat my shoes. In a corner of the stands, a silent student watched the arena and muttered to himself, It's really you. Dichhoa. His eyes shine with determination. No wonder he's someone I respect. But in the final, I will definitely defeat you. In half an hour, I want all the information about him. Understood. At the same time, in a different competition area, the 2nd-ranking qualifying round was also in full swing, and before the referee could blow the whistle, the stands were already shaking. Wow, this is the match between two genius beauties. This time I won't hide my name. I, Liu Yi Liu, will watch this match with my true honor. A person shouted, Liu Thun Truk, the eldest daughter of the Liu family. I really hate her robotic expression. The opponent is Tat Thu Lin, the queen of the 2nd middle, facing the cold flower of the 1st middle against the fiery queen of the 2nd middle. Beautiful women are fighting one-on-one. Hurry up or all the seats will be gone. Stop drooling, you perverts, shut up. The referee blows the whistle, and the match begins. Tat Thu Lin charges forward like a storm, delivering a powerful opening kick. All right, let's see if you can keep that cold expression when I throw you to the ground later. Yu Thun Truk silently prepares her secret martial art, Tat Hu Yen. The energy transforms into a swirling aura around Xiaoling's legs, pushing her back a few steps. Xiaoling snorts coldly, her eyes blazing, and says, Fight seriously for me. She immediately closed in and threw a punch directly at Thun Truk's chest, but with a snap, her hand was locked tightly in the swirling spiritual energy. Damn it, I fell for the trap. She struggled, but her hand was stuck to the airwave and couldn't be pulled out. Liu Thun Truk coldly remained silent before launching the final blow, using the mysterious Huang Huan Huan Yuan strike, a technique like a tidal wave crashing directly into Tiu Lin's head. The commentator shouts wildly, It's the Huyan Huang martial art, performed by a high school student. Such talent, no need to take the advanced exam anymore. Just enroll directly at Hoado University. There's nothing more to say. But it doesn't stop there. Tulin grits her teeth, unleashes her bloodline, and activates the divine image of the Tiger King. In an instant, her entire body transformed, and a giant roaring tiger shadow appeared behind her, howling like it was moving mountains and filling the sea. The audience cheered and shouted, "Oh my God, it's the bloodline of the three-tiered kingly beast, the howling tiger shadow. That infamous brutal bloodline, she controls it too. This girl has an unlimited future ahead." Tiolin smiled smugly, her eyes sharp as a blade. "Liu Thun Truck, you only dare to use martial skills. Stop hiding and unleash your Yumin Tuok bloodline." She responded with a dismissive glance and a nonchalant voice so cold it made people suffocate with anger. That's enough. As if Tulin's words were just wind in her ears, Tantruk paid no mind, which only infuriated her opponent further. "You think someone like you can compete with me among martial artists?" Tulin said through clenched teeth and then stopped speaking, claws bursting with spiritual energy as she immediately launched an attack. Both of them charged at each other like two bolts of lightning clashing. Tulin threw a punch straight at Tantruk's icy face, but was easily dodged as if flipping a hand. Damn it! Tulin gritted her teeth, spun around, and launched a double kick from both legs aimed directly at Tantruk's lower body. But she didn't expect Tantruk to recite the spell softly, her finger placed between her eyebrows, then shout the primal jade seal. Her hand drew a seal, aiming straight at Tulin's leg. Immediately, a vortex of spiritual energy exploded like a tornado, drawing in all of Tulin's power as the commentator shouted loudly, afraid no one would hear. Liu family's secret spell illusion flower image and the terrifying martial art Han Yuyan King Finger. On the arena, two sources of power erupt and collide with a deafening explosion, dust billowing like a small storm approaching. The audience is in an uproar. Who won? Who is still standing? 1 second later, a figure remained standing as solid as a rock. It was Liu Qingzhu, still standing on the arena. Someone nearby whispers almost to themselves, "Wait a minute, I think I saw someone slap Tulin. This is not good." Tulin's eyes widened, her face turning pale before she collapsed like a lifeless stone statue. The entire arena erupted in chaos, only using martial arts to defeat a 9-stage martial artist who had awakened his royal bloodline. Unbelievable. She is truly a once-in-a-century genius girl and an invincible goddess. "I told you, who dares to look down on the top scholar of Anthan?" Someone shouted from the upper floor. "She is the top scholar of Anthan. Do you guys know? Her bloodline is Yu Min Tuak 4th stage. Those in the 4th tier, normal martial artists punching her, would probably just make her sleepy." The big screen displays the quarterfinal draw, and the Bat Vuong tournament begins the draw. Di Hoa of Nhat Trung Anthan is drawing lots. A ball with the letter A appears in Di Hoa's hand. He raises it high and says, "A." Immediately after, a tall student approaches, smiling friendly. "Me too, looks like we're going to fight each other." Than Quang, Truong Tu Thuk Than Fong, Di Hoa, Nhat Trung Anthan. Than Quang smiled and said, "Let's be the second match, let's watch the first one to warm up." The loudspeaker announces the first match, Lax Tuk Than Fong Tu Thuk versus So Chao Anthan Nhat Trung. On the screen, a student wielding a sword exudes overwhelming momentum, dominating his opponent with lightning-fast speed. The opponent only managed to shout, "Mom!" before being knocked out so badly he didn't recognize himself. Then Quang nodded, saying, "Lak Tuk is strong." This year's dropout students have poured all their efforts into the Hoadu University entrance exam, but they are helpless against So Chao. Dich Hoa was surprised. So Chao. Is he also the top student of Anthan? You didn't know, but he's in the same school as you. Look, he won. The principal of Thanfong Private School sat watching and pounding the table. Damn it, we've lost before the fight even started. Laktuk, compared to me, he's nothing. He. I am the 3rd level martial arts club president at Thanfong School. My 2 friends combined couldn't beat me. Then Quang's sharp gaze was extraordinary. But I feel that in this high exam, you're the real opponent. Since I was a child, I've had sharp senses, and you are like a dormant volcano. There is a giant beast inside you, waiting to awaken. Let's go. It's our turn now. The loudspeaker announces the 8 strongest contestants enter the second round. Than Quang Private School competes against Anthan's #1 school, Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa and Than Quang step onto the stage, facing each other. In front of the arena, bright lights shine down like the sun illuminating the battlefield as the enthusiastic host shouts into the microphone. The quarterfinal match of the Anthan University entrance exam is taking place with great excitement. One side is Dich Hoa, known as the superhuman with a single kick, and the other is Than Quang, a monster with ancestral bloodline. Before the audience could settle, the fierce power from the arena erupted, forming waves of energy that crashed against each other, making many cover their faces like watching a horror movie. On the stage, the bloodied Kwang Kwang smiled faintly but provocatively, blood and mucus dripping. Is this the bloodline power of yours? On the contrary, his body is radiating a dazzling golden light, making it look like he just drank a glowing water bottle. Strange. Dichhoa silently thought that this destructive force could directly target cells and cause destruction, but he had used a weapon to create a protective layer on his skin, like a suit resistant to molecular destruction. He smiled indifferently but profoundly. Martial arts truly are miraculous. The guy in front of me is truly a monster worth conquering. Then Kwang snorted coldly. I will show you the essence of our ancestral martial arts. Before he finished speaking, he shouted loudly, Unleash the move. The form and intention circle, with a hand drawing the image of a shimmering golden snake twisting like lightning. Immediately after is the locked-in move, with swirling lights and the image of a giant ox roaring as it sweeps away the spiritual energy around the arena. So Dichhoa muttered a curse. Too fast. Smack. A 1,000-pound punch hits him square in the stomach. The audience erupts in the host's shout. You're too strong. Dichhoa, the superhuman, was hit with a kick for the first time. The entire audience held their breath as Dichhoa spat out a mouthful of blood as red as spring blossoms. He knelt down with his hand on the ground, but his whole body was pushed back several meters. The body glow did not stop, continuing to unleash a fierce shadow bear attack with growling presence, overwhelming like it wanted to tear the arena apart. Dichhoa gritted his teeth and braced himself against the strike, but inside he was like turbulent waves, not just a physical attack but also weaponry injected into the opponent's body, causing double damage. Nothing like the chickens he had faced before. Even more surprisingly, the body of Than Kwang was as flexible as rubber, attacking from all angles as if playing a game in speed hack mode. In the blink of an eye, Than Kwang had circled behind Dichhoa and locked him in place. You're only half right, his voice echoed in his ear, teasing. I can not only lock your weapon but also prevent you from using any skills now. With that, he threw Dichhoa into the air like tossing a light rice bag. Shen Guang keeps flying up, unleashing his tiger illusion again, tearing through the air. In the sky, he spreads his wings like a giant eagle, shouting loudly, He, you can't defeat me. Boom! The force from the sky-high kick crashing onto the floor causes a massive explosion that shakes the entire arena. Thick dust covers the arena. The divine light lands, standing amidst the haze, laughing triumphantly. Ha ha. My series of moves with the shape and intention fist is enough to leave my opponent with no way to retreat. The host also begins the closing remarks. It seems Dichhoa has been completely overwhelmed. Even an ordinary martial artist would likely lose half their life from this combo. Then Fong, who was standing tall, hadn't finished speaking when suddenly there was movement in the smoke. Hey, what's that? Then Kwang frowned, turning to look from within the smoke as a dark aura like a beast rose up and soared into the sky. Dichhoa's gaze appeared amidst the mist, cold as a blade. He is truly very powerful, Shan Kwang, but the black mist still lingers on the arena floor, a dark energy erupting like a volcano. At this moment, Dichhoa has transformed. His bloodline awakened, the legacy of the Demon Emperor. His entire body was covered in a black armor, dark yet majestic, only revealing half of his face beneath a cold, emotionless mask like a judge emerging from the darkness. He slowly spoke, his voice echoing like from the depths. You are the first to see this side of me. If a high school student can activate the beast spirit form, there's no need to take the exam anymore. They can directly be admitted to Hoadu University, and the entire audience erupts in applause. Everyone thought Anthan was just a suburban area, but besides the martial arts genius Liu Than Truk, now there's another bloodline genius. His body froze as if turned to stone, speechless and trembling. Demon beast, true form. Dichhoa steps forward like a death shadow, his pressure making the body glow, tremble like a sapling in a storm. How can your bloodline awakening reach this level? At the same time, in the central control room, the judges watching also had to straighten their backs. A judge looked on in shock as the system alarm sounded, warning of a nuclear radiation level of 9 million. Could it be that a strange phenomenon of demonic energy is flooding the area? The host announced seriously that the judging panel had used weapons to block the entire broadcast station area to prevent nuclear energy leakage. It seems that Dichhoa's true beast form is not part of any known system. The audience below gradually started discussing what awakened his bloodline. So cool. Oh my god, I've never heard of this creature before. Dichhoa thought it seems that on Lamtin they truly have no record of the Emperor Demon race. No wonder they are confused. His body is too exhausted to think. blood and snot pouring out like a broken hose. The protective weapons around him tremble as if about to collapse. He mutters, soaked in sweat, unable to hold on against him. It's too dangerous now. As he spoke, the body light awakened the bloodline of the gold crystal gem demon. The host's shout revealed a third-tier bloodline king, truly a gathering of geniuses for this exam. Thuan Quang concentrates all his strength into two moves, the Hin Wai Kuyen and Za Tap, launching continuous attacks like a raging storm. Dich Hoa shouts loudly, raising his hand to unleash the Lan Sun Kuyen martial technique. A punch like a blazing sun, its dazzling light piercing through the smoke and dust. When everything calms down, Thuan Quang looks down at his bleeding arm, eyes wide with panic. If I hadn't managed to neutralize that last attack, my hand would probably have been shattered like rice paper. I was so confident earlier, but now I really got a taste of my own medicine. Facing him, Dich Hoa stands tall with calm and steady eyes, as if victory is inevitable. He speaks softly, but with a voice full of authority. You did very well, Thuan Quang, but unfortunately that couldn't change the outcome. Then Quang stammered in shock, "Is the true form of the demon beast really that powerful?" The host shouted into the microphone as if to shatter the speakers. The second match of the 8th round, the 4th year, has witnessed an earth-shaking clash between two extremely rare bloodlines. A 3-tiered king-level fights an unidentified bloodline so powerful that even the system can't identify it. Thuan Quang stands motionless on the arena, eyes wide with contemplation. After Dich Hoa awakened his bloodline, his power was like an endless sea, and his weapon was completely suppressed. Thuan Quang knew that continuing to face him head-on would only leave Duangyan overwhelmed, so he had no choice but to retreat and advance. He silently thought that Dich Hoa was charging forward like a tornado. Big guy, don't lose focus. A gentle reminder accompanied by a punch that feels real despite seeming playful. As the two engage in a frantic exchange of moves, with Thuan Quang using the Hin Wai Kuyen combined with the Za Tap to coil around Dich Hoa's hand, seeking an opportunity to suppress him, but he can't move him at all. Just as expected, he can't drag him away. Thuan Quang bitterly smiled, "But my target is behind you." As he finished speaking, he leapt into the air and delivered a move, stomping down with a giant foot as if the sky were collapsing. The ground trembled and dust billowed up. Thuan Quang quickly retreated, creating distance, but Dich Hoa remained unmoved, unscathed. You slowly lift your foot from the ground, then cross your arms in front of your chest, looking at your opponent as if observing a newly enrolled elementary student in martial arts. Now it's my turn. I gather my blue spiritual energy, exuding a formidable aura as I prepare to strike. But Dichka, I surrender. Thuan Quang suddenly knelt down. Dich Hoa almost jumped in shock. "Big brother, I was fully prepared." "Your surrender like that really annoys me. You let go, sigh, and unleash all your spiritual power." "Oh well, forget it." The glow fades, and Dich Hoa returns to his human form, letting out a long breath as if he'd just overcome a heavy burden. Nyak, according to the rules, once one side concedes defeat, the other cannot continue attacking. The host immediately declares, "The match is over." Anthan, number 1 high school, Dich Hoa wins. The stands seem ready to explode, students, teachers, and parents all cheering. They shouted in unison, "Dishka is amazing, Dishka is amazing, Dishka is amazing." On social media, countless edited images are circulating. "Before the match, I will win. After the match, sorry for not making Dixia take it seriously." Dich Ho Lab's fan club immediately added Group 4, QQ30. The previous 3 groups are already full. Netizens are buzzing with rumors. This year's top scorer is none other than Dichka, Ilu Than Truck So Chow. Don't be fooled, those are just supporting characters to boost the drama. While the entire social media is celebrating, in a corner of the arena, Principal Tu Lap Than Fong, a fat man, is going crazy, furious over his defeat. "I bet all my assets on the referee." He pointed at the beloved student's face, so angry he almost dropped his glasses. "Do you dare admit defeat? Do you know how much money we invested in you? If you don't pay enough, don't even think about going to university. I accept defeat to avoid damaging my foundation. If you want to try blocking Dich Hoa's punch, I am willing to step back. I remember the kindness the school has shown me. Later I will pay you back, but remember this: never threaten a martial artist stronger than you." The principal trembled, sweat beading on his forehead. All right, you make a good point. The host then displays the latest rankings. After a series of intense matches, the 4 finalists have been revealed, with Anthan number 1 high school taking 3/4 of the spots, becoming the biggest winner of this year's competition. At the leadership seat of Anthan number 1 high school, the atmosphere was so electrifying it seemed frozen in excitement. A flamboyant teacher fanning himself with a bamboo fan, smiling as if he just hit the jackpot. It looks like Mr. Lu's years of hard work are finally paying off. Teacher Lu raises both hands as if offering a gift, with eyes shining with admiration. Dich Hoa is truly incredible. The peak of the summit. On the main stage, the host once again spoke with a powerful voice. Next is the semifinal draw where contestants step up to pick a glowing ball with a mysterious symbol. Dich Hoa stared intently at the sphere in his hand, his brow furrowing slightly. It was the same armor. Soon after, a familiar voice sounded beside him. I am also a knight, Liu Thon Truk, the goddess of Anthon, with a determined look tightly gripping a sphere identical to yours. Boom! The stands in social media seem about to explode. The first semi-final match between Dich Hoa and Liu Thon Truk, two geniuses from the same school, facing off on the biggest stage. Comments are flooding all platforms, and finally, it's this match. This is a fateful battle. Since the start of the exam, I just wanted to see them fight. Come on, Lady Liu. Dichka has never lost anyone, and even the internet is arguing. Honestly, I feel like Lady Liu has a slight edge. She's already unleashed two divine martial techniques, crushing Tai Thu Lang, a third-rank royal bloodline, while her fourth-rank Huyan Min Tuok bloodline still hasn't even been used. But don't forget, Tan Quan is also a third-level bloodline that forced Dichka to awaken his bloodline, so Dich Hoa's bloodline must be at least fourth level. But Liu the goddess has a profound martial foundation, and is both born strong and powerful. Can she compare? It makes sense. It really makes sense. Below the arena, the atmosphere has heated up, like a pressure cooker about to explode. Both of them step onto the stage, the referee spreading his arms wide, exuding an overwhelming aura, and the match begins. Immediately, Dich Hoa erupted with fierce demonic energy, engulfing the space like a raging black storm. Liu Thon Truk remained unfazed, gently raising her hand to shield her face. From within the black smoke, Dich Hoa's form began to change, the pressure heavy as a mountain and the aura oppressive, but instead of fear, Lo Nu Than smiled a proud and expectant smile. Dich Hoa, I hope you're strong enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Dich Hoa unleashed a massive surge of spiritual energy, quickly covering the entire arena, leaving the audience below silent. What is happening? There's nothing left at all. Is this match just a game of hide-and-seek? The audience was in an uproar, each one stretching their necks like swans, trying to see through the thick fog. At the commentary table, the host pounds his hand on the table loudly, shouting as if afraid people will forget he exists. How will Liu Thon Truk, the genius Liu, handle the dark steed Dich Hoa in this year's exam? Could it be that Dich Hoa is about to awaken his bloodline again? Returning to the misty haze, Dich Hoa quietly gazed at the shadowy figure ahead, which was Liu Thon Truk. He secretly thought that her martial skills were so formidable that they were inviolable, and no matter how strong he was, it would be hard to hurt her. This opponent was not only powerful but also extremely intelligent, so if the fight dragged on, he would definitely lose, leaving only one path: go all out from the start. Without hesitation, Dich Hoa leapt into the air, gathering spiritual power into his fist as he roared, Lap Sun Quan. Facing him, Liu Thon Truk quickly raised her hand, forming a solid protective barrier. She thought to herself, attacking proactively? Fine. I will defend and then counterattack. But just as she was about to take the hit, Dich Hoa suddenly changed direction, not throwing the punch as expected. But from another side, his huge gorilla tail suddenly swung in to attack. Damn it, he tricked me. Liu Thon Truk's face turned purple with anger, quickly retreating to dodge. She cursed inwardly, saying she would use her fists, but her tail was the one attacking. Dich Hoa, do you even know what shame is? Dich Hoa didn't give the opponent a moment to breathe, and immediately roared loudly, gathering an incredible gorilla strength. He clenched his fist and unleashed a surge of fierce energy, then leapt forward, aiming straight at Liu Thon Truk's defenses. The fight was extremely intense, with every move broadcast live, making the online viewers scream in excitement. Oh, goddess. Be careful, this is truly a priceless fight. Even weapons are coming out. It's dangerous. Lady Liu has lost her rhythm. Dich Hoa is like a furious beast in pursuit, and even the renowned genius, Liu Thon Truk, can't react in time. In a moment of distraction, Dich Hoa closed in and delivered a punch to her stomach, forcing her to curl up in pain. Boom. Liu Thon Truk was thrown far away. The audience erupted in cheers. Dich Hoa had knocked the goddess away. Maybe Liu goddess would get a chance to fight back. But as Liu Thon Truk was still trying to get up, Dich Hoa's hand turned into sharp claws, eyes shining coldly. It's not that easy, you know? He spun around and swung a razor-sharp crescent move like a deadly sickle. Liu Thon Truk's expression slightly changed as she thought to herself, that move is covered with weapons. I have to dodge it. Without hesitation, she leapt into the air to avoid the deadly strike. Dich Hoa clenched his fist, his eyes full of predatory intent. Don't run, Liu Dongshui. As she was still hovering, Dich Hoa closed in and launched a flurry of punches, leaving Liu Thon-Truc's mind in complete chaos. Is this guy a monster? What kind of stamina is this? You keep punching without getting tired? She grits her teeth, her mind racing, knowing she has two secret martial techniques, one for defense, the illusory shield, and one for attack, the Chaos Jade Needle. If she could execute it, she might turn the tide, but Dich Hoa never gave her a chance, each punch and strike crushing every attempt at counterattack. Liu Thon-Truc bit her lip tightly, unable to hold on much longer. If things keep going like this, I will be knocked out of the arena. At this moment, Thon-Truc is still biting her lip, summoning all her strength to resist Dich Hoa's relentless attacks. She was almost pushed to the brink. Suddenly, on Dich Hoa's fist, as he threw a deadly punch, a feather sprouted. Dich Hoa looked down at his fist, his eyes full of doubt. Sure enough, life always has things that one cannot explain. On the opposite side, Thon-Truc had also changed. Her eyes transformed, no longer the pure light of a human, but a dark, sharp, wild gaze like that of a beast. She muttered to herself, I only have my last trump card left. As her words softly fell, feathers gradually appeared around her. One, then two, and countless others shimmer faintly within the mist. Boom! In a moment, Liu Thon-Truc completely transforms. She spreads her large wings and soars into the sky. It was a perfect form of a beast, with a slender yet powerful body. Behind her, a pair of dazzling purple wings and an overwhelming energy that took everyone's breath away. It turned out she had awakened her bloodline, and the entire arena seemed to explode as everyone looked up at Liu Thon-Truc, floating in the air. This is the first time the goddess Liu Qingzhu reveals her legendary bloodline, the Abyssal Crimson. In the sky, Liu Thon-Truc lowers her gaze, her voice clear but commanding. Classmate Dich Hoa, be careful. In this form, I'm not sure I can control the force, but Dich Hoa, facing this overwhelming aura, just laughs heartily with bright eyes. That's good. That's enough of what you said, because I've only used 50% of my strength so far. His voice is firm like a bronze bell, full of excitement. Now let me be serious for once. Before he could finish his sentence, Thon-Truc unleashed the power of Umin Tuok like a bolt of purple lightning, enveloping Dich Hoa's body with her wings. Dich Hoa was caught off guard, his body pausing briefly. Thon-Truc seizes the opportunity to circle behind him, gathering energy, clasping her hands together to unleash a secret technique. But the berserk Dich Hoa doesn't dodge. He turns around, clenches his fists, surges with spiritual power, and roars as atomic explosion fists. Boom! Two massive energies collide head-on, causing an explosion that shakes the arena, cracking the ground and sending shockwaves in all directions. The audience below was screaming in chaos. I'm too overwhelmed, I can't bear to open my eyes anymore. Is this a high school student competition? On the arena, Thon-Truc was no better, having to use both hands to shield her face against the overwhelming aftershock. Only when everything gradually calmed down did she slowly open her eyes. The scene before Dich Hoa had also changed, with thick, nuclear-like energy swirling around him and a metallic armor covering his body. A brilliant blue light radiates from his eyes, and a massive energy source is ready to explode from his mouth. Under the tense atmosphere, the battle continues fiercely. On the arena floor, Dich Hoa stands firm like a mountain, his whole body radiating powerful energy like thunderstorms sweeping across a dark sky. Thon-Truc narrows her eyes, her expression instantly changing. This kind of energy fluctuation is not normal. What's happening? Her eyes flicked over and saw the spine on Dich Hoa's back flashing with light, as if accumulating a huge amount of energy, gradually transforming and moving toward his mouth. Damn it, his beast's true body is really gathering power. At that moment, a massive column of energy spiraled out from deep inside Dich Hoa's body, accompanied by a piercing scream, shooting straight at Thon-Truc. Thon-Truc had no choice but to quickly spread her two large wings, using them as a shield to withstand the devastating attack. The powerful airflow pressed so hard that she couldn't open her eyes, and her wings were covered with purple feathers falling from the sky. Amid the chaos, Thon-Truc gritted her teeth and growled softly, awakening Vulap's reflexes. She harnessed her bloodline power, transforming the falling feathers into mirrors that reflected her strength. Dich Hoa's terrifying breath was reflected back by these feathers. The loud announcement on the grandstand was sounding alarmingly. Dich Hoa's breath has been reflected. The audience below looks pale, almost ready to run around the arena and scream for help. In the sky, furious energy streams clash with the shield, creating countless bright sparks like fireworks in the daytime. Inside the VIP viewing area, Mayor Huang Qin, a well-dressed man, watches the arena with a smile. Look carefully. The strongest top scorer in Anthan's history will be born today. The commentator under the stands shouted into the microphone as if possessed. Thank you, Mayor Hoang. If it weren't for the shield, I would have burned to ashes. Returning to the arena, blood dripped drop by drop onto the damp ground. That is Thon Truck's blood. Her body is torn and miserable. Her beautiful purple wings are tattered, and her clothes are no longer intact. At this moment, Thon Truck is extremely exhausted. Blood drips from the corner of his mouth. His eyes are dim, but his will still shines through. Just one strike. He has broken through his own Yu Min Tuk defense. Can he still defeat him? In a moment, memories from childhood flood back. Those years, she bore the hope of reviving the Liu family, as a familiar warm voice echoed in her ear. Liu Thon Trux, you are the hope of the Liu family. You must not lose. Our ancestors are watching over you. Do not let us down. The image of my mother appeared in my mind, a gentle, thin woman stroking my hair with tearful eyes saying, Thon Truc, I have given everything to nurture you just so one day you can revive the Liu family. You must not be impulsive. Than Truc knelt in her memories, crying out, Mom. Her voice still echoed in her ears, not only to win this match, but to keep winning afterward. Than Truc bit her lip, trembling. But Mom, I'm so tired now. Her heavy gaze looked ahead. There, Dich Hua stood tall and imposing, his aura blazing like an unstoppable fire, his eyes filled with fierce fighting spirit, like a beast still hungry for blood. Thun Truc whispers to herself, her eyes burning with defiance. Dich Hua is truly very strong. Facing someone like Dich Hua, losing might just be a normal thing, right? As she charged forward, she chuckled to herself. I will deliberately show my weakness. Dich Hua will definitely notice and end me. With that thought in mind, Thon Truc swung her hand to lightly strike Dich Hua's chest, so weak even the wind wouldn't bother to dodge. But Dich Hua didn't move? Why didn't you dodge? Classmate Thon Truc, why has your fighting spirit completely vanished? My heart trembled slightly, but before I could regain my composure, Dich Hua burst into rage, blue light exploding across his body, atomic strength unleashed. Are you seriously fighting me? Immediately after that roar, Dich Hua charged like a storm, swinging his blazing fist straight at Thon Truc's face. I fight honestly to become a top scholar. Startled, she quickly used both hands to brace herself, her delicate body trembling constantly. Dich Hua didn't stop, continuously throwing a flurry of punches, each strike accompanied by a shout. Are you serious? Are you serious? Thon Truc was knocked off balance, her small body taking continuous hits, and she couldn't help but scream in anger. You bastard. No one has ever dared to hit me like this since I was a child. I was about to hand you the victory, so why are you still clinging and refusing to let go? Amid the blows, she shouted and fought back, her voice full of fury. Don't hit this damn woman's face, you bastard. Filled with rage mixed with pain and humiliation, Thon Truc growled softly, her unleashed power causing the arena floor to shake violently. Dich Hua finally stops, fake kind smile on his face as he bows his head to her and says, That's right. If you don't want to get hit in the face, be serious. At this moment, driven by continuous stimulation, Thon Truc's form has fully evolved. The purple wings, once torn and tattered, now shine brilliantly and are even larger than when she first revealed her bloodline, radiating an aura that rivals a full-strength true beast. Thon Truc cast a cold glance at Dich Hua. As you wish, Dich Hua, I will use my strongest form to crush you. Under the dazzling light, Liu Thon Truc stands tall in the sky, her enormous wings emitting a mysterious purple glow, her overwhelming aura making the entire sky seem to tremble. Dich Hua narrows his eyes, a sneer curling on his lips. So you've finally revealed your true beast form? Now that's more interesting. Without hesitation, Dich Hua also activates his beast transformation. If that's the case, I can't be careless either. He shouted loudly, the ground beneath his feet exploded, creating a small earthquake. This is our family's combined technique of piercing energy and Demon Beast Emperor's power, called Hachquang strategy. Dich Hua shot up into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for Thon Truc with overwhelming momentum, saying, Well, let's have a real good fight. Facing that sky-high power, Liu Thon Truc narrowed her eyes slightly, her purple eyes shining with danger, unable to sit and wait for death. Immediately from her position, a terrifying vortex of energy gathered, forming a towering purple tornado that swallowed Dich Hua as he charged toward her. Boom! Dich Hua unleashes a violent punch, causing the tornado to explode into pieces with devastating force. Thon Truc takes a deep breath, opens her mouth wide, and unleashes a powerful wave of purple shock. Dich Hua is now channeling nuclear energy within his body, transforming into a missile rushing straight at her. Two energies collide, causing the entire area to shake violently as if the heavens and earth are about to tear apart. Dich Hoa is pushed back, crossing his arms in front of him to defend. His eyes turn bright blue, filled with murderous intent. "Do you think you're the only one who can shout?" Immediately, the large scales on Dich Hoa's back shone brilliantly. Thon Truc gritted her teeth and stared intently. "Is that the same old move?" "This time, I will not back down." Without hesitation, she removes her defenses and activates the Liu family's ultimate technique. Floating in midair, the purple energy around Thon Truc seemed to turn into a tidal wave. She shouted loudly, her voice echoing throughout the arena. "I will face you head on." As soon as she gathered her energy, Dich Hoa unleashed the Xiunguyan Tuto Tuk, a massive energy pillar rushing down like a falling meteor. Thon Truc clenched her hand into a purple sphere and shouted, "Bloodline power!" The sphere in her hand burst into light and instantly transformed into countless Wu Min Blood 4 arrows. Boom. The two terrifying forces are about to collide as the commentator shouts into the microphone, with Dich Hoa's Chio Nguyen Tu Thotuk and Liu Thon Truc's U Min Huyet Tu rushing towards each other. This is not good. These two fighters cannot control this power. To protect the audience, Mayor Nthan, Huang Kan, has no choice but to intervene. He muttered a spell, summoning 3 giant walls to build a fortress. But just a moment after the two powers collided, the 3 layers of divine earth walls shattered like glass. The stands are shaking wildly, everyone screaming, their faces drained of blood. The tremors are terrifying beyond words. Wasn't that wall built by the mayor? If he hadn't acted in time, we might all have been turned to dust. Huang Kan stood there dripping with sweat, muttering to himself. The 3 layers of the divine earth wall were prepared too hastily, not as reliable as usual. Who would have thought that this year's exam would have 2 monsters like this? Under the faint light filtering through the thick dust, Thon Truc staggered on the arena floor, her slender hand covered in blood, the bright red blood flowing like a stream, dripping onto the cold ground. She has returned to her normal human form. Her magnificent purple wings have disappeared. One arm is bruised and deformed, completely exhausted of demonic beast power. Yet she still holds her head high with a determined gaze. "I still can't give up. I can still fight." Dich Hoa slowly walks toward her, completely unscathed and safe. He frowned slightly, full of doubt. Clearly, his last move hit her, yet he felt no injury at all. "If the nuclear radiation remains in my body, won't I be useless later on?" Thon Truc bit her lip tightly, tears streaming down her face, her red eyes looking up and shouting. "I never really wanted to fight you to this extent. Why is that? Why did you drag me into this fight?" Dich Hoa didn't answer immediately, gently sitting down in front of her, quietly observing the injured girl. "Are you really not willing to fight? You don't want to admit you're competitive, do you? While you risk everything, I can clearly feel your desire to win." Thon Truc was hit right in the heart, staring at him in confusion, her mind swirling with chaos. "I really wanted to beat him earlier, to end the fight quickly. I hate fighting. But during the fight, I felt a wonderful sensation. Not for anyone else, not for any purpose. Just for myself." At that moment, Dich Hoa's warm hand gently rested on my shoulder. Thon Truc was startled, her face turning as red as a tomato. Dich Hoa smiled, channeling energy into his palm. "In battle, you carry too many distractions. The warm energy flows into Thon Truc's arm, causing the wound to heal quickly. In just a moment, the ruined arm was restored to its original state. Even the radiation disappeared. Dich Hoa stood up, turned his back, leaving behind a cold yet profound remark. "That's why you failed." Thon Truc stared at her hand in shock, unable to believe that both the wound and the radiation had disappeared. "But you are still the strongest opponent I have ever faced." Dich Hoa suddenly turned around and smiled gently. "Next time if I get the chance, I really want to fight you. Honestly, Liu Thon Truc." That statement hit the young girl like a tidal wave. Her face flushed red, eyes shining as she looked at Dich Hoa, silently screaming in her heart. "You study, Dich Hoa, you are truly too brilliant now." At this moment, the dust on the arena begins to settle, and Dich Hoa Hien stands proudly in the middle, sunlight shining down like a victorious god. The loudspeaker announced loudly with a fiery voice, "The first semifinal match is over. Dich Hoa from Manthan First Middle School wins." Dich Hoa looked up to the sky, raised his hand high, and a victorious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Below the stands, the cheers echoed loudly as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Under the scorching sky of Tian City School, the loudspeaker blared clearly. After Dich Hoa defeated Liu Thon Truc, as expected, So Chao also emerged victorious. The greatest climax of the Ancheng entrance exam, the battle for the top scholar, is about to begin. On one side is Dich Hoa from Black Horse Ancheng No. 1 High School, and on the other is the genuine genius from Ancheng No. 1 High School, So Chao. The number of live viewers and followers keeps soaring. adding 69,000, then 1,000,000, then 525,486, then 6,258 more, totaling over 496 million people staring at the screen, holding their breath in anticipation. The An City University entrance exam final is now officially underway. On the arena, Sochao draws a silver-blue sword, energy surging, nods respectfully, and asks for guidance. In response, Dichhua smiles dangerously, his voice lazy, but his eyes sharp as a blade. Right over here, no need to hold back. Sochao immediately strikes first, swinging his sword with streams of sword intent like a meteor shower pouring towards Dichhua, covering the entire sky. Faced with that terrifying sword aura, Dichhua remained calm and still, as if waiting for his dessert to be served. When the attacks were almost upon him, he concentrated atomic energy into his fist. The violent energy erupted like a volcano, his hand blazing with fire. He shouted loudly, breaking through with a powerful punch, shattering the sword aura. Sochao was shaken intensely, unable to stand firm, quickly shielding himself. But Dichhua didn't pursue and simply brute force attacked the clones directly, and with his defensive power, he basically couldn't withstand the destructive force of Di Hao. Is there really anyone among his peers who can fight up close against Dichhua? Truly a monster. Realizing he can't close the distance, Sochao said in a deep voice, "If I can't fight up close, then I'll fight you from afar." He erupted his bloodline and shouted, "Bloodline awakening." So, Chao's body transformed dramatically, his hands becoming sharp claws, a third eye appeared on his forehead, flickering with a blue light. His core bloodline is that of the dragon god. Sochao swung his arm and shouted loudly, bloodline power forming a glacier. Witnessing this, the livestream viewers went wild. Oh my god, Sochao could build an entire ice mountain, just like a real dragon demon. So, Chao looks so cool. Hurry up and defeat the great demon lord Dichhua. The icy cold energy floods the arena, freezing the entire battleground, and Dichhua is also sealed within a thick layer of ice that looks like a snow mountain. Suojo was panting heavily, feeling unwell. Damn it. With such a powerful ice explosion, I can't handle it anymore. At that moment, the comments suddenly changed. Hey everyone, it seems like the ice mountain is melting. What? Why is it melting so fast? Inside the ice layer, a terrifying energy erupts, and Dichhua shatters the ice like breaking a candy. Sochao opened her eyes wide, stunned. How could it be like that? But before she could catch her breath, the terrifying energy surged back to counterattack. Sochao quickly swung his arm up, creating a second ice wall for defense. Boom! A deafening explosion roared, and dust rolled like a tsunami. As everything settled, a black leg stomped heavily on the arena floor. Dichhua stands there, his body having shifted into an awakened state, covered in a sleek black armor. He smirks coldly, his voice deep. The power of the primal tablet in the dragon of the demon realm, no longer effective against me. It seems I was born to counter you. Sochao sighed, inwardly lamenting, the gap in strength is truly too great. Sochao gritted his teeth and raised his sword, Dichhua continuing my final move. This is the limit of my current martial arts, originally meant for Lu Than Truk. At this moment, Sochao gathers all his strength, grips the great sword tightly, and uses all the energy in his body to successfully unleash his most powerful move, the sword intent of the spirit. Below the stands, Huang Kan can't help but exclaim, "Sword intent, this is true sword intent, how old is he?" Sword intent. Back on the arena, after gathering enough energy, Sochao leapt like a lightning bolt, wielding a powerful wave of sword aura crashing down. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed like the sky collapsing. After a moment, drops of blood began to fall onto the ground from the arena. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as Dichhua held out his bleeding hand and said with a faint smile, "If you switch to a better sword, you might have a chance." Sochao's face changed as he looked down, the great sword he had just poured all his confidence into shattering into pieces. My sword was broken so easily, how is that possible? I glanced at Dichhua standing there so calmly and asked coldly, "What are the chances?" Dichhua smirked, chuckling softly. Compared to the success rate of a mountain-climbing hellhound, it's probably higher than a creation. Sochao almost fainted from anger after hearing that. He took a deep breath, raised his hand high into the sky, and declared, "I surrender." The loudspeaker echoed throughout the schoolyard, announcing the winner of the Ansheng University entrance exam final, Dichhua. Everywhere on the livestream, viewers exploded like volcanoes. I told you, you can't mistake him for anyone else. So cool. Even though Sochao is very strong, he's still too inexperienced compared to Dichhua. Dichhua, the dark horse of this year's exam, has shattered all prejudices, rising from last year's bottom student to the top. defeating this year's genius leader and claiming the title of top scholar. The shouting echoes throughout the stands. Dich Hoa, Dich Hoa, Dich Hoa. The commentator announced with emotion that after a fierce competition, the 24th Anthon University entrance exam has finally crowned its top scholar, Dich Hoa, the most outstanding student of Anthon. On the stands, amid the roaring cheers, Dich Hoa could only scratch his head awkwardly and mutter, "Mission accomplished." Immediately after, a commentator rushed over, shoving the microphone close to his mouth and asking about fellow student, Dich Hoa. "I heard that your strength comes from gradual accumulation. Now that you've become the top scholar, do you have any words to share?" "First of all, I want to thank my teacher. It was my teacher who never abandoned me when I was at my lowest, always encouraging me and helping me find the strength to keep fighting." In a corner of the school, the homeroom teacher tearfully hugged the TV. "Teacher, you really don't deserve my praise. Dich Hoa, you're just a teacher afraid of losing your job. The teacher didn't even see your potential." The principal approached and secretly gestured with a wave. "I'm here too." Dich Hoa looked confused. The principal waved his hand again, making the 200 sign very clearly. Dich Hoa, with his meaning, is promoting the school to give an additional $2 million in scholarships. Seeing that hand gesture, his eyes immediately lit up, clearly showing the word money in his whole body. "Also, I want to thank my school and the principal for their wise leadership. If it weren't for such a great environment, how could I have achieved what I have today?" In the end, he raised his hand to the sky and shouted loudly, "I want to thank myself. Without my hard work, effort, and exceptional intelligence, Dich Hoa could never have achieved today's glory." At that moment, a system notification appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, on achieving the title of top scholar and earning a random ability draw." Dich Hoa widened his eyes, feeling excited inside. So the top scholar title also comes with hidden system achievements. In the stadium corridor, right after winning the top scholar title, Dich Hoa didn't leisurely enjoy his glory, but ran desperately as if a pack of dogs was chasing him. Sure enough, there really was a pack of dogs, reporters shouting and chasing after him. "Dich Hoa, how do you feel about becoming the top scholar? Do you feel any pressure? How did you improve so rapidly in just half a year? Are you planning to attend the Imperial Capital University? Are you trying to get into the Comprehensive Tactics Department?" Dich Hoa said, running while grimacing. "Stop chasing me. I need to pee." A man as thin as a starving leech finally catches up, breathless as he pushes the microphone close to your mouth. "Dich Hoa, honestly, who do you find more attractive between Liu Tantruk and Tai Tulin, or do you have feelings for the bodyguard or So Chow?" Dich Huang's face darkened, veins bulging with frustration, and he sped up twice as fast, shooting off like an arrow. "I don't have time to waste with you journalists." The reporters still wouldn't let go. "Classmate Dich Hoa, wait a moment, I have one last question." The scene shifts to the empty basketball court. Dich Hoa dodges the reporters, finally letting out a relieved breath, a satisfied smile on his face. Ha! He finally escaped from those predators. He was filled with excitement and never expected that besides the system's template monster, the top scholar reward could also randomly draw skills. Turns out the original template isn't unique, and rewards can also be accumulated through the system. Suddenly, a figure appeared from behind the stands. "Your classmate, Dich Hoa. Congratulations on becoming the top scholar." Dich Hoa was startled and turned around cautiously. Again, are there still reporters? But this time, it's not a reporter. In front of him stands a stranger, holding a shiny black leather briefcase with an unpredictable smile on his face. "Don't misunderstand, I'm not a reporter. I come from Hoa Do. Now tell me about your gene lock issue." Hoa's mind immediately became chaotic. "What gene lock? I haven't unlocked anything. All of my power comes from absorbing monster samples through the system." He must have figured something out. "Who is he, really?" The man remained calm and continued softly. "The jealousy keyword. You heard it from your father, right?" Dich Hoa blinked and nodded without hesitation, silently thinking that according to the original owner's memory, it was indeed like that. The other person didn't miss the chance and took out a thick stack of documents from his bag, placing it into Dich Hoa's hands. "Classmate Diet Hoa, aren't you curious? Why would your father, an ordinary taxi driver, know a term that doesn't fit his profession?" At this moment, a thunderclap seemed to explode in Dich Hoa's mind. Could it be? My father is not just a driver. Could he be a legendary hidden master? The man handing me the documents slowly said, "Your situation is very special, so Hoa Do has authorized partial declassification of top-secret documents just for you." Dich Hoa took it, and his eyes gradually became serious. As he turned to the first page, the 3 words Prometheus Project caught his eye. Prometheus, a leading research institute in genetics, was once a powerful giant holding advanced technologies. But after a crisis, the entire organization was wanted by major countries, and its research was sealed off. Most of the core staff went into hiding within the cities, and gene-locking technology was the top-secret project of Prometheus that year. Reading this, Hoa felt his heart surge like a tsunami. My unscrupulous father is actually a senior researcher at Prometheus, and I am their top-secret research achievement? At this point, Hoa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The man looked at Hoa calmly and said, "Don't worry, the country won't cause you any trouble. I'm here just to help you understand the situation since you're involved and have the right to know." Without hesitation, Hoa replied calmly as if nothing was happening. "Boss, I'm even calmer than you, believe it or not." The man hesitated slightly at the indifference, then continued. "Moreover, you're a key training subject for the country, and we will always ensure your absolute safety." Hearing this, Hoa immediately became self-absorbed. Oh, what a hassle. The more famous you are, the more attention you attract, the more you're watched, and the more you're bothered. This society is truly a place where power and scandal dance together. The man sighed softly and said quietly, "I'll take my leave now." As soon as that figure left the stage, Hoa respectfully bowed and saw him off with a serious expression. But behind his clasped hands was a face beaming like he'd won the lottery, with a mischievous gaze that couldn't hide his greed. He's finally gone. He not only got into Hoado University, but also secured a 200,000 scholarship from the principal, plus over 100,000 in bonus rewards. But the most important thing is that this time I can unlock a new ability. Just thinking about it, Hoa already felt his whole body itch with excitement and immediately opened the system menu, unable to wait any longer. A swirling circle appeared in front of him, as brilliant as a space gate opening. Hoang looked up, his eyes shining like car headlights fixed on the system screen. Immediately, a purple card floated in the air, emitting a mysterious glow as if containing another world. A super-colossal humanoid appears before Hoa, with the form of a giant skeleton, a level Dang Luke ability type, with information displaying its ability model, super-colossal humanoid level, bloodline of giantization, maximum size of 60 meters, high temperature aura, evolutionary form, personified element, and 1% compatibility. Hoa looked at the description board and chuckled. Super giant transformation, huh? Not bad. A small note appears, indicating that ability templates can be combined. Hoa immediately comes up with a crazy idea. What kind of demon would result if the super giantization model combined with the demonic rage? At that moment, a simulated image appeared before his eyes, a colossal, fierce titan. With the muscular body of a superhuman, but wild, roaring features like a gorilla, and even a long tail for sweeping the floor. Ha 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 ha. I will become the king of monsters. The scene shifts to a dark room, dim lights flickering over a cold wooden table. A large man sits silently, placing his phone down carefully. Big Brother Hokelong, are you saying that you have personal matters to deal with soon and will no longer accept any more missions? The man replied firmly, I will complete all the plans and then withdraw. I understand. There is a small round hole on the table, as neat as a fingerprint. The man forcefully presses his large index finger into it. He emphasized with a cracking sound, his face now filled with intense anger, his eyes burning with fury. An urgent call came through saying we couldn't find your brother's body in the secret realm, but at the location where his signal was detected, some radioactive foreign objects were found. Next to him is a large screen playing the replay of the An City Academy final, the match where Hoa won. The man stares intently at the image on the screen, his eyes now filled with murderous intent. Little brother, I told you not to get involved in society. Once you step in, there's no turning back. Mom entrusted me to take care of you before she left, but you chose this path. His eyes narrowed as Hoa's name appeared on the screen alongside the words Trungyen Anthan Hoa, and the man gripped the screen tightly as if wanting to crush it. Hoa, you truly are a once-in-a-century genius. Huado University will definitely fight over you to the death to get you. He slightly curled his lips, but unfortunately they won't wait until the day you start school. Returning to the dormitory, just as Hoa reached the door, the delivery staff brought him a large parcel. Mr. Hoa hurriedly signed and received it, looking puzzled. Strange, I was about to enter the new secret realm for testing. Who would send me something now? Opening the package, inside was a handwritten letter with the envelope addressed to Hoa. According to the latest investigation from the Central Hoa City Research Institute at 3 p.m. today, a new secret realm portal will appear in the Kongthu Mountain area, outskirts of An City, with a predicted level of C. I want to explore it. Do you want to form a team with me? So, Chow? No way, big brother. In this era, people still write handwritten letters? Is this person a transmigrant from which dynasty? The scene shifts to the setting sun, turning the sky over Hongshu Mountain red as if it's on fire. The crowd is as lively as a festival, everyone prepared with weapons, maps, psychic detectors, and instant noodles. Dichhoa's face slightly paled as he appeared. What is this? There are at least over 1,000 people. A new secret always attracts people eager to hear the story. A familiar voice rings out. Oh, Dichhoa. Dichhoa turned to see So Chow approaching, and also nodded politely. Oh, So Chow, that guy is smiling as brightly as a summer sun. You seem to be stronger again, huh? Dichhoa forced a faint smile, feeling tense as a string about to snap. This guy's spirit awareness is terrifying. Just a glance, and he already sensed something was off about me. Actually, Dichhoa secretly used the money he earned from the university entrance exam to buy some gene therapy pills, increasing the compatibility of the superhuman hybrid sample to 35%. Low-level monsters also have their advantages, with immediate effects, affordable prices, and high quality for a budget option. He changed the subject and asked, "Which university do you plan to attend?" So Chow replied succinctly like a gunshot, "Huadu University." Hearing that, Dichhoa smiled softly and said, "So we will be classmates from now on." But at that moment, Dichhoa's sharp eyes noticed that So Chow's expression was unusual, as if he wanted to say something, but hesitated. At this moment, a sound like tearing through space echoes out. Everyone looks up, and in the sky a dark, gaping wound widens like the mouth of a giant beast. Shouts echoed everywhere. The secret realm was about to open. Just as the tear stabilized, a monster emerged. It is enormous and terrifying, with a head as big as a bus and teeth as sharp as razors, each tooth seemingly capable of chewing a tank. Before the crowd appears a giant three-headed bird with blood-red feathers and wings that block out the sun, casting a huge shadow over the pink pine mountain. Its wings beating sound like thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A martial artist below shouted loudly, pointing up to the sky. "The secret realm is open, brothers. Kill that demon beast and rush into the secret realm." Boom! Hundreds of warriors surged forward like a tide, their weapons gleaming with fierce energy. The three-headed bird hasn't even flapped its wings before being overwhelmed by a fierce assault. Its three heads spin in different directions, eyes filled with panic, its beak crying out for help. Your move was too strong. Why are there so many fighters here? Grr, grr, grr. Retreat quickly now. Grr, growl, grr. We can't retreat or we'll get trapped, guys. Turns out even early birds can get ambushed. In just a few minutes, the opening monster was defeated, and screams echoed throughout the forest. Inside the Pink Plum Mountain secret realm, the scenery completely changed, no longer lush green mountains but a desolate, gloomy forest with purple leaves covering the space in a strange mist. The crowd outside quickly rushed in, as if afraid of missing out. Dichhoa was also among them, quietly following the crowd with a wary look. As soon as she stepped in, a strong, foul smell hit her nose. Dichhoa frowned and muttered, "The blood smell is too faint. What kind of bloodthirsty monster is this?" In the distance, a roar echoed, shaking the treetops. "It's a beast hide," someone shouted. Turns out the monsters had gathered earlier, waiting for the fresh feast. According to national law, all warriors are prioritized to eliminate monsters within the secret realm, seen as both duty and a chance to level up. So the great battle erupted. Blood splattered everywhere. Screams mixed with the clash of weapons. And in an instant, a warrior beheaded a giant beast, black blood spraying out like a fountain. Many people began to coordinate smoothly, working together to defeat the larger monsters. The battle seemed choreographed, as grand as a blockbuster film. In a corner of the battlefield, Suzhou shouted loudly, unleashing his bloodline power and swinging his sword with a roar. A gust of cold air swept in like a snowstorm, freezing the entire area. The monsters in front of him turned to stone, then shattered like broken ice. But just then, a beast quietly slipped from behind, its sharp-toothed mouth wide open, ready to bite. So Chow. A scream echoes from afar as a devastating atomic punch strikes. Slash. A blinding beam of light cuts through the air, piercing the monster's body and leaving a large hole like a rice cooker, causing the beast to scream in agony before collapsing. No one else but Dichhoa was the one who acted. He shrugged and said, "Be too focused and you forget your support. Watch your back a bit." Suozhou turned back, looking somewhat embarrassed, but still nodded. "Thank you. I owe you my life this time." "Ah," Dichhoa sneered. "It's fine. Just copy my homework when you get to university." After a while, all the monsters in the secret realm had been completely destroyed, leaving only piles of charred bones scattered across the ground like a post-apocalyptic battlefield. Did none of the monsters in this secret realm know how to fight? Did Hoa, have you killed so many monsters already? The beasts you've slain don't look like normal ones. Their bodies are strangely disintegrated, as if cleansed from the inside out. They have no obvious wounds, but every cell seems to be rotting from within. Did he use something on them? A terrifying form of energy, nuclear radiation, colorless, odorless, unstoppable, and occurring in absolute silence. It penetrates into living beings, destroying from the inside out. Wherever the plague passes, life disappears. He is like a deadly virus, and this energy is not human. Meanwhile, the people around are whispering and gossiping. How did the sky and earth change so quickly? Could it be a high-level martial artist supporting them? No way, one person exclaimed. Among this crowd is the top scorer of this year's university entrance exam in An Thang. What? The top scholar? But isn't it just a martial artist? A martial artist who can kill so many demons? A punk standing nearby snorted. Don't you guys watch the live broadcast of this year's exam? What's so interesting about high school students fighting? You idiot. A high school student fighting off 10 guys alone is pretty impressive. The excited students start gathering around Dich Hoa, calling each other like they're bringing pigs back to the pen. After a while, cheers ring out again from afar. The signal has been sent. The leader of the beast tide has been defeated. We have won. The monsters are beginning to retreat. So Chow finally let out a sigh of relief, having survived the first wave of the beast tide. With over 1,000 martial artists gathered initially, now only about 800 remain, many wounded. Before he could finish speaking, Dich Hoa dragged along a large pile of stone bags containing demon beast corpses, dragging them over to So Chow and complaining, "How am I supposed to carry all these spoils of war?" So Chow almost choked and shot him a glance. "Where did you find so many demon cores?" Then he quickly took out a sparkling ring and said, "This is my space ring. Put everything inside first." Dich Hoa looked at the ring for a while, then chuckled, half seriously, half joking. "It's worth hundreds of millions. I didn't expect you, So Chow, to be so secretly wealthy." At that moment, someone outside ran in to announce that their martial arts master had arrived. The crowd immediately clapped and cheered, thankful that he had defeated the Lord-level monster. Otherwise, they would have all been dead on the spot. A tall, muscular man with tattoos covering his body walks in, each step exuding the power of a mountain. He stepped in front of Dich Hoa, smiling and extending his hand. "Hello. You're the top scorer of the Anthan University entrance exam, right? I am Vo Sam, captain of the Vo Ngan Lang division in Anthan. I just heard our members recount your heroic deeds. I don't know if you're interested in joining our martial arts team. Joining won't affect your college studies, and you'll even receive significant subsidies. I am ready to sign an S-rank membership contract with you." Dich Hoa was a bit stunned. You never expected a major martial arts guild like Vo Ngan Lang to personally invite you to join, let alone with a prestigious S-level contract. A person nearby gasped. "Oh my God, Big Brother Vo Sam personally invited Dich Hoa. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without support from a martial arts sect, independent fighters find it very difficult to maintain their path, not to mention the costs of medicine, demon cores, and training, all of which are as expensive as gold. Moreover, Vo Ngan Lang in Ha Quoc is considered one of the prestigious martial arts alliances, and an S-rank contract is something even students from Hoa Do University might not attain." Just as the atmosphere was still lively from Vo Sam's invitation, a girl riding a majestic black tiger appeared as if from a legend. "Vo Sam, I'm telling you, why are you so quick to hold back? Turns out you were just rushing to cut in line. Student translator, join our successful martial arts team. Although our scale is smaller than Vo Ngan's, I can assure you that as long as you agree, each victory will earn you 15% of the training resources for the entire martial arts group." What? 15% of the training resources? Isn't this just like a shareholder, a high school student causing two major martial arts factions to fight so fiercely that they end up making crazy concessions? Surrounded by eager gazes, Dich Hoa just scratched his ear and nonchalantly apologized, saying he's not planning to join any martial arts faction for now. A statement like a cold splash of water on both martial arts groups, but he still politely shakes hands with Vo Sam. Vo Sam is not angry at all. Instead, he pats him on the shoulder warmly. "It's okay, Dich Hoa. Consider this a friendship for now. If you need help in the future, just contact me anytime. The Cheongdat Martial Arts Group, we are always ready to support you." The atmosphere starts to lighten until Vo Sam frowns. "Wait, which hand did you shake hands with me just now? Was it the right hand you just used to clean your ear?" Dich Hoa nonchalantly, "Just ignore it." While Vo Sam was still wiping his hands frantically, So Chow stepped closer, having pushed back the beast tide. "Now we can freely explore this mysterious place, which feels like an ancient forest with no exit." He pointed upward, saying, Let's climb a tree first to get a better view before deciding what to do next. Dich Hoa nodded. All right. The two of them shot up like two arrows darting through the crimson canopy. So Chow whispered to Dich Hoa, "Too fast." In an instant, they had climbed to the towering trees, red leaves flying like blood snow. What the hell is that? A giant creature loomed before them, tall enough to swallow the sky itself, its rough, mountain-like scales, and every breath causing the surrounding forest to tremble. So Chow swallowed hard. This thing is over 1,000 meters tall, it's hard to believe. In contrast to her fear, Dich Hoa's eyes sparkled like a child who just saw a treat, which wasn't hard to imagine. We are still young, and in a few years we might be able to conquer beasts as large as these, or even uncover the true nature of the secret realm. Seeing Dich Hoa in front of him, So Chow couldn't help but admire secretly. No wonder he's Dich Hoa. While facing powerful unknown entities, I might be scared, but Dich Hoa is excited. Not only in martial arts, but even in willpower. I am far behind him. Dich Hoa, he is the true martial artist. While So Chow was reminiscing, Dich Hoa was secretly tapping his foot, excited. Your demonic cores will eventually belong to your father. Suddenly, Dich Hoa's expression turned serious as he activated his sonic wave to scan the surroundings. Strange. My life force field can detect the distribution of energy throughout the secret realm, but in the southeast direction, it's completely empty, with no living creatures, as if it's a vacuum. I muttered to myself, things that are unusual always have a reason. The bigger the storm, the more valuable the fish. Immediately after, Dich Hoa pointed forward like a general, indicating the lake. So Chow looked in the direction of the gesture and immediately saw a vast lake appearing far away in the forest. There really is a lake there, let's go see it. The forest is strangely silent now. No birds singing, no wind blowing, only the soft sound of footsteps echoing among the fiery red leaves. Dich Hoa and So Chow are heading towards the lake when suddenly Dich Hoa's eyes light up. Ahead, a familiar figure stands by the trail leading down to the lake's edge. It's Vu Lei, the girl who once helped him buy medicine out of jealousy and was the first to say, "This kid has a future. Isn't this our top scholar Dich Hoa? I never expected the little kid from before to be this impressive now." "Wow, Vu Lei, you even know the top scholar in Than?" The girl below also looked up, clearly excited. "That's right, hurry up and introduce us." During the Beast Tide, the top scholar was truly magnificent. Dich Huang felt a bit shy, but still approached politely and asked, "Sister Vu Lei, have you been here long?" Vu Lei nodded gently and replied kindly, "We haven't been here long either. Two of our teammates who are good at swimming have already gone into the lake to explore, and if anything happens, they'll report immediately." At that moment, a head suddenly emerged from the water, a soaked-haired young man clinging to the grass by the shore, shouting excitedly as if he had just hit the jackpot. "We're rich! We're rich!" Vu Lu frowned and asked again, "Tell me clearly, what exactly is this fortune?" "There are relics under the lake, no doubt about it. They are real relics. This time we're really rich." Vu Lei couldn't contain his excitement and exclaimed, "Really? Great, I finally found a major opportunity." Over here, Dich Hoa frowns and asks, "So Chow, what is a relic? Why is everyone so excited like they've just found a divine sword?" So Chow exhaled, lowering her voice as if teaching a lesson. In the mysterious world, there are sometimes ancient mysterious structures believed to be remnants of previous civilizations. Experts call them relics. It is said that the foundations of modern martial arts theory and many genetic technologies today all originate from discoveries made in such relics. Dich Huang's eyes lit up, meaning this place isn't just for fighting, but also for treasure hunting. At that moment, the young man named Vu Duong from Vu Lei's group widened his eyes in caution, his hand touching the banana sword. "Are there others? Who are you two to eavesdrop on our conversation?" "Wait a moment, Vu Duong, this is Dich Hoa and Su Chow, the top scorer and second place of this year's City University entrance exam. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary martial artists, so there's no loss in letting them join." Dich Hoa squinted, looking cool. "That's right, elder brother. Don't get excited. Not only are we not eavesdropping, but we can also help you explore the ruins." Vu Duong narrowed his eyes and then asked, "How will the rewards be divided?" Dich Hoa shrugged and waved his hand as if signing an investment contract. "We are external support, sharing according to effort. Whatever we contribute is what we get." "Good times." Vu Duong looked at them for a moment, then nodded slowly. "All right, I'll let you two join for now, but don't try anything sneaky." Inside, he's still whispering to himself to reassure the top scorer and the second-place scholar. Better not to offend them in the future. A moment later, the team descended into the river, the cold water cutting through like blades. Their vision blurred, only faintly seeing the flickering fluorescent lights on each other's shoulders. with Vu Duong leading, his swimming posture powerful like a martial arts-trained shark. Finally, they swam into an underground cave deep within the rock. Vu Duong signaled everyone to stop and then spoke urgently. Passing through this cave leads to the ruins, but where is Li Wei? Wasn't he supposed to guard here? A young guy from the team wiped water off his face, acting as if he was doing a fortune-telling reading. Maybe he discovered a treasure and sneaked away before us. Vu Duong immediately took out the communication device and shouted in despair like a father lost in a supermarket. Hey, Li Wei, answer me. Can you hear me? Li Wei's voice echoed back, only the sound of trickling water and an unsettling silence. Vu Liu stepped forward and looked at the cave entrance carefully. Have you checked this cave thoroughly? Did you find any traces of monsters? Vu Duong replied, looking a bit guilty. Levi and I already baited to test, but we didn't see a single hair of a monster, as if this cave was completely cleaned out. A girl in the team whispered, her voice slightly trembling. It's too dangerous. Levi disappeared like that. Should we keep going or not? But Vu Duong was completely fired up, as if what lay ahead wasn't a monster lair but a stock trading floor. Exploration. I must explore. Huapu Kuai Bei is right in front of us. If we don't dare to pick it up, we'll only be worthy of being low-level martial artists for life. If you're afraid of death, get out. If you want wealth, follow the path of the weak. My 3 teammates beside me didn't say a word, but their eyes clearly showed that death isn't scary. Losing your share is the real pain. Vu Duong looked around and saw no one was retreating, so he nodded. Since no one is retreating, let's go. Vu Lei's team continues to move deeper into the cave. The air grew colder and colder, water dripping like a ticking clock counting down to something. Suddenly, Vu Duong shined his flashlight on the damp ground and spotted a series of footprints. Dich Hoa immediately narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. He turned to look at So Chow, and the two exchanged a look as if communicating telepathically. Her mouth movements don't match. So Chow nodded slightly and whispered back. Her mouth movements are correct, but the timing doesn't match. She glances at Vu Li walking ahead, quickly piecing the information together in her mind, her mouth movements, what she said. They only arrived at the lake about 15 minutes ago, but they have already entered the cave, passing through the tunnel to find the secret path to the relic. You smirk inwardly. The mouth movements really look like activating in hidden map mode in a game. Do you want me to remind your acquaintance to get out of here? But Dai Hoa just smirked sinisterly, looking no different from a horror movie villain that everyone wants to know what he's hiding in his pocket. His mouth moved. Don't worry, I have a trump card. After passing through the dark tunnel, the team was led by Vu Duong to an unfamiliar area. The cave ceiling was covered with thick seaweed, hanging like strands of hair swaying in the gloomy breeze. Among the greenish algae, countless white bones and dull gray demon cores were exposed, looking like forgotten Halloween decorations left too long in the fridge. Vu Duong frowned, his voice serious. These are soul cores. They've lost their light, drained of energy long ago. He glanced around, his eyes darkening, not surprised that no monsters appeared when they went underwater. It turns out something has devoured them all. Behind Vu Lei, he whispered. Vu Duong, where is the relic? We've arrived, but before we could get an answer, a girl in the team tremblingly raised her hand and pointed to a spot among the seaweed. Her mouth was agape, but she couldn't make a sound. It was the corpse of Li Wei clearly revealed. He was tightly entangled by the seaweed, his body dried out like a fish for the stove, his face distorted and the ghostly aura on him completely exhausted. The air around him froze. Vu Lei's face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Lai Bi is dead. Vu Duong knelt down, holding his head in his hands. Where is the relic? Why can't I see it? What are we here for? Where did Ditich go? As he was still shouting in despair, a strange phenomenon occurred. Bumps and lumps began to form on Vu Duong's head, as if something was crawling beneath his scalp. His whole body trembled violently, mumbling incoherently. Levi died from the vines. I think I should run faster too. That was the last thing he shouted before his head exploded with a wet bang. Blood and flesh spraying out like a horror-themed fireworks display. A series of long, writhing tentacles like octopus tentacles emerged from his neck. Vu Li shouted, Vu Duong! Could he be? Before he could finish speaking, a blinding beam of energy shot through the remaining part of Vu Duong's head, or rather, the parasite controlling his body. That was Dich Hoa acting, with eyes as cold as ice in a freezer. Who would have thought the demon beast could be so intelligent? After killing 2 warriors, it even parasitized one of their brains and used him as bait to lure more prey. He looked around, his voice lowering as if reciting a eulogy. It looks like we've entered its hunting ground. Right above you, a giant shadow slowly emerges from the thick fog. A strange demon beast appears, its long tentacles whipping down like furious spaghetti, twisting to block all exits as a huge boulder is dragged and slammed shut over the cave entrance. Everyone was panicking. The monster blocked the way. It doesn't intend to let us leave. So Chow took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide, recalling the horror story she had read. I've seen this kind of creature controlling the vines before. It's a second-rank demon beast, a king-level monster. Hearing this, Vu Lo broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of all color. Second-rank king-level monsters cannot be judged by normal standards. We are only first-rank martial artists. How can we fight this? But Dich Hoa just smiled faintly, his eyes shining with murderous intent. I don't care what level it is. Today I will crush it like Du Hu being run over by a cart. At that moment, a loud explosion like thunder rang out from the back entrance, sending rocks flying and filling the air with smoke and dust as if fireworks were going off at a funeral. From the smoke, a tall and muscular man steps out, his torn cloak billowing as if borrowing the hero's role from a superhero film, roaring, "I am here to take your life, Dich Hoa." No one else. It's the bloodline warrior of the 8 segments. As Dich Hoa finished speaking, he suddenly turned around with a cold gaze. "Oh, someone still remembers me?" The burly man standing amidst the lingering smoke chuckled maniacally like a madman. "I heard that in the secret area of Kong Thu Sun, someone dared to use nuclear radiation abilities to fight the beast tide. I immediately knew it had to be you. I tracked the remaining radiation traces and ventured into this underground cavern, holding my breath and pretending to be dead until my heart stopped to avoid detection. Yet you still recognized me. I am truly worthy of being called the one who once pushed the Hoke family to the brink." Dich Hoa frowned sincerely, eyes slightly narrowed. "Hey, wait a minute. Who are you?" Burst in cursing and then want to fight. "Do we know each other?" The honest answer almost made the big guy spit blood out of anger. "Don't pretend you don't know. I'm here to take revenge. Die." He charged like a furious storm, fists and kicks wildly flying. "Wait a minute. Could this be the lair of the demon spider? Have they lured me into a monster's den? Annoying. Dich Hoa, is this also your plan? Demon Ma Dang absorbs weapons and releases neurotoxins. If this keeps up, I'm sure I'll die here." "Damn it, you dare to mess with me." Dich Hoa still stands there with his arms crossed, so calm it's almost infuriating. "Uncle, you're imagining things. We've only just met." On the other side, the beast vines tightly wrapped around the bulky man. He roared, unleashing a fierce burst of energy. "Damn it, I came to find that damn Dich Hoa, not your dry grass." The fierce collision between him and the monster causes the entire cave to shake, with rocks falling from the ceiling. Vu Li shouted in panic, "It's not good. The cave is about to collapse from the battle." Just then, Dich Hoa's voice rang out strongly from behind. Everyone stepped back. Everyone turned around and saw Dich Hoa gradually activating his gorilla form, his body bulging with powerful muscles, mouth open to the sky gathering nuclear energy. A bright, compressed sphere was shot forcefully up the cave ceiling, creating a blazing light pathway as if opening the gates of hell. So Bin Dich Hoa pointed out the way, Chi Vu Lei led everyone to run ahead. But at that moment, the giant man finished dealing with the vines, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Dich Hoa, saying, "Don't even think about running." He gathered his strength into a shining fist like a shooting star and charged straight at Dich Hoa. At the critical moment, a cold blade of sword energy sliced through. So Chow stepped in, standing between the two, swinging his sword in a wide arc. "If there's any guilt here, don't even think about hurting Dich Hoa, not even a hair." The big guy laughs, as if watching children play with axes. "My son is an 8-section martial artist, and you think a fake-grade sword aura can even hurt me?" At that moment, Dich Hoa's voice rang out like a death knell. "Hey, nosy uncle, where are you looking?" Boom! An extremely powerful nuclear fist from the energy core strikes directly at his face. The punch, carrying the weight of a mini-nuclear reactor, knocked him down to the ground, creating a clear human-shaped crater, as if someone had buried an elephant in concrete. Dich Hoa turned to look at So Chow, his voice deep but firm. "You go ahead, this guy is a martial artist. It's a bit tough for you to deal with him right now. Hand him over to me." No need for words, everyone immediately followed Dich Hoa's instructions and swam quickly back to the shore. At the same time, the demon behind was going berserk. Tentacles wildly thrashing and tearing up seaweed, mud, and debris, turning the water into a murky, blood-stained chaos. It had fully manifested, and aimed to destroy everything. Above the water, Vu Le climbed onto the shore and anxiously asked, "Where is Dich Hoa?" Suo Zhou didn't answer, only quietly turned to look back at the flooded cave. Below, nuclear energy from Dich Hoa is erupting, with shockwaves shaking the earth, making the river roar. In the fog, Dich Hoa has activated a new form, a colossal primordial titan. A giant arm with a faint metallic sheen rises from the water, grabbing the unsuspecting martial artist. He barely has time to say, "Wait," before being crushed like a ripe grape. His body was pale purple, completely paralyzed, collapsing like a tangle of torn roots. The shockwaves from that strike spread out, causing the entire riverbank to shake violently. The trees sway, birds scatter in all directions, and everyone staggers as if struck by an earthquake. Through the thick mist of water and dust, So-Chow briefly glimpsed the towering figure of a giant titan standing firm in the heart of the cave. But a moment later, the form disappeared, leaving only lightning tearing through the sky and swirling dust. Soon after, Dichhua swam back to the shore, returning in his normal appearance, with wet hair and a tired but rugged look. So-Chow ran over, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" Dichhua sighed, pointing to himself. "Give me your clothes." After a few minutes changing clothes, the two sat down. So-Chow frowned and asked, "Oh, what exactly was that explosion earlier?" Dichhua replied with a half-serious, half-teasing expression, "It's the mysterious martial artist. He brought a plasma bomb, intending to sacrifice himself along with the demon." "What? That plasma bomb is a banned weapon in the army? How did he get his hands on it?" "Also, I felt that explosion was even more powerful than a plasma electric bomb. Moreover, through the thick smoke, I think I saw a giant creature." Dichhua quickly turned away, sweating profusely. "No, it's nothing. Probably just the explosion. You must have misjudged. Inside I was shouting. Luckily I managed to get past them. If I reveal the monster's power, it'll be a big problem. I had to go a bit too far. That martial artist was crushed to the point there's no body left to investigate anymore. At least we got the demon core, so it wasn't a waste." Wu Li then stood up and waved goodbye from afar. "We'll take our leave now. Sorry for not only wasting your effort this time, but also forcing you to save us. Whenever you recover, we will repay you." Dichhua also waved back, smiling politely. "Don't be polite, Sister Wu Li. Consider this as my repayment for your help before. If you still want to repay me, wouldn't I owe you another favor?" Both sides exchanged polite, knowing smiles. After everyone left, Dichhua and So-Chow stood side by side, both looking radiant, but their eyes were very dangerous. Now it's time to enjoy hunting monsters. 3 days later, at the exit gate of Hongsho Mountain's secret realm, a sharp sound echoed. Dichhua and So-Chow finally break through the secret realm, leaping out together through an opening torn in the wind, like two bullets. As they land, before they even dust themselves off, they both stare up in shock. Above them is a newly formed small town with houses packed closely together and large transport planes flying back and forth like bees. Wait, it's only been 3 days. So-Chow was stunned. Just yesterday it was a wasteland, now it's turned into an extraction zone. Dichhuang looked up at the bustling crowd like a swarm of ants, frowning. Ha Kwok's construction ability is truly formidable. The two quickly headed to the prize exchange area, and as soon as they arrived, Dichhua slammed a heavy bag of spirit stones onto the counter, making the table shake loudly. The staff behind the counter was startled, almost dropping the restraining board. Sir, please be gentle. If the goods are damaged during inspection, it won't be beneficial for you. Sorry for the trouble. I have too many items and need to check quickly before lunch. Rest assured, we are experts." Hearing that, Dichhua let out a sigh of relief, began removing the space ring on her finger, raising it high as if unlocking a seal. "Let's begin." Each huge bag of spirit stones was taken out, lining up like a miniature city wall. 4 or 5 bags already taken out. Each time a bag of spirit stones was removed, the table sank a little more, and the staff member's face grew paler and paler. Her eyes no longer looked at the spirit stones, but at Dichhua, as if she were watching a legendary black market trader dealing in forbidden goods. Only when the last bag was set down did Dichhua finally wipe his hands and let out a relieved breath. "Are you done taking everything, sir?" Dichhua smiled slyly, like someone who had just plucked a treasure trove out of a market stall. "It's done, but you need to make sure to settle the accounts quickly because we still have quite a few spiritual medicines here." Inside the transaction room, it's bustling with activity as a group of people gather around the appraisal table. Everyone's eyes lit up like headlights when they saw the spirit stones and the pile of fiery medicinal herbs just brought in. Oh my god, this is a 10-leaf spirit herb, at least 300 years old, extremely rare, even professional alchemists struggle to find it. What do you mean? Are you combining the 6 flowers? That's the main ingredient for refining the sea pill. This kid, is he going to a secret realm or gathering divine relics? Even just this pile of spiritual herbs, even if their quality isn't high, is worth over 30 million. And some rare spiritual medicines can be even more expensive. A young man shakes his head full of envy. He got rich overnight. At that moment, someone else sighed as if they couldn't believe it. "You're mistaken, old man. What luck are you talking about? That pile of rare herbs couldn't have been obtained just by luck. Messing with someone like him, you'll probably have to choke him to get your savings back. From a distant corner, Hoa crossed his arms and watched, his eyes calm as if used to admiration. The white core, the green core, they no longer hold any value for him. It's time to exchange everything for money. He chuckled softly, muttering as if reciting poetry. The 5 green cores from the 3rd-rank demon beast during the beast tide and the gold core of the demon ghost tree, a 2nd-rank royal species, are truly valuable. A moment later, the bank phone rings softly. The account gains 27,570 yuan. The magic cores are settled. Now it's time to find buyers for the batch of elixir. Hua was calculating when he stepped out of the transaction room. Suddenly, a sleek black supercar screeched to a halt in front of him, stopping proudly. A dashing old man stepped out of the car, smiling warmly, but his eyes were sharp like a cunning merchant. "Hello, are you Hoa? I am Lidu Tianchu from Manhua Pharmacy. I heard you have good stuff. I'm willing to pay 1% above market price." Hoa glanced over, and a warning light immediately went off in his mind as expected. Personal information has been leaked, probably by those old foxes at the identification center. But then, he shrugged it off. It's no big deal since I was planning to sell anyway, and now someone is bringing the money directly to me so I don't have to run around. After the negotiation, Li Dutian nodded in satisfaction, got into the car, but didn't forget to look back. "Next time you have goods, remember to find me first." Hoa watched the car leave, and his phone lit up again. The account added 7. U50.64 Wen. He furrowed his brow, a calculating look in his eyes. With this amount of money, upgrading himself by another 10% might be worth it. Personal strength is the true principle. Ordinary gen medicines or white and green cores no longer have any effect on me. Then he sighed heavily. His own clone was even more annoying than someone else's wife. Even high-grade blood jade or advanced gene medicine are beyond my reach. Suddenly, like a flash of lightning, he snapped his fingers. That's right, there's another path through martial arts. Old memories flash back like a rewind. The college entrance exam, Hoa alone holding back Luthan Truk, and the warriors entirely, thanks to the powerful control panel and the abilities from the monster's DNA. But when it comes to martial arts, I still fall far behind the senior brothers at the martial arts school. If I could master powerful skills, my strength would be truly complete. "Homemaker," Hoa shouted fiercely. "Old Dang, I'm here to ask for some gold." And then he shot forward like a missile, leaving a cloud of dust behind. At Anthan High School's principal's office, the sound of tea being poured softly echoes in the quiet room as a hot cup is filled, and the principal appears deeply moved, as if reuniting with a long-lost family member. "Hoa, I didn't expect you to still remember this old school," he said emotionally as he patted your shoulder, as if he were squeezing a national treasure. Hoa laughed happily and said, "Don't be so formal, principal. I only remember because of our bond. How could I not be touched? You are the top scorer in the university entrance exam, a shining example for the teachers, for Antan School, and for the entire education system of our country," the principal said enthusiastically, as if giving a speech before the National Assembly. Hoa opened the small box, took out a large bottle of ginseng wine. "Teacher, this is just some medicinal wine from the Bin Hoa shop. Not bribe, just a token of respect for the elders." The principal's eyes lit up like high beams as he heard that. Oh my, such a well-behaved student with great achievements and admirable character. Who wouldn't cherish someone who respects their elders and humbles themselves? Hoa smiled and leaned to the side, then said, "Teacher, actually I have a favor to ask today. I want to learn some powerful martial skills, but since I haven't entered university yet, I can't access the training resources, so I have to rely on the martial clans for help. Do you know any contacts who can help?" The principal stroked his chin, looking somewhat suspicious. "You got into Hoa City already, so why not wait until school starts? What's the rush?" Hoa's eyes sparkled brightly as she said with emotion, "Teacher, I want to improve faster. I'm afraid of falling behind." The principal nodded like a Zen master gaining enlightenment. "All right, I will help you with the introduction. You are a special talent. For a student like you, you can't just be taught according to a standard mold. To educate is to be flexible. Don't let regulations kill potential." Hoa whispers, as if giving a pledge. The principal is right. Rules are rigid, but people are alive. Luckily, there are still those in education who understand that. The principal burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're quite the talker. Being perceptive is truly admirable." The next day, while Hoa was taking a shower, the phone rang. "It's done. You can leave now." The principal's voice rang clearly over the loudspeaker. "Thank you, sir. Oh, may I ask which warrior clan agreed?" There was a pause. "Huh? The Liu family and Anthan really agreed to pass down the secret technique to me. Outside the outskirts of Anthan, the roar of engines tearing through the wind. On a large motorcycle, a young man is riding with a girl whose blonde hair shines like the evening sun. Kit, you're going too fast. I'm a little scared, but you're really amazing. Kit raised his head, smiling confidently. It's nothing. You haven't seen all of my potential yet. Just then, a voice from somewhere rang out like a divine warning. Bo Teo, don't lose focus while driving on the highway. If you're not careful, your loved ones might have to write your eulogy. The couple turned back and Dichhua was riding a bicycle. What the hell is wrong with him? Are you trying to scare someone to death? Kit was furious, saying, An old bicycle like this dares to race with me? After he finished speaking, he revved the engine. The motorcycle sped off like a missile, leaving a trail of thick smoke. No one can match me no matter who they are. Brother Kit is truly awesome. The girl behind her praised enthusiastically. Dichhua slightly smirked. You think you're better than me? Fine, let's go all out. Suddenly, a nuclear energy explosion causes your bike to speed up like a missile. You're too slow now, my friend. Dichhua shouted back as they sped ahead, like wind passing through young leaves. Kit and his girlfriend were stunned, their faces distorted by the wind. Wow, your beak is going that fast now. That speed is almost like a plane. Dichhua stops his bike in front of a large mansion. In front of him is a Western-style building with a black iron gate decorated with luxurious patterns. The garden is trimmed like in a TV drama. Wow, truly a prestigious martial arts family. He gently releases a wave of energy, sensing the hidden forces around him, and a few powerful auras make his head numb. Damn, these people are all genuine and valuable. Liu Truk stepped out through the gate, gently waving her hand and asking, You're here? Dichhua smiled softly, raising an eyebrow and asking, Are you unhappy to see me? Thang Truk blushed and stammered, No, it's not like that. My mother told me to come greet you, now let's go meet her. Dichhua follows, and the two of them walk through the spacious garden, where a few servants are trimming the trees, heading towards the grand hall. Thang Truk looks up and calls out loudly, Mom, Dichhua is here. The sound of high heels tapping softly on the stone floor as a platinum-haired woman with red lips and an elegant figure descends the stairs, her presence making others instinctively lift their eyes. Welcome home, my child. That woman is the head of the Liu family, Tan Lam. Dichhua saw her and was filled with rage, nostrils flaring with hot smoke. In his mind, only one phrase echoed, Your Excellency, I have realized it now. After the exam ended at the Liu family, Liu Truk returned home defeated and faced her mother who had high hopes for her. They remained silent for a long time without saying a word to each other. Mom, Thang Truk's face looked like she was about to cry, but contrary to her fears, her mother gently crossed her arms and said, Thang Truk, don't worry. I watched the live match between you and Dichhua. You have performed very well. Dichhua's abilities are top-notch even in the Hoa Du exam, so don't blame yourself. I didn't expect my mother to acknowledge me and not put pressure on myself. Liu Truk couldn't say anything. She stood there trembling before her mother, seemingly blaming herself for being too weak, and at this moment her mother straightened up and seriously discussed her plans for the Liu family's future with Thang Truk. Your younger brother's abilities are limited, and he cannot take over the Liu family. Only you can bear the responsibility for the Liu family now. But you are a girl, and you were born this way. Then she revealed the harsh truth of the Liu family, that your father passed away early, and now our Liu family has no grandmaster to support us. The power of the family is declining so much that we have to stay in this small end city. If a major family demands a marriage alliance with you, we basically have no right to refuse. This also means that the Liu family will be swallowed up by others, and 100 years of legacy will be handed over to someone else. So my mother wants you to be together. What do you think? Hearing this, if Thang Truk was truly surprised, she hadn't expected this at all, her cheeks flushing and her heart pounding. Then Liu Truk's mother seriously continued to share her vision regarding her daughter's rival, Dichhua. Dichhua is quite impressive, with exceptional talent, a simple family background, and limitless potential. Based on my observation, he is not a malicious person. You don't need to answer right now, just try living with him first. Back in the present, Dichhua is at Liu Truk's house, acting as a guest before the beautiful, queen-like mother. She greeted him warmly as soon as she saw him, welcoming Dichhua into the Liu family. Dichhua shyly bowed his head respectfully. Hello, I brought a small gift. Still, this guy even thoughtfully brought a gift to Liu Truk's house, probably trying to flatter her. Without beating around the bush, Liu Truk's mother looked down and asked directly. I heard Principal Natrung say, You want to learn some advanced martial arts, right? Dichhua was surprisingly obedient. Yes, then she told her daughter to let Thang Truk take him there. This also took Dichhua by surprise. He subtly looked up and thought to himself, Why did you agree so quickly? Then Liu Thuntruk's mother casually approached Dich Hoa and deliberately created some space for the two of them. Thon Truk will take you to the Liu family's martial arts library, which contains forbidden techniques that cannot be taken out, so you only have one day to learn there. Her eyes now became serious and completely focused as she looked at him and said, "The three mysterious imperial martial arts are hidden inside the martial arts vault. Whether you can learn them depends on your ability." With the approval of Lady Liu, Dich Hoa also respectfully and sincerely thanked her. He clasped his hands and bowed his head before Liu Thuntruk's mother. "Yes, Dich Hoa thanks the Liu family." She turned her face to look at Dich Hoa, her expression filled with mystery as she pondered in her mind. "Are you thanking the Liu family instead of Tan Lam herself? It seems he has given the Liu family a promise." "Very good, Dich Hoa. In the future, the Liu family will make sure you keep your promise." Then she smiled, very pleased as she looked at Dich Hoa in front of her. A very clever child. The more she looked, the more she liked him. Meanwhile, Dich Hoa just muttered to himself, not understanding why this woman kept having some kind of connection with him. Why did her gaze feel so strange? Thon Truk sensed her mother's curiosity but dared not speak. After a while, she led Dich Hoa to Tang Kat Vo, a path leading into a dark tunnel. Thon Truk slowly walks ahead, leading the way, while Dich Hoa follows closely behind, shadowing her small, delicate figure. Suddenly he stopped and curiously asked Thon Truk, "Your classmate. Why do I always feel like your eyes keep avoiding me?" Now that he's hit her sore spot, Thon Truk was startled and didn't dare to turn her head back. "I don't have it," but Mr. Dich Hoa suddenly jumped close to Liu Thuntruk, smiling and saying, "Really? So that's how it is." As she blushed deeply on both cheeks, too embarrassed to speak, then deliberately kept her distance from him. Thane Truk shouted in surprise, "What the hell are you doing getting so close?" Dich Hoa staggered and fell over, laughing loudly. Soon after, Thon Truk led Dich Hoa to a large stone-faced door, a thick stone door, and both looked up. Now Thon Truk turned to speak to Dich Hoa, saying, "This is the Thachmon made from Hoa Luk Thash, a special type of stone mined from the secret realm that can neutralize the attack of a Huyen Vosu without breaking." Dich Hoa just wanted to try too. "Can I throw a punch?" But Thon Truk still confidently said, "Go ahead." Her face darkened as she hesitated in her mind. This guy's idea is so strange. Shouldn't he be praising the miracle of this type of stone? As soon as Thon Truk agrees, Dich Hoa begins gathering atomic energy into his palm, emitting a familiar blue light, and he clenches his fist and strikes with great force. Having witnessed the terror of Dich Hoa's attack on the arena, when Thon Truk saw him perform the move, her eyes widened in fear, and the blue light of that martial art brought back terrifying memories, causing her to turn away and close her eyes. Now that the energy is fully gathered, Dich Hoa immediately punches the sturdy gate in front of him with full force. The energy from his punch radiates intensely, shaking the entire tunnel as if it will be an earth-shattering blow that will crush the entire underground space in one strike. Unexpectedly, as soon as he touched the door, the energy suddenly vanished, and the atmosphere naturally became unexpectedly silent and awkward. Taking the opportunity to laugh at Dich Hoa, Liu Thuntruk covered her mouth and giggled, while Dich Hoa still couldn't understand. "Aren't you going to react? That's strange. The moment you touch the stone wall, it's like punching into the ocean, sinking into mud, with over 90% of the force absorbed." Liu Thuntruk behind him chuckled. "Let's go. I'll take you inside to learn martial arts." Whispering to herself, He, Dich Hoa. Even you can be defeated sometimes." So the door was opened by the owner himself, and the two entered a secret chamber filled with numerous martial arts documents and materials. Thon Truk began to introduce. The martial arts here include body techniques, defense, powerful strikes, swordsmanship, and some other skills. Then softly ask him, "Which one do you want to learn? Just use this personal card to unlock the access. Huyen Hoang martial technique is located where?" She led him to a place with a modern card scanner and said, "If you want to access the deepest part of the small stone chamber, you must scan your card first." Then she seriously explained to Dich Hoa, "But you won't be able to comprehend the Huyen Hoang martial skill in just one day. At most, you'll only learn a little to practice. I feel that my mother granting you access to the Huyen Hoang martial skill may not necessarily be good for you. I can help you pick out a few books related to Huyen Hoang Vokai that suit your martial skills. Here we go again. Are you thinking about me?" She blushed with irritation and thought to herself that she didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He pointed his hand up, trying to hold back, and Dich Hoa continued, You don't need to worry about me. I know my own heart. If I want to learn, I naturally want to learn the strongest. The Huyen Hoang martial technique is right in front of me, but I don't have the courage to learn it, so I might as well go home." Then I curiously asked, Is this door made of black essence stone? Than Truk slowly enters the password and replies, should we keep the secret code strictly for the mysterious imperial martial technique? Vault. This type of black energy stone is extremely rare. So an important gate has been opened, allowing Dishhua to freely enter between the two shadows of the two people imprinted on the floor. Than Truk continues to remind that the black energy stone used to build this wall has been collected since my great-grandfather's time. Inside, there are many extremely high-grade crystal safes, and outside they are reinforced with gold and very securely fortified, with each safe bearing the inscription Flesh Body Demon. To understand this, Than Truk took the initiative to speak first. Learning the mysterious imperial martial arts is not about watching, but about sensing the meaning conveyed by the author in the martial techniques. If you cannot sense it, or if the martial artist's attributes conflict with its meaning, you cannot cultivate the mysterious yellow martial technique. In short, the mysterious yellow martial technique is alive. It is not the martial artist who chooses it, but it chooses the martial artist. Hearing that, Dishhua became even more excited, opening his wide mouth and laughing loudly, saying, just right. The cursed body of the demon prison. I am the chosen heir of this martial arts sect. A shadow of the cursed demon prison body appeared, more terrifying than the body itself. He stood with his legs apart, hands in his pockets, eyes shining with anticipation. But suddenly that confident expression disappeared, replaced by a worried face that trembled. Oh yeah, the Huyan Huang martial art is not a book, but a statue, and the towering figure in front of him is a distorted demon monster statue sitting on a corpse and trampling on the heads of those it has slaughtered. As soon as he saw Dishhua, he stepped back in surprise. He was completely stunned and couldn't have predicted this. As soon as he opened the safe, Dishhua's consciousness was plunged into an illusion. He was bewildered to see behind him a statue of Avalokiteshvara with a face of a demon and one arm missing. Then Dishhua turned his head to look back at the statue with a cautious expression. Is this the martial energy insight they were talking about? Could I have entered the world of martial arts? Isn't the mysterious yellow martial technique a sculpture or a different kind of statue? Than Truk, hearing him say that, immediately explained that it's not just other sculptures, but could also be paintings or tools. Anything can become a vessel for martial arts. That's the wonder of a grandmaster. Dishhua was startled and snapped out of her illusion, then looked at him and spoke more seriously, saying only a master could refine martial arts and attach them to objects to pass them on to future generations as a form of inheritance. Then Than Truk turned away coldly and left with one last words, now it's up to you. Dishhua hesitated and looked back to ask, relying on myself? Sister, you haven't even told me how to learn this yet. But Than Truk only turned back mysteriously to look at him and replied, sensing the fate that those with a connection will naturally feel it. This statement only made Dishhua more confused. He looks clueless like a cow with a hat. Huh? Then he switches to the tired mode. Dishhua for a minute and a half collapses onto the ground, lying flat, and casually says, if it's meant to be, it will be, right? So I might as well try sleeping for a bit. Watching from the surveillance room, Than Truk also arrived, and with Dishhua's attitude, she couldn't stand it. Dishhua, only you could do something like this. So, this martial arts world is like a spiritual world? I don't have any weapons now, not even a nuclear reaction attack, just like returning to the vulnerable state of an ordinary person. At this moment, the system appears, detecting that the host's consciousness is in a special space to prevent the host from going insane. The system will attempt to stabilize the host's mind, and after reading it, it feels a bit excited, but luckily the system is still here. Suddenly, right where the broken arm of the statue was, a man who looked exactly like the statue appeared standing there and loudly laughed. Ha 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 ha. My martial arts can only be inherited by true men, otherwise I will let it be buried underground. Dishhua turned around in surprise, sitting awkwardly above and then smirking with bright red eyes, challenging, show me you're a real man. When Dishhua saw this, he was stunned, mouth agape, as the man looked exactly like the carved statue, and then a lightning bolt suddenly streaked between them. This person continued speaking at length. When thunder and rain meet, 100 demons roam the night. At that time, you must take over guarding this ruined place for me, and do not let the angry statue be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I will pass on to you the skills to guard this place. If you fail, ha ha, the 100 ghosts will gnaw at your mind until you go insane and never walk the path of martial arts again. If you are weak and fragile, run away quickly. A drop of water from the ceiling drips down and lands right on Dishhua's nose. He tilted his head back and chuckled softly, wondering if it was raining. Then, inside the secret chamber, many droplets of water fell simultaneously, and only then did he realize that the trial had begun. The sound of the rain inside grew louder and clearer. Dichhoa tightly gripped his sword, clenched it, and channeled energy into it. Right in front of him, there are many mysterious black shadows with glowing eyes rushing towards Dichhoa, but he still stands tall and faces them without a hint of fear. Dichhoa's face remains cold as he stands firm, trying to control his emotions while the dark, viscous figure begins rushing to attack him, a glowing sword in his hand. Dichhoa holds it out, ready to face the enemy. With a smooth slash, he sweeps away an approaching shadow. That time he split into two, acting decisively and powerfully, then delivering another strike on this side. The glowing slash with incredible force, Dichhoa remains completely emotionless. The rain continues to fall, and Dichhoa is completely in control of the situation. He stands firmly with his legs wide apart, face tilted up with his signature smile, acknowledging. As expected, practicing without weapons against 100 demons must involve hidden tools. There is still a lot of demonic energy, and Dichhoa's two sword strikes are barely scratched, as they split into many large arms and rush to attack him. Dichhoa also soared into the air, surrounded by stormy rain and thunderclaps. Like a dancer, he became the main character wielding his sword at the center, choosing whichever path he desired. He skillfully wields it with ease, as if it heightens Dichhoa's excitement. The man sitting on the roof smirks as he watches. The swarm of hundreds of demons in this martial arts trial feeds on my aura. A small martial artist daring to break out of this broken place is just asking for death. Looks like you're another useless one this time. Martial artists truly are getting worse with each generation. Over here he continues to fight nonstop with his sword in hand. The black, gooey demons kept surrounding Dichhoa, and the more he drew his sword forcefully, the more they attacked him. The man said, "Usually, I am the one who personally goes to pick up their corpses." A demon opportunistically lunged from behind Dichhoa, grabbing his mouth and attacking with both hands, but it couldn't outmatch the top scorer, Anthan. Dichhoa easily sidestepped, causing the shadow demon to miss its target and become furious. Just a moment ago they thought Dichhoa was weak, now he's completely surprised and staring wide-eyed. The 100 demons can't get close to him. And Dichhoa also seemed to sense his body. Wet in the rain, he raised his hand and muttered, "It seems that in the spiritual world, the system will automatically protect itself, making me immune to attacks. Then there's nothing better." Dichhoa laughed out loud. "This is just like a tiger growing wings." He opened his big mouth proudly and said, "Isn't this the invincible golden body?" Huh. Ha ha ha. In his view, he saw Dichhoa destroying the demons, becoming increasingly more frantic. He is just as crazy as his personality. This man seems to have rushed to judge Dichhoa. He tilted his head to one side and frowned with curiosity about him. He muttered, "How is this kid not affected by the sound wave? How did he do that?" I can hear and understand what he's thinking as he observes my actions. Dichhoa smirks and says, "Nothing. Just studying hard." The demons in shadowy form sense that he's not someone easy to deal with, so they quickly retreat cautiously. This made the Phoenix's true body acknowledge and praise your hard work in studying. "If you have mastered the 100 demons, I won't go back on my word, and will pass on the inheritance to you. However, it depends on whether you have that strength or not." Dichhoa stands in the rain, perhaps having overcome a trial, quietly looking ahead. The statue has just shattered, revealing a well with fragments of the Buddha statue scattered around it, and inside the well there is a strange, glowing energy. Dichhoa steps forward, looking into the well and muttering, his voice like that of the statue. "This well contains the essence of evil energy that I have condensed throughout my life. The internal demon body cultivation technique is also in the well if you can refine it." Before he could finish speaking, Dichhoa had already jumped into the mouth of the well. With his personality, he shows no fear or hesitation at all. He keeps praising and complimenting, trying to act appropriately for the situation. Good. To have a junior with such a personality, I've only seen it for the first time. Recalling my glorious days of the past, I was also a hero who entered the S-level secret realm. Then also died because of the internal demon body. As I grow old, my vitality begins to weaken, and the suppressed evil spirits within my body start to fight back, causing me to lose my way and even kill those around me. To avoid making the same mistake again, I have no choice but to end it myself. Before I die, I mixed a body of vengeful spirits and evil energy into the statue. Although 100 years have passed and the evil aura in the Voam space has greatly diminished, it is still not something an ordinary martial artist can endure. If you can control this evil spirit, you will surely surpass yourself on the path of internal body cultivation. On the camera feed, Thantruk and her mother are also there, watching every move of Dichhoa in detail. Suddenly, there was a strange change, and Thantruk looked up in surprise, appearing very worried for him. The screen showed Dichhoa lying on the ground, with a layer of aura surrounding his entire body. Dichhoa is convulsing. Thantruc is confused. Mom, what is happening? Liu Thantruc and her mother stand still, watching Dichhoa on the large monitor. Seeing his current state, Thantruc looks very worried. She stared at the screen without blinking for a second, feeling anxious for him. When he was just sleeping, Dichhoa was clearly smiling smugly, as if dreaming of something happy. But now he's convulsing, bleeding all over his body. Liu Thantruc's mother beside him remains very calm. She lit a cigarette and said, "The third mysterious Huang martial art was accidentally obtained by your grandfather late in his life. He once tried to practice it, but with his peak master level, he was pushed out by the martial energy in the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, no one in the Liu family has been able to master this martial art. It seems Liu Thantruc has only now learned about this." She turned around in surprise. Liu Thantruc's mother narrowed her eyes and continued, "If it's an extraordinary power, then the way to attain it certainly isn't something most can endure." At this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly changed, opening wider and becoming serious, for before wearing the crown, one must first bear its weight. Dichhoa has chosen to accept the power of this martial technique, so the scene shifts to the secret chamber. After waking up from a nap, Dichhoa sat up, stretched, and let out a big yawn that looked very satisfying. This scene was also seen by Liu Thantruc and her mother. Seeing his adorable manner, Liu Thantruc chuckled and said to her mother, "Mom, I think Dichhoa's cultivation isn't as impressive as people say." She saw how dazed Dichhoa was and couldn't say anything more. Inside the secret chamber, everything was already settled. Dichhoa stood up and bowed again before the statue. A wave of aura emanated from the statue, spreading throughout. "Thank you, Senior, for passing on your cultivation." The figure inside the statue looks at him with satisfaction and whispers, "You are the greatest genius I have ever seen. Perhaps you will uncover the true nature of the secret realm, something our predecessors could not achieve. This task is assigned to you." Behind that respectful facade, Dichhoa smiled silently behind his hand and thought, "The Senior has misunderstood. I'm just bluffing." Then he moved his joints and a powerful aura erupted from his body. Dichhoa said, "The blood and flesh of prisoners. My body like a cultivator. Although my attribute panel hasn't increased at all, with this mysterious imperial martial art, my combat strength has doubled." From outside the door, Thantruc and her mother rushed in, with her mother holding her skirt in both hands as she hurried inside. "Dichhoa, have you really succeeded?" Thantruc asked anxiously. As soon as the two beauties rushed in, Dichhoa smiled affectionately and smugly, stepping out in front of them and saying, "Yes, I've succeeded." Mother Liu Thantruc ran so fast, and made the two pomelos shake violently. She was breathing heavily as she told him, "How is that possible?" Even with Thantruc's talent to initially grasp a mysterious martial technique, it still took a week of non-stop martial energy cultivation in the space. "Dichhoa, how long did it take you? Can I have an hour? You only slept once and already learned it?" Thantruc quietly observed Dichhoa with a calm and relaxed demeanor, secretly admiring and thinking, "Others call me a genius, but the true genius is right here." When Liu Thantruc's mother kept pressing questions, Dichhoa responded with a smug attitude. He tilted his face and smirked, glancing sideways and said, "I guess you don't believe me. Fine, let me show you." Then Dichhoa tensed his body, spread his arms wide, and bent forward with layers of aura surrounding him, emanating powerful energy. "This is the killing intent I have absorbed from the martial world. If I had to explain, it's like a spell in a game, which can be infused into my weapon to make it more destructive." Then he threw a punch, demonstrating the gathered power for Thantruc's mother and herself to see. Dichhoa clenched his fist tightly. It shone brightly and roared with fury, truly a surge of overwhelming strength. Thantruc seemed captivated by Dichhoa, her eyes wide open as she involuntarily was drawn in, whispering to herself that the sensation was so intense and faintly hearing the howling of demons. Maybe this is the killing intent that Dichhoa mentioned. This scene makes Liu Thantruc's mother mesmerized on the spot. She gazed at him affectionately and sweetly called out, "Dichhoa, you really pressed both arms against your smooth white cheeks." Liu Thantruc's mother seemed to be rejuvenated, captivated by Dichhoa's power. Seeing Lady Liu's attitude, Dichhoa felt elated and muttered to himself, "Madam, your daughter is still here. Can you please keep some restraint? I don't want to be called a fool." At this moment, Thantruc finally curiously stepped closer to him and asked, "Dichhoa, you've already mastered a set of mystical martial techniques. Do you want to try learning the other two sets as well? You still have one day to learn." Seeing her daughter approach Dich Hoa as if under a spell, Mother Liu Than Truk whispered to herself, "My good girl, are you really that foolish or just pretending?" She says she doesn't want to stay with Dich Hoa, but then turns around and hands over the family business to him. Even if she invests in Dich Hoa or prepares to accept him as a son-in-law, she can't just take the Liu Dan family's entire fortune away. But in response, Dich Hoa replied honestly, "I don't need it. Than Truk, a mystical martial art is enough for me to digest for a long time. I won't learn more." Then he moved closer to me. "Liu Than Truk. What oh, I'm a bit tired and I have some family matters to take care of." Hearing this, she raised her hand to stroke her chin in agreement. Liu Than Truk's mother nodded, looked at Dich Hoa with concern, and gave her daughter an order. "All right, Than Truk, take Dich Hoa home. I heard the butler say you came here by public bike. Do you know how to drive? Pick a car from the garage and go. That would be more convenient." As soon as he heard that, he remembered the two troublemakers he met when he biked here. "How's the bike?" "Now I remember. When I arrived here, I saw a very cool motorcycle that looked stylish and beautiful." So he looked ahead and excitedly asked, "What, is there a motorcycle here?" Than Truk's mother also enthusiastically replied, "Yes. Dich Hoa, do you like motorcycles? It really matches my carefree son's taste. All right, I'll give you the best one he keeps hidden." At this moment, a young man, Liu Than Truk's son, according to his mother, was walking around the Liu Than Truk estate, muttering to himself as he went, "I heard Steward Hong say that my mother just chose a son-in-law. I want to see who it is. She is a genius beauty from In City, rare to see once in 100 years. Not everyone is worthy. The world really is small. That punk who was racing with Dich Hoa just now is actually the son of this family. He's even more annoyed. That annoying kid on the bike just now made my new girlfriend scared and run away. Don't let me see him again." As soon as I mention Dich Hoa, he appears right away. He revved the motorcycle past the wealthy young man. He hesitated for a moment, then distorted his face and turned to watch Dich Hoa's back, muttering to himself, "Wasn't that the guy who was riding the public bike earlier, and he's riding my motorcycle?" Playing late into the night, they returned to Dich Hoa's apartment. The expensive car he just received as a gift is parked right in front. There is a demon core in the bowl on the table, and next to Dich Hoa is a plate of dipping sauce for the Sabi to eat together. He said that last time when he swallowed the demon core whole, the taste was terrible. Then Hai Hoa Wai picked up the chopsticks and grinned happily as he took a bite, this time adding a bit of soul seasoning to enhance the flavor. Dich Hoa picks up the demon core and puts it into his mouth along with the dipping sauce. As he eats the green one like sushi, the system immediately displays a notification. Dich Hoa's physique has a composite of 23.8 gorilla models with 21% compatibility, and a supergiant humanoid model with 85% compatibility, with no available points. My body is now in a state of energy surge, looking up at Dich Hoa and saying the attribute panel has increased and can gain more points. Last time in the Hong Thu Sun secret realm, I used the superhumanoid form, which was about 50 meters tall. Although it was already huge compared to ordinary monsters, it was still too small compared to the divine beings as large as mountains in the Hong Thu Sun secret realm. He raised his finger to select the system, frowned, and muttered that it needed to be higher, then added all the points to the supergiant form, took a yellow demon core from the demon spider's second branch, and immediately his whole body reacted, emitting a powerful aura as if Dich Hoa couldn't control himself. The vice president let that power surge out of his body. The system immediately announced that the gorilla berserk form absorbed a special gene sequence from a plant-like creature, causing a special mutation. Does the subject want to prevent the mutation of the model or not? Yes or no? Reading this, Dich Hoa's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. He was completely caught off guard. A sudden mutation? Right now, I'm completely naked, revealing my incredibly muscular and more developed body than before. After activating the system, Dich Hoa bowed his head to reflect. A mutation means the form will change into a different attribute. If it turns into a beneficial attribute, that's good, but if it's a disadvantageous one, it's like a reverse evolution. After some thought, Dich Hoa pressed his hand against the screen. He shouted, "Whatever, let's take a gamble." The bicycle transformed into a motorcycle, and the system suddenly appeared. Congratulations, S-level isotope model unlocked. Immediately, a towering, fierce gorilla with dazzling light appears before Dich Hoa's eyes. Dich Hoa looked up in surprise, eyes wide open and mouth agape, unable to stay calm. The system continued to display a notification that when the gorilla form reaches 100%, there will be a 2% chance to evolve into the Gorilla Celestial Vortex Emperor. Just hearing about the Cosmic Martial Emperor Gorilla already sounds powerful. At this point, Dich Hoa chuckles happily, clenches his fist and whispers, "But it seems the current form needs to level up quickly." Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from outside the door, catching him off guard as he was calculating his next move to become stronger. Dichhoa turned his face to look out cautiously, then glared in the direction of the explosion and said in a deep voice, "What's going on? Terrorist attack?" Outside, there are many riot police and police vehicles rushing urgently, blocking all exits of the area in the quiet night. Don't let them escape. Search everywhere. Not a corner can be missed. Inside Dichho's apartment, the noise outside catches his attention. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door. He turned around cautiously, puzzled about who would be looking for him at this hour. Dichhoang looked up towards the door with a troubled and curious expression, then guessed to himself, "My client is usually solitary, so probably no friends are visiting at this hour. I didn't order fast food either, so who could be at the door at this hour?" The noise is coming from the front door, but suddenly a woman's figure appears right outside the window behind Dichhoa, dressed in a shiny nanosuit that clings perfectly to her body, highlighting her impressive curves, moving smoothly like a robotic war goddess. Dichhoa turned around, glared, and said, "Do you know who I am, miss?" "Oh, it seems this little brother is not just an ordinary man." She continued teasing Dichhoa with a playful tone, saying, "I only meant to hide this with you and tweak your memories a bit, but since you found out, I guess I have to let your little brother taste some hardship. Don't run away, okay?" Dichhoang, unperturbed, sneered at her, and then turned around thinking to himself, "Whatever, I still have enough savings. I might as well buy another house." The woman behind him looked confused and asked, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Song spun around and Dai Hua, inspired by Bruce Lee's image, pointed his finger and with that legendary aura said, "Got it? You're on the scoreboard now." The scene shifts outside the street below Dichhoa's apartment, where a man is fighting against the police team and a police officer rushes forward to confront him. Both of them charged at each other fiercely, showcasing their full strength. This confrontational man faced an entire police squad alone, but remained fearless. A police officer spoke up first after noticing his weakness. "He's exposed now," so this officer immediately gave the order. "Grab him quickly, this man is starting to retreat. He looks quite exhausted, smiling faintly but bleeding heavily. He, with one injured eye, still arrogantly responds straight to the police, as if discussing a plan with someone else. Dyungyamai must get the golden gene at all costs. A Chuangia will stay here to draw fire for the others." He continues to tense his body and unleash a blinding burst of energy, opening his mouth wide and shouting in the middle of the street. "Ha ha, if you're brave enough, come at me. I'd gladly trade my life for yours." And then he shouted the forbidden technique of blood burning. On Dichhoa's apartment, at that moment, the girl was parked there, and simultaneously a bright, gorilla-like energy burst out and shot straight ahead. Just as he was enjoying himself for a few seconds, Chungia was suddenly startled, as a powerful energy suddenly shot straight at him. Chungia was terrified and dodged to the side, stammering in fear. "Are there more enemies?" It caused the surrounding rocks and earth to shatter. "Hey, little sister, where's your pure white armor? Why do you look like a roasted chicken now? I'm risking my life for you to retreat, and yet you stumble back like a piece of coal. What's going on?" Suddenly, as she finished speaking, Dyungyamai's eyes widened, revealing her concern. The girl whispers the information into her earpiece microphone to Chungia. "Chungia, I've hidden it well. Let's retreat now." After this move, suddenly an explosion erupts right behind the two police officers, startling them and causing both to hurriedly shield themselves to protect their bodies. Notice a nearby drain cover that is slightly moving, so both of them crawled down here to escape. The scene shifts to an abandoned apartment complex, a place with no residents and eerily deserted. Dio Nhemai and Chu Ngia just arrived here, exhausted and stopping to catch their breath. Now Nhemai begins to speak more casually with her teammates. "Finally, we managed to shake off those police." Chungia looked up in amazement at the two loudspeakers protected by her powerful combat armor and said, "As expected, the nano armor from earlier recovered so quickly. I never thought Dichhoa would be able to find this place." That familiar step slowly approaches the two of them, with a dangerous tone, saying, "Miss, you still haven't explained to me why you barged into my house like that." Dichhoa, like a dangerous ghost, has come all the way here to hunt them down, his piercing gaze and signature smile continuing. "You must have realized a very serious problem, planning to casually pick a lucky neighbor, but ended up choosing us instead." This attitude, combined with the darkness, makes his word even more intimidating. "As a reward for invading our home, I'll happily play with you all." Hearing this, realizing Dichhoa's intentions weren't good, Chungia quickly opened his mouth wide, glaring at him and shouting, "How did you find us?" Dichhoa slowly stretched his mouth into a long smile that reached his ears. He could sense the nuclear radiation on Dio Ngyemai's body, so finding both of them was easy. He didn't reply to Chungia, only lowering his voice and saying, "If you're going to fight, don't waste words." Then Hung Ho gathered his strength into his right arm and decisively charged at Chungia. Dich Hoa indeed struck with extreme brutality and shouted, "I will use you to test the power of the demon body." Chungia, overwhelmed by the pressure, stepped back, preparing himself fully to face Dich Hoa, hands clasped together in front of his face to shield himself, secretly trembling with fear inside. Indeed, there was no mercy at all. Dich Hoa immediately delivered a heaven-shaking blow straight to Chungia's body. It was so powerful that even if he raised his hand to block, the punch would still pass through him like a fierce dragon stealing his life, causing the entire area to shake heavily and be severely affected. With just a test punch from Dich Hoa, Chungia couldn't resist at all. He was in pain and unable to move, his mouth opening involuntarily as a stream of blood gushed out. He still doesn't stop here, squeezing tightly with his left hand and gathering more energy into it, with a face devoid of expression, preparing to strike Chungia again. Boom! Chungia, who was already about to be knocked out from the previous hit, now receives another blow from Dich Hoa. This attack directly slammed that fragile body into the nearby wall, releasing a powerful energy field and leaving him battered, while Dich Hoa remained bent over, clenched fist tight. Seeing this, Dio Ngyemai was stunned as she watched her teammate about to log out, her fully restored armor making her look confident, but her face looked up in confusion and fear, trembling and stammering. "Oh my god, this skill is really terrifying. Hey, who is your master that's such an expert?" Chungia is now unable to move, sitting still with his legs apart and head bowed nearby, glancing over confidently at this girl. Dich Hoa waves warmly and grins happily, saying, "Ha ha ha, I am the successor of Gorilla." Ngyemai froze for a few seconds after hearing this, feeling completely unfamiliar and too scared to speak out loud, only whispering to herself, "Gorilla? I've never heard of it before." But unexpectedly, this small boy Anthan hides Long Ho. Suddenly, Chungia's determined voice shouted, "Don't get cocky yet. This will startle Dich Hoa and make him turn around." Then came a roar from the giant monster. So Chungia is just like any other martial artist. He is not someone easily defeated, and in an instant he tensed up to awaken his professional strength. As a mutated giant rhinoceros, behind him is the full body of a berserk rhinoceros monster. This guy, furious and enraged after being beaten badly, screams out loud, "I am a 6th-rank false shell warrior, not some martial artist you can bully easily." In response to this, Chungia had to reveal his strongest move. He stomped his huge foot of the rhino down on the ground, causing the earth to shake. At this moment, he slowly advanced to attack Dich Hoa. His entire body completely transformed, with many rhinoceros horns growing from his head down his back, his body radiating energy as he charged at him. But Dich Hoa still stood still, waiting without any reaction. Seeing this guy reveal his strongest form, Dich Huang actually felt more excited and satisfied. He stretched his eager smile and cracked his knuckles with a crackling sound. "Ha ha, now it's worth it." Then he looked at his opponent with a gleam in his eyes. From behind Dich Hoa, Dio Ngyemai also rushed forward to attack him. She quickly shifted her body to make it harder for him to detect, launching a surprise attack at this moment. She chuckled to herself. "Hey kid, you didn't expect my nano armor to turn invisible, did you? The real assassin here is me." He remained silent, but in fact, Dich Hoa knew everything and showed no signs of extreme worry or fear. Instead, he simply tilted his head slightly and extended one of his hands. With a flick, Dich Hoa fires a nuclear energy beam and casually says, "Watch out." Just one shot like this quickly burns and damages her nano armor, causing Ngyemai to be thrown backwards, her body smashing into the wall behind her. It hits so hard that rocks fly everywhere and she's nowhere to be seen, showing a terrifying level of power. Now Ngyemai is truly injured, and this makes Chungia furious as he watches everything unfold. Damn useless Ngyemai. She only knows how to attack sneakily and still fails. I still have to step in. Saying that, he clenched his fist and charged at Dich Hoa. Taejiak's imposing face growls in annoyance and frustration, gathering all his energy to decisively finish Dich Hoa, but our protagonist is no easy opponent. He simply lifts his eyebrows slightly and offers a subtle, challenging smile. "Stop here." Dich Hoa also throws a punch to counter Chungia's fierce attack. Both of them continued to clash fiercely, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. Dich Hoa was also surprised by this opponent's strength. At first I thought he was easy to deal with, but when I felt his defense I was stunned and exclaimed, "His defense has increased this much?" Seeing the change in Dich Hoa's expression, he became even more interested. He grinned and said with a sinister smile, "Little devil, my true Tama body, not even a tank shell can penetrate. What do you have that can break through armor?" At this moment, the tip of Chungia's largest rhinoceros horn rushes close to Dich Hoa's face, who struggles to resist and leans back to avoid the attack. Then a loud explosion follows. Chungia, gaining the upper hand, launched a fierce attack on Dich Hoa, relentlessly punching him while opening his mouth wide and howling, "Go and die." In the abandoned area where Chungia and Nehemai are present, a corner of the building has been heavily damaged. After launching a relentless series of attacks on Dich Hoa, everything seemed to quiet down. Chungia also stopped his actions and stood there amidst the smoke where Dich Hoa was. "Little devil, no matter how fierce you are in front of my iron poison beast, you're just trash." Chungia hesitated, looking around eagerly to see Dich Hoa's vulnerable image, full of confusion. "Where is everyone?" He opened one eye wider to look for Dich Hoa more carefully. He was still very surprised and didn't understand what had just happened. Clearly, his punch was very powerful just now. Suddenly, a giant titan figure appeared right in front of Chungia, towering before him. Its entire body was like a mountain, covered with heavy and tough armor. Hua from leaning on his knees to standing up, and just that made the entire place seem to tremble. Chungia shouted in fear, "What is this? I can't believe it." At this moment, my mouth was unconsciously agape and couldn't close. How could this be possible? Is this a demon beast? Where did he come from? Could it be that the kid transformed? Suddenly, Titan Dich Hoa's enormous hand opened wide and lunged to grab Chungia at incredible speed. The screaming sound grew louder and louder. Chungia dazedly looked back up. Boom! Dich Hoa's giant hand, as big as the Buddha's, crashes down onto the ground, and as soon as it makes contact, it creates a powerful shockwave accompanied by force radiating all around. However, Chungia was quick to leap into the air and dodge, then swiftly moved to another direction to avoid the attack. However, Dich Hoa also changed the direction of his hand to strike again at Chungia. His body seemed a bit disoriented, trembling as another blow shook the entire area, only the intense light from contact with the ground, and Dich Hoa's rugged arm, piercing straight down, can be seen. At this moment, his other hand gathers glowing nuclear energy, swings it up to gain momentum, with Dich Hoa's huge head hidden in the dark shadow, looking very terrifying. Now, he is returning exactly what Chungia had just dealt to Dich Hoa. He clenched his fists over Chungia's location and kept punching non-stop. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if that huge body kept hitting without a single pause. A moment later, Dich Hoa's system interface appeared, showing the subject Dich Hoa, status super-extended humanization, composite physique from 23.8 to 294. His face suddenly appeared before my eyes. It distorts as a fusion of many monsters, with only two bright, powerful, and terrifying nuclear energy eyes visible. On this side, Ngemai's nano-armor body has finally been completed. She struggled to stand up and hold the person after taking a blow from Dich Hoa. Now she has witnessed Dich Hoa transform into a giant titan. That body truly is untouchable. Now I see I've mistaken the wrong person. She instinctively muttered to herself in extreme worry. Why was I so stupid to provoke this monster? Then she quickly regained her composure and began calculating a way for both of them to escape, glancing around to observe the situation while muttering to herself. If this keeps up, Chungia will be killed and can't escape, so he has no choice but to risk everything and find a safe spot to ambush Dich Hoa. Ngemai quickly flew to the roof of a building and pulled out a glowing rope, aiming it at the rooftop to set a trap for him. Without hesitation, she then swooped down from the tall building like a bird, but her body was protected only by a nano-shield, and she moved as fast as a cheetah. While flying, she kept her mouth closed around the strange wire and focused directly on Dich Hoa's, and the wire kept getting longer. When Dich Hoa transforms into his giant form, his movements are very slow. Compared to that small body, she easily wraps her neck tightly around Titan's neck. This is a nanofiber extracted from nanowar armor capable of cutting through high-grade alloys. Even if you transform into a giant using gen technology, your human body's weakness remains unchanged. Yet that tiny thread managed to cut off Dich Hoa's head so smoothly and gently, leaving his massive body behind. At the same time, Ngemai skillfully and coolly lands right in front of Titan with a cold expression, and then Titan's huge head drops right in front of her. She turns around, pulls her molecular whip back forcefully, and the Titan's outer body also withers and loses its energy like before. Just when she thought everything was over, Ngemai let out a long breath and wondered to herself. Has she succeeded? It feels like she just lifted a 1,000-pound weight off her shoulders. I just thought I was about to go home, but then that Titan's mouth opened wide, revealing a familiar nuclear energy inside. now as big as that enormous mouth. It shone brightly, directly illuminating Mai's rugged mountain-like body, causing her to startle and step back. Knowing she might never see the sun again, Mai was terrified, sweating cold sweat and trembling so much she couldn't even speak. Monster, a monster. From afar you can see a building pierced by a nuclear beam shot from Dichoa's giant mouth, creating a large hole. It shot through Mai and pierced her like that. Do you think she can still be alive? The last image in Mai's memory is an endless sea of brilliant blue. After what happened, all that remains is a thick cloud of black dust and smoke, obscuring everything except the lingering sparks. From Titan Dichoa's wide mouth, after ensuring these two troubles were dealt with, he returned to his original body. It was still smoking just a moment ago. Then he approached Chunungia's torn and battered body like a rag used to wipe his feet. He's still alive and can even cough. Cough, cough. It's your turn now. You monster, even though you're weak, you still try to say a few words. His head is covered in blood as red as fresh tomato juice. Yet Dichoa remained like a terrifying nightmare. In the shadows, only his glowing, frightening eyes could be seen. The murderer must be prepared to be killed justly. Chunungia bowed his head before Dichoa, now only able to wait for him to strike. Haha, if I have to die, I'll take you down with me. Mai, the one you just killed, had hidden something called the Golden Envy in your room, and now it belongs to you. Then suddenly, his eyes widened. His face gradually turned into a sinister and dangerous expression, like a demon. Your smug grin will be your last, as relentless pursuers will hunt you down. Run now. Haha, I will be waiting for you in hell. This only made Dichoa more annoyed. At this point, he still dares to talk back in front of him, so he kicked him hard, smashing his head and making the noisy monkey run away. Chunungia had nothing more to say. Blood splattered all over him as he fell to the ground. Dichoa also seems to realize that the police are on to him, glancing into the distance and muttering with a smirk, "The police are here. We need to dispose of the body quickly." There's an unusual gap in this abandoned building, and it's obvious who caused it. Dichoa felt a bit annoyed, but calmly said, "This time went too far." Scene shifts back to Dichoa's apartment. He enters the room and sits on his comfortable bed, then immediately takes out his phone to check the information first. Aunt Tan, how is the investigation by the police going? The person on the phone quickly replied to him that everything was fine. But Dichoa has been quite unstable lately. You should just stay calm and wait until the day you start school in Hoadu. Dichoa urgently replied, "Don't worry, I'm a good kid," and she unconsciously believes him. That's good. It seems I can ease up on some of the trouble. Dichoa stood up and sighed as he threw his phone onto the bed. Luckily, thanks to Aunt Tan's help earlier, otherwise our nuclear blast signature would have been exposed and we'd be doomed. Indeed, Ningxemai hid the gene tube well in Dichoa's room, and he looked at it with a strange expression. Is this the golden gene those two guys mentioned? If you look closely, there's a special logo symbol above it. It has a large winged creature shape. He mentioned it from the Prometheus file of Hoadu. I see this symbol of the Thunderbird Biotechnology Corporation. Thinking about the two people just now, Dichoa just realized why they hid this in his room. It turns out those two stole this and were chased while fleeing. Remembering Chunungia's sinister look earlier, Dichoa quickly deduced that he intended to blame me. Immediately after noticing the hole I made with nuclear energy on the wall, Dichoa felt uneasy, especially since he still had this special item in his hand. After some thought, he decided he should move house, so tonight he'll stay at a hotel. The scene shifts to the core-level secret realm of Swan Lake. This is an island with a curved coastline, towering mountains and clouds, and majestic natural forest. Many warriors come here to hunt monsters. A woman stands on a defeated monster and asks how the harvest is going. The man beside her is trying to extract a spirit stone from the monster's guts. Over here, the man below replied, "It's okay, I got a bit of a sword." Suddenly, a strange noise made this scantily dressed woman turn around in panic. "Something's wrong, Captain. Look over there." The man holding the spirit stone is also completely surprised. Suddenly, a demon beast appeared in front of them from above, turning the sky blood red, with a giant creature emerging from the dark clouds heading toward them. The entire oasis fell into an eerily dark gloom. These people had to stand silently, staring ahead. If you look closely, many monsters are approaching simultaneously. They have various deformed forms, a terrifying mix of fierce animals with unclear and grotesque eyes, noses, and mouths, all rushing toward the group. Moreover, countless strange monsters are emerging from beneath the ground, above the sky, and deep underground, rising up like harbingers of destruction. But the leader of these monsters is a reptilian creature. It is enormous in size with sharp teeth and many glowing eyes on its head. In the distance, a large throne can be seen on its back with a small shadow sitting confidently on it. The sky turns blood red. Dark clouds gather. Lightning flashes across the sky like a woven net, swirling into a tornado. Closer inspection reveals it is a creature resembling a monkey, sitting on a throne like a king of monsters. Its body is no different from a titan. The large chair beneath it is filled with human skulls, likely the remains of fallen martial artists it has claimed as trophies. This monster is the sleeping beast Huyet Dong Hak Vien. As soon as it saw the chaotic monster army rushing to attack, the warriors here frantically fled for their lives. The idiot in front just ran while looking back and said, "Hurry up, call the army immediately. A level demon lord leading a beast tide is approaching, and Than can't handle it. The nation of Duvo Tong and the great martial sect must come to support." The captain here turns pale with fear, instinctively dropping the newly acquired spirit stone and shouting, "Damn it! High-level monsters rarely leave their territory to invade lower regions. Why is this happening?" The gorilla sitting on its throne looks very disappointed. It leans on its arm without bothering to look down below. Suddenly, its attitude changes. Its eyes widen abruptly, its pupils contract and glow with a terrifying intensity. At this moment, the monster that the gorilla is riding opens its 100-meter-long mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and from its long tongue, a powerful shockwave erupts, causing chaos across a large oasis. Then, sharp shards of rock broke off from the shattered mountains above and fell down, attacking the fleeing warriors as they ran, stripping off their clothes to save their lives. A man witnessing this scene hurriedly runs while holding a radio to report to headquarters that the alarm has sounded the presence of the overlord of demonic beasts at the Heavenly Crane Lake secret realm, and the beast tide is spreading widely. Just after reporting, the man with the large shield on his back seemed to realize that his life was about to end soon. His eyes widened in fear, and he shouted for help, but before he could finish, the huge stone above his head crushed him into a lump of flesh, leaving only his arm and the fallen radio behind. The communicator on the other end of the radio transmitted a signal, having received the report of the invasion by the Overlord. "Is anyone still there? Please respond. Please respond. Hello. Hello. Consider it a response to the curiosity of those communicating from afar." This massive gorilla begins to stand upright, crossing its arms and standing with legs apart to display its dominance. This one begins to showcase its dominance with an imposing presence and a mighty appearance that is the strongest here. Then this expression is clearly revealed. It grinned widely to the ears, its bulging red eyes gleaming with joy as it roared and ordered the soldiers below to advance at full speed. The monster beasts are fleeing towards the gate of the secret realm, each trying to escape to N City, while hordes of demons and monsters rush out in large numbers like the Mongol army, protected by King Monkey's giant mount, with the King Monkey standing above, commanding everyone with a wave of his hand. Outside N City, many people suddenly notice the sky turning dark, and everyone looks up in worry. Immediately, a message from the headquarters was sent to inform the people about the approaching large-scale beast tide at the Level B Heavenly Swan Lake secret realm, and everyone became even more panicked upon hearing this news. Everyone was preparing for the coming apocalypse as the loudspeaker announcement continued throughout the city. It is estimated that in 20 minutes, the defense line will be breached. The entire army has been mobilized to the front lines to fight the beast tide. In a short amount of time, the military forces were quickly assembled. A large number of special forces were called back and marched along the roads, ready to counter the invasion of the monsters. The loudspeaker announcement continues, "I am the great martial artist of N City, calling all martial artists in the city to come and support immediately." The scene shifts to Anthan Station, with voices shouting and scenes reminding and urging everyone to keep order and avoid pushing. Inside the crowded train station, people are lining up to escape from Anthan. A man tries to hold the baby up high so he can breathe, making the place even more chaotic and suffocating. The announcement continues to inform everyone that Trio is approaching. Only children and students are currently prioritized to board the train. Children are the future. If Enthan falls, these young ones must be evacuated at all costs. The scene shifts to the market office, where a woman and a man are still here working together, and the man, looking down at the table with a helpless expression, asks, "Your Honor, this time not only in Chung but many other places across the country have issued warnings of beast tide invasions. They are still preoccupied with their own safety." Then the woman picked up a stack of documents and continued, saying to the mayor, "The cities not yet attacked by the beast tide also announced plans to build defensive structures to prepare for the possibility of another beast tide disaster." Hearing this, the mayor's face showed clear signs of helplessness. "So what about Hoado? Have we already asked for help? As long as there is a martial artist of the sect master level or higher to support us, that will do." Hearing this, the mayor's mood also becomes complicated, and he slumps down into a chair in despair, his face gradually becoming emotionless as he speaks. But the neighboring Kwanson city of Hoado has a level S secret realm appearing. All warriors of the imperial dynasty must go to Kwansan to stop its spread. Narrowing his eyes in annoyance, he looked up and continued. There's no more time to waste. The battle to protect An City has officially begun. Now we can only rely on ourselves. The scene shifts to the So family, where inside the courtyard our protagonist Dich Hoa is still diligently training alongside So Chow. Neither of them seems to know what is happening in An City. At this moment, Dich Hoa is still happily and passionately attacking So Chow. Both are engrossed in training. Looking at Mr. Dich Hoa's face, he seems very interested. It's just training, but Dich Hoa's strength makes So Chow find it hard to withstand. He steps back and tries to keep his balance. Not bad. If you can withstand one punch of mine, you're already showing some skill. Indeed, a single punch from Dich Hoa is enough to scare So Chow. He wiped his sweat and asked, Huyan Huang martial technique, when did you start learning it? Dich Hoa casually stretched and yawned before replying, I've only been training for a month, so I guess I'm just about okay, but on the other hand, I feel like I haven't seen you in a month. Why are you so much weaker? So Chow chuckled awkwardly and replied, It's not that I've become weaker, but that you're becoming insanely strong. From afar, eerie sounds can be heard, causing both of them to startle and look up. The expressions of the two young men immediately show suspicion and certainty that something bad has happened. Did something happen in An City? It's a warning of the beast-tide invasion. At the same time, a notification sounds on So Chow's phone, and he shows it to both of them. The backup military equipment for the university in Anthan is prioritized for evacuation. Please head immediately to Anthan Airport, board flights B512 and B753, or go to the high-speed train station to take train A23 for urgent retreat. After hearing that, So Chow calmly said, It's a secret order to retreat. Dich Hoa then asked suspiciously, Are you really planning to escape? Do you also want to stay? Huh, with your personality you should have run far away. But this Dich Hoa guy from my side, he turns around with his signature mischievous smile, and the more he hears about these strange beasts, the more he enjoys it, cracking his knuckles and mockingly replying to So Chow's endless chatter. Why didn't I realize before that you're so talkative like a woman? I have decided not to go, just one word then. The battle is still ahead. So Chow is also preparing himself seriously to fight alongside Dich Hoa, and the scene shifts to the Liu family's large villa. Mother, I want to join the fight against the beast-tide. Contrary to her daughter's feelings, she remained completely unmoved and calmly asked, Do you have a good chance of returning alive? The old warriors in the city number around 30,000, including retired veterans with weakened strength and willing martial artists ready to fight, totaling less than 50,000. This small force facing the massive beast-tide is like a boat against a tsunami, ready to be shattered by the endless sea of monsters. Mother Thontruk also seems to know about the giant ape in the secret realm preparing to attack An City, and she mentions that monster to her daughter. A top-tier demon beast like that is definitely not something An City can face right now. Even a grandmaster would only barely be able to hold it off. Thontruk, your life doesn't just belong to yourself, but to the entire family. Hearing her words, Liu Thontruk fell completely silent. She had nothing more to say and tried to endure it, even though her heart was still uneasy. Then Liu Thontruk turned and left, no longer bothering to confront her mother. Her face and mood still show determination. She says, A martial family that can't fight against monsters has no more reason to exist. Liu Thontruk's mother sat quietly there, remaining silent and saying nothing more to her daughter. Clearly, Thontruk was upset, so she went outside and slammed the door shut, showing her anger for her mother to see. After her daughter left, Liu Thontruk's mother lit a cigarette and casually said, Aunt Hong, let's leave An City. Right after Liu Thontruk's mother, an older woman who is the housekeeper appears. She nods politely and asks in response to the order, And what about that son named Dich Hoa? When mentioning Dich Hoa, Liu Thontruk's mother looked up with a complicated expression. Tan Lam still thinks about him, then she orders the housekeeper to send a message to see how he chooses. The scene shifts to the mysterious Tian Nga Lake. Many warriors have gathered here to fight the monsters. Everyone is fearless and ready to stay and fight to protect where they were born. Everyone has their own style, and they are all very proud, ready to fight. Someone asked, Old Tran, you're already 60, what are you doing here? Hurry up and take your granddaughter to escape. This old man shouted back, You damn fool, if old man Truong with a broken leg can come here, why shouldn't I with my healthy limbs? Ha ha ha, I never thought that after 30 years we would stand together against the beast-tide. Yeah, it's been 30 years. Your leg was lost in that battle. Hey Truong, after defeating the beast horde, are you still planning to go to Kim Do to live with your son? Old man Tran is just as sharp and fans himself. A rustic guy like him coming to hide in the bustling city, isn't he afraid of being laughed at? Old Truong said, "Forget it, I'm staying in Anthon to play chess with a loser like you. I was born in this city and I'll be buried here when I die." Then, these warriors and their decoys behind them all took to the air to fight the monsters. In front of them was a horde of strange beasts under the command of the Monkey King and its mount standing guard. At the Swan Lake secret portal, many tanks and soldiers are gathered here, ready to fire at any monster that sticks its head out of the portal. The authorities have issued orders. We are the last line of defense for N City, guarding strictly to prevent any monsters from entering, with all soldiers on weekly patrol. Mayor of Anthon stepped forward confidently and said clearly, 60% of Anthon's army, along with high-level warriors, have entered the secret realm to scout the beast tide and test the strength of the Overlord-level Demon Lord, then survive to bring back the news. As he finished speaking, the mayor saw something that made him gasp in shock. In front of him was a battered, bloodied martial artist crawling out, desperately pleading for help. As soon as the medical staff arrived, before they could give first aid, the battered body of the martial artist collapsed to the ground, seemingly beyond saving. The mayor hurriedly ran over and told the nearby medical staff, "There's no time, hurry and save him." But that fragile body still managed to speak. The mayor then, with his last remaining strength, tremblingly held up a USB and tried to say more. "Mayor!" The mayor immediately asked anxiously, "Where are the others?" His face filled with worry and confusion. This warrior looked up and said a single sentence that stunned the mayor. "Everyone is dead." This brief statement seemed to send his heart into an abyss. The mayor trembled, the survivor warrior barely clinging to life, tears streaming down his face as he gazed at the mayor, an oncoming tide of beasts destroying everything, leaving no trace behind. In that look, he saw the giant Monkey King, and this martial artist was still overwhelmed with fear when mentioning it. "Be cautious of the black blood orb. It deceived us. Otherwise, at least a few thousand people could have survived." As soon as he looked ahead, the mysterious gate suddenly appeared, and a large stone resembling an insect cocoon burst out at terrifying speed right in front of the mayor. That stone is like a giant bullet, flying out and piercing through a nearby building, easily shattering multiple layers of hard concrete as everyone screams in danger. Then, these stones shattered into many pieces and fell onto the landmine traps already set on the ground, as if it had been planned in advance. The mayor looked up and realized the monster's intention. Could their target be the defensive mines beneath the building? Following the mayor's thought, many mines were triggered, and before the monsters could emerge, explosions erupted in succession. Everything seemed to be engulfed in a rain of fire and bombs, and the mayor shouted in frustration, realizing their goal was to trigger lightning bolts and destroy the fortress under construction. As soon as the order was given, the armored tanks fired their cannons continuously, a long line of tanks pushing forward with relentless shots. The mayor continued issuing commands. "Damn it! The attack is coming from the secret realm. The tank squadron. Fire into the secret passage. Do not hesitate." The entire tank battalion is directly facing the deadly ore from the monsters at the secret passage gate, with the mayor standing bravely to observe the battle. After observing for a while, the mayor gradually realizes the intentions of the monsters inside. It's not the monsters coming out, but they are using long-range attacks to drain our strength. How do these monsters know how to use tactics like humans do? He kept a cold and hateful expression, glaring at the monsters in front of him, cursing with a look of annoyance and frustration. Damn beasts. Now, right at the secret gate, they keep pushing out sharp stones that rain down like a storm. The mayor immediately realized their second wave of attack and alerted everyone. The second assault saw a sudden surge in the number of stone maces. Right after these large rocks are thrown out, many tanks and soldiers are attacked by them, causing severe damage. Humans haven't even had a chance to strike back when the initial invasion by the monsters destroys everything, turning this place into a chaotic battlefield in no time. Behind a soldier, he is trying to aim his small gun at the monster when suddenly a strange, dark figure appears behind him. Only now does he realize that the monsters are actually born from those giant stones, as a winged monster with a deformed body slowly crawls closer to the soldier. He tightly grips his gun, trembling, wary of an ambush. Just as he finishes speaking, the monster swoops in and bites off the soldier's head. Death came suddenly as the monster started with a tasty treat. After biting off a head, it led the other monsters to charge forward, attacking the humans all at once. Many soldiers try to shoot bullets into the beast's large mouth, but it only tickles them. More winged and multi-eyed monsters emerge from those stone cocoons, increasing in number. Over here, the mayor and the large-skinned commander order the magic beast catapults to be used as launchers. They fly straight from the secret passage to the rear to cause destruction, blocking those catapults from falling. From inside the secret realm, the giant beast-riding creature is crawling closer to the gate, and the number of monsters following it is increasing. King Monkey stands calmly on top of the enormous beast. Now this smug face displays a charming and mischievous smile as it looks ahead and says, "Enough. Humans are exhausted. Soldiers, raise this land for me." The King Monkey has given the order, so countless monsters rush out together, blindly following the king's command and charging wildly through the gate, causing chaos and intense tremors everywhere. All of them rush out of the secret realm's gate together. The armored tanks immediately fire at the leading monsters. But the white monkey monster in front remains unharmed, while behind them the numbers are countless. How can humans possibly resist such a massive horde of monsters? No matter how many shells are fired at them, it's just like burning mosquitoes. Soon, the leading monkey broke through the tanks and exploded into pieces. At this moment, on the roof of a building, Dich Hoa's foot is standing there. He chooses the highest spot to watch Anthan about to fall into chaos, muttering to himself, not knowing what Anthan will become after today. Then Dich Hoa looked down at Anthan and muttered sadly to himself, "Even though I only traveled through time for a few months, I've already developed some feelings for this city. I can't let the beast destroy my good life, so I have to." Hearing this, Dich Hoa transformed into a new interface with his Godzilla battle armor. He leapt down from the tall building like a gust of wind, his tail swaying gracefully in the air, and Dich Hoa once again wore his signature confident smile as the scene shifted to another location where several warriors were actively destroying small monsters. Over here, a man turned to look at his teammate knocking away a demon beast and praised him. "Laka, you're amazing. You've already killed 5 demon beasts." He just enthusiastically used his power and responded with a loud laugh, still staying beside Tai Thu Lin instead of running away. She just decapitated a monster and stood on its body to mock Lahuyan, bragging after killing a few low-level demons. "Lahuyan, is that all you've got? Your title as the #1 of Tamtrungan City is way overrated." Lahuyan, upon hearing Tai Thu Lin's words, turned away in annoyance. Tai Thu Lin, who at this moment took a step forward, seemed to have just finished fighting a group of monsters. "So Chow, when they saw you holding the Spirit Stone, they all marveled and asked, 'So Chow, is that a rare blue demon core? Did you kill a 3rd-ranked demon beast alone?' Xiaozhou simply walked over casually and replied a few words. 'I didn't expect to meet you here. Why didn't you choose to evacuate before I look up at the sky?' And with a calm gaze ready to fight, I continue. 'Our ancestors are all martial artists fighting here. How can little ones like us run away alone, right?' So Chow had just finished speaking when suddenly Lahuyen in front of him turned pale, sweating profusely and pointing ahead, shouting, 'Watch out!' Only then did he realize, turning around to look behind, a huge tank was being knocked away by a monster heading straight for him. In just a few moments, So Chow will be crushed by the thrown tank, as the monsters have fully emerged from their stone cocoons and flooded outside. Anthan. Turn back to So Chow's group. At this moment, the martial artist following Lahuyen saw the tank and immediately ran away in fear, while Lahuyen continued shouting, "Who the hell threw that tank?" So Chow didn't even bother to look back. He drew his sword. As soon as the large tank approached, Suzhou smoothly slashed with his sword, splitting the tank just as it was about to attack him. His skills have now improved significantly compared to before. From afar, you can see that the large tank is dozens of times bigger than So Chow, and with a single smooth sword strike, he can easily destroy it. Debris falls to the ground, and dust and stones scatter everywhere. Next to Tai Thu Lin, seeing that scene, Lahuyen's face turned pale as he stammered in response. "It seems that it is a 1st-level beast lord escaping from the secret realm. So how could it have charged into the rear of the front line?" As soon as the tank was dealt with, the giant white-furred monkey suddenly appeared behind, rushing forward and opening its mouth to roar deafeningly. In front, Suozhou is the calmest person. He doesn't seem very afraid and speaks loudly to keep everyone calm. "Calm down, it's not the leader. Its size and aura are completely different." As soon as he finished speaking, the giant white monkey's huge hand swung out, hitting all 3 at once. The 3 of them looked up at its enormous fist, which was indeed very large and incredibly fast. Faced with this danger, So Chow also showed signs of discomfort. I startled and clenched my teeth, cursing under my breath. Damn it. Immediately, a powerful energy beam shot straight at the hairy body of this big monkey. It's the familiar light. Probably Dich Hoa has arrived, and that energy stream shot straight through its head. It was struck painfully in the mouth and fell to the ground. Its massive body falls to the ground, causing the earth to shake. At this moment, the white monkey hasn't yet regained its composure, and its large hand rises again to attack, aiming straight at what just shot at it. But right now, Deech Hoa is standing directly on its head, one hand gathering a large amount of energy, ready to counter the giant sharp claw rushing to attack him. Now is the time to clean your teeth. Hearing his bold words, the monster's eyes widened. It didn't understand what Deech Hoa meant at all and kept growling continuously. A hand grabs one of the sharp fangs of the big monkey. Deech Hoa clenches his hand tightly, using it as a foothold. He faced the big, foul-smelling mouth of the monkey without a hint of fear, standing proudly with his hand and feet spread to force it open and saying, "So dirty, how many people have you eaten? Only someone like Deech Hoa could have this kind of attitude." Then, from Deech Hoa's long, smiling mouth, he begins to gather a new nuclear energy. It shines like a new star rising. Deech Hoa's figure flickered dangerously as he crazily released energy and said, "I need to clean you thoroughly." Then he used both legs to hold the monkey's large mouth. Deech Hoa leaned forward and expelled that fierce energy from his mouth, forcing it deep into the monkey's intestines. The overwhelming power combined with the brutal and terrifying attack left So Chow and his two friends stunned and trembling. My friend here just said, "Take advantage of the internal beast war and retreat quickly." It seems he doesn't realize it's Deech Hoa, but So Chow immediately said, "Don't panic, that's Deech Hoa." So La Huyen couldn't believe his eyes and stammered, Deech Hoa. The cute beast licking its mouth is Deech Hoa? Until now, right in front of So Chow, the white monkey has nothing left but its white fur and skin on the outside. That's right. With him here, maybe Thang can get through this crisis. At the same time, Deech Huabadao turned around with a sinister smile, feeling very pleased, and nodded, saying, "So Chow, this area is yours. I will go support elsewhere." Having used his powers extensively, Deech Hoa is probably very excited. After speaking, he uses his nuclear energy to propel his body upward into the sky. He now uses his powers with mastery and strength. At this moment, he is no different from a monster. Flying into the sky, Deech Hoa stands high above, looking down at the chaotic scene of Anthan, where fires, explosions, and the screams of people and monsters fill the air. The entire sky over in city is dark, even though it's daytime. He closes his eyes and concentrates completely. From Deech Hoa's eye, he unleashes a magnetic field to track down powerful demon beasts. He considers where the densest concentration of demon beasts is. Found it. Transition to another location, in Anthan. From inside the cocoons, a mammoth demon beast emerges, with many giant, sharp tusks pointing outward. It is huge and powerful, charging at the people below with each step. The soldiers keep firing at its massive one-eyed body, but it hardly seems to matter. After firing all their bullets into this terrifying monster, it showed no signs of injury. A discouraged soldier decisively threw his gun away and shouted orders to change weapons. Bullets are useless against this. Quickly attach the bayonet. At the same time, the soldiers follow the captain's orders and draw the swords equipped on their bodies. Even though they find it hard to confront a monster capable of wiping them out in seconds, they still bravely return to fight. This mammoth is becoming more and more berserk. It charges forward and kicks repeatedly, its massive tusks swinging fiercely to attack through the air. The soldiers all charged forward to face the elephant head-on. After a moment, many bodies were stuck on the large thorns from the mammoth's long tusks. This small beast can easily wipe out dozens of soldiers, a heavy loss for Unchung, proudly raising its two tusks covered in corpses high into the air. Then it stomped its enormous foot down onto the ground, spilling a pool of red blood below, likely from many soldiers crushed beneath it. Seeing this horrifying scene, the remaining soldiers warned each other, "Captain, retreat, we can't hold this position. We're just ordinary soldiers and can't fight these monsters." But the captain in front still struggled to hold his sword against a small beast, turning his head back to urge the others to keep fighting. "Come on!" Then he swung his sword with one hand and cut off the head of the small beast he was fighting. This captain also has some authority, but when facing the mammoth demon beast, he's just a paw. But at this moment, he chooses not to run, knowing he might sacrifice himself. The team leader faces fear with courage. We are soldiers, and even if we die, we must hold on until the martial artists arrive for reinforcements. As soon as he finished speaking, dark shadows appeared all around, and these auras clearly showed a strong, murderous intent. What the hell is this? Could these things mean the martial artists have arrived? At this moment, I look back at the giant body of the mammoth, covered all over by dark spirits. It's as if flexible ropes are wrapping around the entire large elephant. At the same time, freeing the bodies of the soldiers trapped on this creature, they all fell to the ground. After only the remaining head of the elephant was left, a powerful Godzilla beam shot through its sharp brain. It painfully opened its eyes wide, not understanding where the attack was coming from. That terrifying energy pierced through its brain, causing a bloody rain to spray out, and immediately the massive body of the elephant collapsed to the ground. It successfully created a powerful tremor. A single strike can kill a huge beast, truly terrifying. On this side, the small monsters are terrified to see their mammoth captain lying on the ground. They all let out shrill cries and look visibly frightened in front of their opponent. Dich Hoa charges freely into the group of monsters. He roars, the nuclear battle body activating. He is frantically unleashing the energy overflowing from his body. Dich Hoa, with his mutated arm full of sharp claws, charges forward and smiles joyfully. He is like a ticking bomb about to explode, his whole body emanating an unimaginable aura of evil, causing a devastating explosion to occur here. The tiny monsters are completely thrown back and heavily injured. He unleashes a force no different from a nuclear bomb. The scene shifts to another battlefield where there is no place without bombs and smoke. There are also many monsters here, all fleeing from their shells, their hurried steps shaking the ground. A young man here looks at their actions in confusion. Are the monsters retreating? It seems they don't intend to move elsewhere. Over here, a girl on the phone reports from another location and immediately informs her team leader, Dich Hoa Trang Nguyen An Thang. Dich Hoa has joined the battle, and it seems like the monsters are surrounding the top scholar. He turns around in surprise and, having heard everything clearly, gazes into the fleeing monsters and says with concern, "We can't let Dich Hoa be killed, like Lu Vosu, by these beasts. We must go help him. He's still just a child, the hope of Anthan. Let's go, snipe the monsters, and protect the top scholar." The scene shifts to Dich Hoa in combat, a large white-haired monkey being pierced in one side of its head by a nuclear energy beam, howling in pain as it endures this excruciating sensation. Dich Hoa is fighting the biggest beast here, surrounded by shattered small monsters with rotting and eaten bodies scattered across the ground. At this moment, in the central area, Dich Hoa releases a swirling nuclear energy that causes the approaching monsters to perish. However, all the monsters were not afraid, and gathered here with the determination to eliminate Dich Hoa as if it were programmed. At this moment, many warriors also arrived to destroy the small monsters. They came to support Dich Hoa as much as they could. Captain Hung Ho shouted, "Watch out!" The high-ranking demon lord is targeting Dich Hoa. Quickly protect Dich Hoa. Everywhere in Anthang there are sounds of explosions and gunfire. Today, Anthan feels like hell on earth, with fighting and shouting everywhere among the martial artists. They all trust in Dich Hoa. Damn it, you want to kill our An City top scholar? You'll have to go through my corpse first. Killing us is the savior now. Humanity will win and send these beasts to hell. Come on, our top scorer is almost here. Don't let him see our base destroyed. Wipe out all these monsters without leaving a single one. Are you old men even worse than high school students? Don't let the kids laugh in your face. The scene shifts to a base near the secret gate, where a beast resembling a rhinoceros with many features of a buffalo is furious and charging at full speed like a truck. At this moment, this raging mad cow charges fiercely at the city wall, and just looking at this huge wall shows it was created by Mayor Unchung. To defend the fortress, fake shells, and civilians, the mayor built the largest wall ever. He hovered above to try to stabilize his strength and hold on until the end. High above, Mayor Anthan Huang Khan concentrates all his strength, knowing exactly what must be done. The divine wall of the earth vein only controls part of the beasts. To completely resolve this beast tide, the overlord must be eliminated. Right now, below that huge wall, there is a nimble beast that can jump along the cracks and leap all the way up to attack the mayor. The giant beast, covered in fur, lunges forward with its mouth wide open, claws ready to bite the mayor who is trying to hold his ground. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the mayor remains completely unfazed, clasping his hands together as a beam of light emanates from his mouth, spreading to his hands with a radiant energy. As the beast approaches to attack the mayor, he gently pushes away his hand and can instantly blast the arrogant beast's head off. Right now, he senses a tremendous power nearby. The mayor glanced cautiously at the creature appearing nearby, no longer one he could easily handle. The giant monster is the beast's laughter of the Monkey King. It sticks out its sharp tongue and presses it close to Mayor Hoang Khan's tiny body. Now he's just like a grain of sand before its giant teeth. The mayor looked up at the massive and bizarre form of the monster, his face filled with a fear greater than any he had ever known. Facing this beast, he calmly recognized its level with awe. Tramsun, the lord of the royal bloodline. Knowing this beast, the mayor's eyes radiated with utmost caution and defense as he whispered, "The mount of the blood copper black circle. The mount of the overlord has already taken the field. That black monkey can't stay still anymore." Calmly, the mayor gradually stepped down onto the fortress he had built. He, in a calculated stance, suddenly unleashed a powerful wave skill, a surge of energy emanating from the center of his palm. Immediately, large chunks of earth cracked apart and moved in undulating waves, with tall buildings on the fragments, all to prevent this creature from escaping through the secret door. Everything happening before the beast's rider, it nods its snout as it watches the chaotic scene around it. At this moment, its eyes tighten and glare down. Several eyes on its rough body flicker with light as it also understands that its opponent is of the Earth system like itself. Under the astonished mount's will, the center of the mountain stone tsunami began to shrink and converge, forming a giant stone sphere that absorbed the collapsing surrounding mountains, continuously reducing the size and volume of the mountain stone tsunami. But what the astonishing beast Tramsun doesn't see is that the mayor's figure has hidden within the rubble, quietly approaching in front of it. He says, "Do you think I use the earth element to attack like you for no reason?" In shock, Tramsun just realized the threat and tried to summon a stone armor to defend himself, but it was already too late. It was meant to get close to you. Huang Kan uses the mystical technique Huyan Huang Suyen Sonjing, and the mayor throws a punch, unleashing a majestic, spiral-shaped energy blast that pierces through the thick, mineralized eyelid of the Tramsun crocodile, shattering its eyeball. The roar and fury of the giant crocodile echo throughout the city. Its eye was pierced by the mayor's most powerful move. It howled in pain, trembling violently, its mouth opening wide to roar loudly and intimidate its opponent. This sound alone is more destructive than 100 fake shells combined. The glass on the building shatters into pieces, and the power of its roar is truly terrifying. At the same time, devastating explosions erupted throughout Tawanan City, shaking the surrounding ground and plunging everything into chaos as the earth responded to the fury of the Tramsun storm. Fortunately, I got news about Kinnak Tramsun in time and evacuated the warriors, or who knows how many casualties there would have been. Enough. Mayor Unthan charges forward at full speed, unleashing a surge of powerful energy to attack. If your entire body entered Unthan, I might hold back 3 parts, but you only stick your head out. Then it's definitely a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The entire body of the mayor transformed into many arms extending all around, each performing a skill, with his body surrounded by a powerful energy like flames. Then, from the small body of Mayor Huang Kan, he unleashed that electric energy into the giant crocodile's body. Even though small, its wide-area destructive power was immense. The powerful lightning bolts surround the long snout of the crocodile, forcing it to endure the pain, its many eyes wide open, trying to brace itself against the attack. Mayoranthan continues to brace himself to shield against the damage from the sharp spikes the monster retaliates with against Huang Kan. Finally, the long, massive head of the beast has almost fully emerged from the giant portal. On its snout, there are many huge, sharp spines growing, making it look like a giant, ferocious sea urchin. At this very moment, facing the formidable monster was no easy task. Mayor Anthan looked ahead with a hint of fear, truly a Earth-type king, capable of growing a truncheon right on his body. Sneaking right behind the mayor is the haunting face of the Monkey King, trying to suppress its aura while hiding behind a stone truncheon and keeping one eye open to observe Huang Kan, as the mayor remains extremely alert, looking around cautiously. But after he started to feel that something unclean was right behind him, sensing an energy that was hard to resist, Huang Kan turned around with a pale face and extreme anxiety, thinking to himself that there was an ambush. As soon as he thought of it, the hairy and massive hand of the king monkey grabbed Huang Kan's head. Even an experienced martial artist like him couldn't dodge this attack. Revealing itself, the king of monkeys flaunts its power and feels immensely satisfied to be outside in city. To it, Huang Kan is just a tiny fly or mosquito, looked down upon. Little human, what are you doing to my mount? Trying to slip into the gap of the king ape's hand, Huang Kan's eyes could see its true face. Inside, Huang Kan was extremely panicked. It was the black blood fire flame, hiding within the rock trunk. The fierce and dangerous glare stared at Huang Kan before snarling contemptuously, "Now I will crush your head so you can see how insignificant humans are before me." Then the Monkey King leapt high, his arm still squeezing the mayor, forcefully pushing him down to the ground. As the mayor's body crashes down, a powerful explosion erupts, sending up a cloud of dust. Can Huang Kan's small body withstand such a force? After taking a powerful punch from the king monkey, everything gradually settled down, with nearby buildings and rocks forming jagged terrain. The king monkey in front of him had just calmed his hand, still steaming hot. Yeah, it looks like a giant mouth, and it roars in Huang Kan's face. Although I dodged the explosion in the blink of an eye, I have confirmed that there are no stronger martial artists left in this city, so I can slaughter freely. Receiving a giant punch from the monkey, the mayor was able to activate the protective layer of earth and rocks in time, so he was unharmed. But Huang Kan's right arm was shattered, and exhausted, he tried to fly up while eyeing the Monkey King cautiously. He glances at the beast face, his eyes showing clear hatred and displeasure. Huang Kan immediately raises his hand, sharp crystals emerging from his body. They gather and fly along the energy stream he summoned. Everything seems to be moving. When he looked back, Huang Kan had summoned those giant stone swords into a large dragon, which was roaring loudly, ready to charge at the Monkey King. However, faced with such overwhelming and dangerous power, it only smiled, baring its two sharp teeth, and completely dismissed it. Humans are only resisting uselessly, just delaying their death because in its mind, right now, it only looks down on weak humans and believes everything must be crushed by monsters like them. It arrogantly said, "There are no natural enemies on this battlefield, now it's just a game that makes humanity terrified and desperate. I look forward to seeing the strongest one reveal a look of horror." The giant dragon's mouth swooped down to bite the king of monkeys with incredible power. Just standing nearby shows how overwhelming its pressure is, but the king of monkeys doesn't bother to dodge. It arrogantly endures the attack, looking up without a hint of emotion, showing defiance and bravado, yet its hairy, muscular body remains completely unscathed. After standing firm and delivering a powerful strike, the Monkey King now remains calm, and comments like a true king of beasts, saying that his speed is decent, but his strength is too weak. Huang Kan, having just unleashed his full power, still finds it insufficient to shake the Monkey King, so he begins to activate a hidden wave of energy, causing the ground and the city to turn upside down, everything before the Monkey King is reversed. But even then, it still isn't enough to truly challenge him. The King Kong tenses up, closes his eyes tightly, and shouts, "Power is there, but the speed is too slow. Truly, you can't mess with this terrifying King Kong." It moves with divine speed, leaping over surging rocky mountains like tidal waves to evade the fierce attacks of the market. Everything he exerted himself to create was simply unable to even touch the tip of the Monkey King's claw. In just a moment, the mighty and foul-smelling Monkey King charged directly toward Huang Kan, opening its mouth full of saliva and shouting as it knelt down, "I don't like inferior creatures looking me in the eye." But when facing it, Huang Kan was not afraid at all. He glared angrily. Huang Kan's eyes widen as he senses the strange movement of the king monkey ahead. Just as he predicts its next move, it strikes him with a punch, sending him flying straight to the ground. So powerful that you can see Huang Kan's flying force as a bright streak crashing down like a huge explosion. Let's see if Huang Kan can still hold on. The monkey's big red and swollen eyes stare down. Huang Kan was slammed onto the ground, trapped in a large hole with dirt and rocks cracking around him. But he slowly managed to stand up. He looked up, glaring at the king monkey with a face full of annoyance and hatred. Huang Kan's attitude only irritates and enrages the king monkey more. It roars loudly with its disgusting, slimy mouth and asks, "Why aren't you afraid?" Huang Kan said nothing. He slammed his hand down on the ground, then channeled a powerful surge of energy. Below, he unleashes a massive pressure that begins to spread widely. Blood sacrifice spell, sealing the earth's veins. Song Huang Kan responds, "Demon beast, you think you're clever, but you've miscalculated after all. You're just an arrogant beast." The energy source is amplified from his injured hand, trying to lift it high to unleash maximum power. The golden threads fly in and tighten around the Monkey King's body. It was tightly wrapped in the air and completely controlled by Huang Kan's energy. The Monkey King now realized this while struggling with Huang Kan's swirling spiritual power. It struggles to free its body from the increasingly tightening grip of the powerful energy source. It roars, "Are you deliberately leading me into your trap?" More and more powerful, the entire body of the king monkey seemed to sink into a huge storm, with all that fierce energy swirling into a massive tornado. It kept spinning within the chaotic formation. The king of monkeys is the center of the swirling vortex, screaming in pain and completely restrained. Unable to move out of this bizarre formation, the king of monkeys is startled when he looks up and sees Huang Kan right in front of him. It is furious and thinks Huang Kan is playing tricks. Its red eyes gleam as it laughs loudly, still full of arrogance. "This is your trump card, planning to seal me under this ground? How naive of you, tiny human." Then the monkey's mouth grew even larger. It was completely confident and mocked Huang Kan's strength as a disgusting human. "This one is more excited than ever even though its body is under his control. You can't imprison me forever. Just a little loose sand and I will tear everyone here apart." In response to the beast's triumphant glee, Huang Kan chuckled dismissively and replied, "This isn't a trump card, it's a slice of cake." After saying that, Huang Kan opened one side of his shirt. He reveals a chiseled chest full of scars, but what draws the most attention is a large wound on his right chest, scarred and bigger than his hand. And suddenly Huang Kan shouts, "The song of humanity, the song of courage." What is Huang Kan doing by stabbing himself in the chest where his warm heart is? Blood splatters from his chest as Huang Kan tries to suppress his pain. The king monkey, witnessing his strange action, trembles and asks you, "What are you planning to do?" He hurt his own body. Huang Kan was in so much pain that blood filled his mouth, but he still endured and responded to the monkey in front of him. From the very start of the war, I buried Anthan's only nuclear bomb beneath Swan Lake. The trigger is embedded in my heart. As long as my heart stops beating, the bomb will explode. This is too terrifying. Hearing this, the monkey could no longer hold back. It gradually lost its composure and started struggling violently. Damn it, are you threatening me? Who would risk their life for a game? Do you think I'm afraid? Mayor Huang Khan truly is a man who lives for Anthan. He is now in great pain and his strength is waning. In his final moments, he said, "I never intended to survive. Because I am the mayor of Anthan. My name is Huang Khan." In the last seconds of his life, in Huang Than's sight, he saw Huainim again, witnessing himself having succeeded as mayor. That was the pride of his life. The cheers and encouragement from the citizens at that moment made him feel the most fulfilled and happy. My name is Huang Khan. I dedicate everything for Anthan and its people, even my life without regret. Returning to the present, Huang Khan seems to have let go of all his obsessions, and my current obsession is to defeat this king monkey to protect Anthan. He closed his eyes and asked himself, "Have I done it now?" After those words, the explosion signal begins to erupt, the first flickering light under the crater fiercely attacking the Monkey King, meaning Huang Khan is also about to be erased. His heart has already stopped beating. He now also lets go to merge into eternity. This is the only way he can protect Anthan. At the very moment of the battle between the Monkey King and Mayor Huang Khan, a massive explosion occurred. It shines brightly, affecting a large safe zone, with everywhere filled with smoke and flames from the bomb. The nuclear bomb truly caused a huge shockwave. It erupted like a giant mushroom, flames spreading everywhere, engulfing everything. The entire battleground between the two sides seems to be burned and filled with smoke, or with nothing left. After Mayor Anthan accepted his sacrifice, a soldier pulled out his phone and reviewed the message the mayor had ordered to inform everyone to evacuate earlier. Urgent message. All soldiers and martial artists immediately evacuate from the Thienga Lake entrance area. A nuclear bomb is about to explode. Repeat urgent evacuation. After reading, he looked back at the explosion and couldn't hold back his tears. Everyone knew about this. The soldiers stand solemnly, together facing the nuclear explosion ahead, everyone shedding tears for the heroic passing of Mayor Huang Khan. On this side, So Chao's group, along with Tai Tu Lin, La Huyen, and other martial artists, all stand solemnly in a moment of silence as the bomb explodes. The giant mushroom cloud rises like a tombstone. The martial artists who received the news and evacuated promptly stand solemnly to pay their respects. This is a solemn funeral. After the horrific explosion from the mayor's nuclear bomb was over, all that remained was a huge crater filled with bright red sparks, with everything around it shattered and devastated. Inside that massive hole, the Ape King now only has a lone skeleton lying abandoned. The large flames have corroded everything, even its charred skeleton, and now nearby a glowing spiked fire spirit orb appears, continuously oscillating and emanating a strange life energy as it moves closer to the monkey's body. The sphere approaches the monkey, releasing more and more energy, which it channels into the skeleton. The energy flows continuously, and the sphere becomes a moving flame. Unexpectedly, it's not over yet. The skeletal arm of the monkey now begins to recover, with fibers like cords growing around it, and almost everything seems to be coming back to life. It gradually covers the dry, cracked arm with layers of red flesh. On the face of the king monkey, blood vessels and skin are also beginning to grow back. After a while, the king monkey's eyes are also restored. It opens wide and seems to be reborn. Thanks to the energy transferred into the sphere earlier, as everything gradually dissipates, the sphere returns to the monkey's chest, allowing it to come back to life. But this time, the monkey's body is just a fragile layer of flesh for shape. Its body is still regenerating. King Monkey quickly stands up, still with a high-pitched, smug tone, almost losing to that inferior human, then seethes with hatred and roars. "I will tear apart everyone in this city. I will use the most brutal methods to torment each person." The king monkey now has only a bare, hairless outer layer, looking like a grotesque and disgusting monster. The giant monkey hunched over and stood up, clutching its stomach and turning away. Now, its battered body drags itself back to its planet, muttering non-stop, "I will return to the realm of sin. And once I restore my vitality, I will come back to destroy this place." But suddenly a voice shouted nearby, "Where are you going?" The king of monkeys turned around in complete shock. It tried to quietly retreat, but someone had already spotted it. When it turned its gaze back, the monkey was stunned to realize it was Dich Hoa, who was in Godzilla form, waiting for the king monkey to be reborn to eliminate him completely. The monkey king's eyes widen in panic as he realizes this human is one of the greatest obstacles in this beast-tide invasion. A terrifying human genius. Dich Hoa stands right in front of the creature, tearing through everything and affecting all of Anthans. He showed anger on his face but tried to hold back, his pupils brightening as he stared at it and said, "Finally I found you, but it's a pity I am a step too late." Without further ado, Dich Hoa, right in front of him, clenched his nuclear fist and charged at the monkey with unstoppable speed. Seizing the opportunity while it hasn't fully regenerated its parts, he strikes with the devastating atomic fury, supercharged into its hateful face. Amid the powerful impact of Dich Hoa's attack, only the source of his suppressed strength, fueling the tragedies in Anthane, can be seen. The punch released a wave of powerful shockwaves. Dich Hoa intended this move to be the final blow. But then something unexpected happened, and Dich Hoa was also taken aback. After taking a punch from Dich Hoa, King Monkey was completely unharmed and even had enough strength to fight back. Stupid genius, not hiding in the rear during a crucial battle, yet thinking he's clever enough to face me head-on. When did those two huge hands get so close to Dich Hoa? This monkey's greedy face rushing forward is the best chance to crush him, but this isn't something that would easily scare Dich Hoa. He gently pulls down the two lines above his eyes, using blood to activate his form, but his teasing gesture still provokes the king monkey. "If you run, my giant nuclear mini-bomb might not even hit you, so now I'll give you one more." Seeing Dich Hoa's intention in front of it, the Monkey King pounded its chest and showed fear. What it sees is truly terrifying. What the hell is this? Is this really a human? In the blink of an eye, Dich Hoa transformed into a supergiant with sharp armored warships wrapping around his entire body. His colossal form was a mutated titan emerging from the dust and smoke, accompanied by powerful tremors affecting the entire area. Immediately after, Dich Hoa didn't hesitate and activated the nuclear bomb he mentioned earlier. A bright nuclear sphere appeared on the Titan's chest. It is continuously channeling powerful energy throughout that huge body. A loud explosion suddenly erupts from where Dich Hoa is standing. This event shocks Anthon for the second time. The shockwave erupts violently and powerfully, followed by smoke and dust spreading throughout the entire city. Over here, the martial artists are also feeling the powerful damage from afar. Everyone looks in amazement and confusion towards the explosion site. They still think this is caused by the market. Look, why is there another bomb going off? What is happening? Could this be Mayor Huang Khan's backup plan? As expected of Mayor Huang Khan, after another explosion from the Dich Hoa, the body of the Demon King monkey is ruined and exhausted, unable to stand, now just a piece of blackened wood among the swirling dust. The fear in the king ape's eyes continues. What it sees now is even more terrifying than before, its mouth full of teeth opening as it can only utter a few words. Monster. Monster. In front of the king ape is a massive body that has completed the transformation from the poison, with sharp teeth and a tough gozi scale covering its exterior. Inside, there is a giant head with two glowing eyes of a colossal titan. Now, the monkey can only be called an ancestor. It's like a stone beneath the fire's foot. Falling into despair, the king of monkeys roars in unbearable pain. "Why do you resemble a demon beast more than I do? Even a lord-level demon beast doesn't have your aura. It seems it can't accept that." But Dich Hoa's gaze only glanced down with a different expression, calmly replying simply, "I am not like the mocking monkey you are." Immediately after this, Dich Hoa's massive foot lifted again, aimed at the king monkey. It was startled when it saw the huge thing rushing toward it. Its body trembled so uncontrollably that it couldn't control itself. Boom! That huge thing crushes the monkey, causing a powerful rupture in the space, with dust and smoke rising everywhere. The king monkey, after being kicked, is sent tumbling like a ball. Dich Hoa mockingly called out again, "Don't run, little monkey." While on his palm, he was still gathering a surge of energy ready to deliver another punch, the black, cold fist master. Yet the monkey still dares to turn around and face Dich Hoa, clenching its loose body into a fist to throw a punch, shouting loudly, "Damn it, don't underestimate the Overlord." Then, two powerful punches collided, releasing immense energy that shone brightly and radiated overwhelming force. It seems that if it weren't for Huang Khan's earlier bomb weakening the king monkey, Dich Hoa wouldn't have been able to defeat it so quickly. Just as he managed to hold on for a while, Dich Hoa's punch knocked it down, smashing it into the ground and creating another crater. Looking at Dich Hoa's now blood-stained and severely injured arm, he relaxed his body and said to himself, "Ultimately, still a dominant beast, even wounded. Its strike remains powerful, but right now, it's just a monkey compared to me." But in just a moment, Dich Hoa's arm, which was injured earlier, was restored to normal. I tightened my grip and lifted up, speaking in the form of an enormous Godzilla giant. "My hybrid physique has surpassed 30 points, yet I still cannot overpower you in strength. You even injured my arm, but it's still not enough. The monkey is now beaten to a pulp and lying on the ground, still showing signs of life, raising its head and saying, "My wounds heal so quickly." Then it revealed a look of desperate fear. "I can't win against this genius." The king monkey seems to have gone mad, shouting repeatedly, jumping and running away with its butt sticking out, revealing itself as a cowardly loser. It can't fight back. Can't fight back. Can't fight back. It runs quite far, even planning to destroy in city, but now escaping like this is unacceptable. The monkey is hurriedly running back to its secret realm, while Dich Hoa, with nuclear energy gathered from his mouth, stands tall behind it. Inside Godzilla's body, Dich Hoa feels disgusted and contemptuous of this filthy creature. How could a beast like you deserve the Mayor Huang Khan's life? Then Dich Hoa releases nuclear energy from his large mouth, aiming straight at the small body of the running Monkey King. The energy from his mouth unleashes destructive nuclear power that engulfs everything, determined to leave no escape for this filthy creature. The monkey's body now shattered in the light of the nuclear energy emitted, completely torn apart and broken into pieces. In its final moments, it screamed in madness and despair. Human genius, so annoying. Taking advantage of Dich Hoa's devastating punch, Huyet Han Hak Vien immediately retreated underground. But Dich Hoa narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping through the smoke, as he realized that Hak Vien had used the shockwave itself to escape underground. Then, Dich Hoa released the Eternal Life attribute, sensing the entire terrain beneath the ground. As soon as he sensed the location of the black-eyed dark pearl, he immediately stepped down with his foot. "Run! There's no room for you to breathe underground either." Boom! Dich Hoa's toes continuously strike the ground like a meteor crashing through a planet's crust, suppressing everything into a heavy force that presses down on an entire space. The ground layer immediately cracked open, with hundreds of fissures spreading like a spider web from the impact point. But this monkey was no ordinary opponent. If only relying on physical strength, it wouldn't be enough to overpower it. Even the black-veined Blood-Eye darted through the ground like a fish swimming, quickly escaping pursuit, plotting a retreat path to the secret canyon. But at that moment, it suddenly felt a terrifying wave of heat coming from directly above, making every hair on its body stand up and its whole body tremble. The Black Abyss Blood-Eye understands its position has been exposed. Damn it, why does this human have such a keen sense? I have concealed my aura and merged with the Earth's spiritual veins. Are you a human or a god in disguise? How can you find me so accurately? Disgusting. Boom! A wave of primal anger tears through the ground, like someone dropping a bomb into a hidden bunker. The black-eye blood pearl is forced to surface, shooting up from the ground like a fish thrown out of water, met with a giant fist bearing immense pressure like a storm, wielding the black light slash. The Black Abyss Eye was beaten like a mourning dog, its whole body slammed straight into the ground, sinking heavily into the rocky soil like a nail hammered into a mountain wall. Dich Hoa kept insulting, his tone full of contempt. "You stinking monkey, do you have the guts to cause trouble but no guts to take a hit? Do you think you can turn the tide just by dancing around? I thought you were a rare beast, but it turns out you're just a howling monkey, good at screaming. But when it comes to enduring, you're just a ragged puppet." Huyet Nan Hak Vien growled with bitter resentment. "Don't think you can push your luck against that cowardly insect, because if I destroy the way to the secret realm, it won't just bring disaster to you, but to all the miserable creatures that gave birth to you, filled with endless hatred." The will to destroy drives it to push the demon core to its limit, draining its last energy, leaving its body dry and withered, until suddenly its right arm recovers to its peak strength. Every black vein bulges beneath the scorched skin. Dark purple demonic energy coils around the arm like venomous snakes. It roars and screams, bones creaking as muscles swell inch by inch, claws lengthening. That arm is the final weapon, the last ember of fire from a desperate soul pushed to the brink. Just one strike. With this blow, I will send you to hell. In a single breath, the right arm of the Black Jewel Blood-Eye twisted violently before continuing to swell to its limit. The muscles swell and expand, black-purple spines protrude like dragon scales standing upright, while thick purple smoke and demonic fumes rise in waves, bringing a heavy aura of death that cracks the ground beneath. World-destroying fist. Seeing the monkey's reckless attitude, Dich Hoa's spirit surged, the pressure around his fist igniting the air with blue and purple flames, lightning streaks flashing as if the gods were enraged. The super-powerful atomic fury fists, one large and one small, collide head-on, causing shockwaves that obliterate the surrounding air and create a fleeting vacuum. The black and red lightning shot out from the impact point, shattered by Hak Vien's punch, and the residual force pierced through Dich Hoa's fist, spreading to his shoulder and chest. The muscle bundles intertwined like snakes coiling around Dich Hoa's arm, exploded, chunks of flesh torn apart, his right arm shattered into pieces, blood and bone fragments falling onto the scorched earth, creating a rain of blood amidst the radioactive wasteland. This scene makes Black Eye Hoyt-Nan think Dich Hoa has been completely defeated and seriously injured, but he suddenly smiles with full of sarcasm. You're at the end of your rope. The atomic energy erupts. Boom! Hoyt-Nan Hoc Vien just unleashed a full-force attack, but his Ma core was drained and couldn't dodge, taking a blast of primordial energy straight to the face. The thick blue light, like solid matter, pressed against his body, burning away his already withered flesh and leaving his once proud armor to vanish into dust. But just as Dich Hoa was about to finish, a strange song echoed across the battlefield, gentle yet sending a chill down his spine. It was la, la, la. A sharp pain shot through his brain, as if thousands of needles were piercing his consciousness at once, and a wave of negative emotions surged like a storm, threatening to drown Lai Ji Gong. Dich Hoa's cold blue eyes suddenly grew alert, sensing another force approaching. He immediately channels the deadly aura within him to form a mental shield against the mental attack from the stranger. When Dich Hoa regains his composure, the scorched earth after the nuclear explosion now sprouts countless arms. Dozens of slender white arms, perfectly proportioned like sculptures swaying in the wind like blooming flowers, exuding a beauty both alluring and terrifying. The black blood-eye orb, half consumed by atomic fire, is now supported by countless hands, passing it from one to another, gently guiding its torn body toward the mysterious crack. Dich Hoa's expression darkened. Just after dealing with a tyrant, he unexpectedly sensed an unknown threat lurking in the shadows. He immediately reached out to grab the black sphere, but suddenly froze completely. Are you trying to get involved? No way you're escaping, Dich Hoa roared, his colossal body shining with blinding blue light as the temperature skyrocketed. The nuclear reactor inside him pushed to its limit. 100 degrees Celsius, 200 degrees Celsius, then up to 1,000 degrees Celsius. The outer shell begins to melt like Godzilla, revealing boiling flesh and blood like green lava. The ground beneath starts to burn, and the hands clutching Dich Hoa immediately ignite, screaming like newborns crying, then turn to dust. At this moment, black-violet blood-eye has been brought within 50 meters of the secret crack. For the first time, the creature that once looked down on humans as insignificant worms is now tasting the scent of imminent death. Hurry up, faster. That damn human is catching up. Rumbling loudly, Dich Hoa moved forward heavily, each step setting the ground ablaze. The strange hands emerging from the ground also burst into flames. He roared, reaching out with his giant arm to grab Hac Vien. Black eye blood. Eye gapes with trembling fangs, its blood-red pupils contracting violently. No, this can't be happening. I am the ruler. I cannot be defeated and killed by humans. Stop this damn bastard right now. Immediately, the song begins to play again. La la la. But this time her singing was mixed with a soft, silk-like laughter, the laughter of a woman. From within the giant crack hundreds of meters high, a wave of delicate white hands surged like a tide. In the center of that hand wave was a woman's head, floating amidst the sea of hands, countless, beautiful hands, like masks covering her sinister eyes, but her blood-red smile and the dark red tongue licking her lips sent shivers down the spine. Dich Hoa felt like her head was about to explode from that eerie singing. Clearly she had completely neutralized the giant form's hearing, yet that sound still pierced through everything, echoing inside her like a parasite. It's so terrifying. She's on the other side of the mysterious crack, separated by an entire world, yet she can still influence me. If her real body appeared in this world, I would probably be forced to kneel down in the very first second. What kind of strange demon is this? A demon beast or something even more terrifying than a ruler? Since that strange face appeared, it hasn't been as violent as the Monkey King. Everything has gradually become a bit more stable. The hands come together to form a woman's face, even with long black hair that looks just like a wandering ghost. Two hands wrapped around and covering the demon's eye, suddenly its eyes wide open, revealing fiery pupils full of murderous rage. At the same time, the terrifying face of the woman opened her mouth to scream. Inside a shining, spiritual orb radiating intense energy, accompanied by a deafening sound and shockwave rushing toward Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa's head throbbed with pain as he heard those sounds. He clutched his head and screamed, trying to hold himself back. Clearly I blocked the supergiant personality's hearing. Yet that strange sound still directly entered my mind. With his huge, Godzilla-like body, he tries to scream in pain and exhaustion from this deafening, mind-numbing noise. His whole body was exhausted. Dich Hoa struggled to endure the unbearable pain, trying to hold back his bitter tone. How many people have you killed already? Are you planning to leave Anthan so easily again? Dich Hoa is now like a madman. He tenses his body and screams wildly. Never before has Dich Hoa been so desperate. Don't delude yourself. So, all the nuclear energy. Dich Hoa is determined to gather the powerful nuclear energy into his body, pressing his hands down firmly. The entire giant Titan skeleton is filled with nuclear energy, surging through every corner and tearing apart the lightning streams. Lightning shoots out as Dich Hoa, after filling the Super Titan with nuclear energy, calculates his escape route from the body. He tries to move as fast as he can. Everything is done and the calculations are all set. Dich Hoa excitedly displays her familiar mischievous look and gives it a love tap with her middle finger. This is a specialty from our hometown. Nuclear bomb, hope you like it, you bastard. The entire giant Titan's body is now filled with energy, radiating nuclear power and about to explode in an incredibly terrifying way. And it is rushing towards the secret door, all eyes on the hideous face of the woman helping the Monkey King. She opens her mouth, waiting for the mobile nuclear bomb, completely unable to move away or escape. The nuclear light flickers, and another devastating explosion occurs. After Mayor Huang Khan's nuclear bomb, Dich Hoa's nuclear bomb quickly explodes, and Anthan sprouts another huge mushroom cloud. The old shells fighting outside can see this shocking scene. Everyone thought Mayor Huang Khan had set a trap and was discussing among themselves. Everyone, look at the crack in the secret realm. It seems to have exploded. Things are not good. The monsters are suddenly in chaos. Could Mayor Huang Khan have succeeded? Everyone focus your minds and do not let Mayor Huang Khan's sacrifice be in vain. Our An city has been saved. Maybe because the Huyet Dong Hak Vian body was finally destroyed by the giant bomb, the monsters flooding into An city from the secret passage are starting to decrease, as if the other world has stopped invading An city. The warriors of Anthan began a one-day and one-night siege to hunt down the monsters hiding in the city, and only when no monsters remained did the exhausted warriors stop. The final battle to defend An city was won, but at a heavy cost with nearly 80% of warriors and soldiers lost. The nuclear explosion site at the Heavenly Swan Lake secret realm left a deep valley from the shockwaves of two powerful bombs. After releasing his body to detonate, Dich Hoa has now lost all his strength and lies unconscious on the ground. A moment later, Dich Hoa's weak eyes slowly opened. Everything was gone, and he was the only one left here. Dich Hoa slowly sat up and wondered to himself how long he had been asleep, even though he had drained all the nuclear energy from his body to detonate the supergiant clone. But this place was already filled with fresh radiation and atomic fission energy, so it was like recharging on the spot. After recovering for a short while, Dich Hoa looked into the distance and reflected that this battle was too difficult. Mayor Huang Khan sacrificed himself to detonate the blood copper black pearl, severely damaging it, allowing us to leverage the terrain and the continuous nuclear explosions to finally destroy it completely before that woman's head could save the black pearl. Although my infinite monster form is very powerful, I still can't defeat the apex-level beasts. This victory was also thanks to favorable timing, geography, and luck. As long as I have enough time, I will eventually stand at the top of the world's combat power. But this secret realm uprising leaves no time for further growth. I don't know when I can unlock the next form. I don't know when the next form will be extracted, and even if I do, it might not be the golden type. Merging with the Divine Core Demon form is the fastest way for me to become a top expert, so I can only accelerate collecting plant-type demon cores with high compatibility to that form and also learn the mysterious Imperial Martial technique. Because the infinite monster pattern can cheat in the martial space, our cultivator's super system must also grasp it. Although the development of the mysterious royal martial arts is slightly slower than the pattern's capabilities, it has immense potential. Anyway, this is the cultivation system of the high martial world. Perhaps my crossing here has its own mission. 1 month after the An City disaster, in memory of Huang Khan's sacrifice for the city, the residents here cast a bronze statue of him and placed it in the city square. Dich Hoa is here, sitting on a bench in the park and enjoying the breeze. He is watching the latest news report about the situation in Anthan, recounting the damage caused by the Beast Tide attack. This time, 18 cities across Hakwash were attacked. 12 cities fell completely, including Quan Son Thi, where an S-rank secret realm appeared, covered entirely by an impenetrable gray bone membrane. The National Martial Arts Organization of Great Ha Long Tuok has sent 30 Xuanwu martial artists and 5 top-tier grandmasters led by Grandmaster Dukan Min to investigate. This invasion by the Beast Tide is unusual. Even S-rank secret realms have appeared. The strongest expert of the Ha Kingdom, Deputy Martial Artist Hong Sin, entered the secret realm on the outskirts of Kwansan City and did not see any martial artists breaking through. Eventually, he went in alone. After 8 hours, Hong Sin was severely injured and led 2 surviving grandmasters out. Since then, the Liquansun area of Ha Kwak has become the world's 11th forbidden zone. 1.8 million people confirmed dead. At this point, Dichhoa couldn't help but feel heartbroken, as if he sensed the urgent situation of the entire planet and said, even the strongest warriors at the Tran Kwak level are facing such a critical threat to humanity's survival? No, I can't wait any longer. Transition to the Liu family's large mansion and immediately hear Dichhoa's whimpering over the phone. Aunt Tan, what can I ask of you? Tang Lam comfortably lies on the red sofa, relaxing her tired body, and casually asks, Dichhoa, do you want to learn the remaining 2 sets of Huyan Huang martial skills of the Liu family? Hearing these words, Dichhoa thought to himself, in Aunt Tan's eyes, do I really have that kind of image? Then he casually dismissed it and said, oh, it's nothing else. I want to ask for help in buying some high-quality plant attribute demon cores, preferably blue or even purple lord level. Tan Lam nodded gently and replied that plant attribute demon beasts are already rare, and lord-level cores are even more precious. You're really greedy, wanting so much. What are you willing to pay? Without hesitation, Dichhoa revealed his trump card and promised that Hoadu University would hold a secret realm exam every year for new students. You can team up with Lu Thontruk to help her win first place, but Tan Lam knows this best. You really underestimate the talents of other provinces. I can be straightforward. If Thontruk's strength in previous years was only mid to high level, she wouldn't have risen to the top. Although you always dominate Thontruk in the competition, you're still a bit behind the top-tier geniuses. But now, I am completely confident and boldly assert before Tan Lam. But Aunt Tan can only place her hope for the revival of the Liu family on you, right? You can write a promissory note. If you don't win first place, you'll go serve the Liu family as a horse or a servant and support them until the end. Tan Lam then playfully kicked her heel back. Haha, being a beast of burden, huh? Maybe Tan Lam is excited about Dichhoa's promise. She straightened up, no longer appearing tired like before, and finally agreed to temporarily help the boy once more at Anthon Central Hospital, riding her war horse to this place. He quickly takes the spotlight. Many beautiful girls gather around cheering and asking for Dichhoa's autograph. You look like a superstar. Oh, look, it's Dichhoa. No wonder he's a top scholar. We're all injured, but he's completely fine. I heard he defeated many monsters in the Secret Realm invasion. I'm a fan of Dichhoa, so please give me his QQ number. Dichhoa, can you sign for me? But you've already refused everyone else. No thanks. Secretly feeling happy inside. I never expected to become so famous, I might as well retire now. In room 6, Duong 11 and 12, So Chao, La Huyen, and Dichhoa bring fruit to visit their close friend, and as soon as they see So Chao, they burst into laughter, almost dropping their jaws, pointing at everything when they see So Chao covered in bandages like a wax figure. Hey, isn't this the #1 handsome guy in Enthang, So Chao? I never thought you'd have a day like this. Ha ha ha. Just seeing Dichhoa's face makes So Chao so angry he can't do anything. He changed the subject even though he knew you were visiting someone in the hospital. What are those things in your hands? And Dichhoa even added a sharp comment about Fan giving them to you on the way. Next to So Chao's bed, La Huyen waved warmly when he saw him. Oh, Dichhoa, he seems very friendly. If Dichhoa knew who this person was, that would be something else. He looked around and then pointed at his face, introducing himself. I'm La Huyen, your first opponent in the qualifiers. At this moment, Dichhoa finally opened his eyes wide, as if he remembered everything again. Are you forgetting yourself? Don't look at me like that, my leg isn't fully healed yet. Don't act like I'm disabled. I can have it surgically reconnected, or I can get a new combat prosthetic from the latest Thunder Falcon model. Dichhoa quietly looked at La Huyen, thinking that losing a leg to protect Nthan was admirable, just as his phone in his pocket kept ringing non-stop. He took out his phone, about to turn it off, muttering, Lately my phone keeps blowing up from spam calls, so annoying. Then he put it back in his pocket, only for it to start ringing again, non-stop. Dichhoa groaned again, and reluctantly picked up the phone to listen. Unexpectedly, on the other end of the line was the principal who had tried many ways to contact Dichhoa, but he kept turning off his phone all day. Why did Dichhoa block a major figure from Hoa Do? Unlock it now, understood. Old Master Dang is not the principal. An important figure that the principal mentioned was also able to contact Dichhoa. Hello Dichhoa, I am Vuong Dao, the director of admissions at Hoado University. Hoado will admit students a month earlier, and a special train will pick you up in 3 days. Do you have any other requests? At the same time, So Chao was also informed about the enrollment, just like Dichhoa. Hello So Chao, I am Teacher Lu from the Hoado admissions office. Dichhoa on this side responds accordingly, following the organization's arrangement, and so Chao on the bed also agrees. Easily. Got it. I will be there on time. Thank you, Teacher Lu. La Huyen looked at this scene and felt guilty as she thought. In a room for 3 people, everyone except me is a master. It seems I shouldn't be on the bed, but should crawl underneath. After hearing the phone, Dichoa's face showed a sense of urgency. He whispered that there were things to do before entering school. A few days later, at the site of the Swan Lake explosion caused by nuclear clouds lifting hundreds of tons of dust into the atmosphere, the sky around the lake was shrouded in an eternal night, like a night without end. At this moment, thick clouds blocked the faint light in the sky. Dichoa soon arrived here as well. He is in Godzilla form, sitting meditating below to absorb nuclear energy into his body. The nuclear energies are swirling wildly as a thick foggy cloud. It quickly covers his body as if it has enough energy. Dichoa opened his eyes wide, glowing strangely. The system displayed the monster model of the infinite master subject, Dichoa. After completing the synthesis, Dichoa stood tall with a heroic aura, and then whispered to himself. After the battle with the blood copper dark circle, the compatibility rate increased by 1.5%, and the impressive figure combined with excess fission energy turned this place into a sacred training ground, where 3 days of cultivation boosted the compatibility rate by an additional 6%, making remarkable progress. Saying that, Dichoa stomped his foot hard, but unfortunately I have to leave now. He moves faster than the speed of light, soaring from underground to the sky. Only the streak of light can be seen. The scene shifts to Enthan Station, where the station announcement states that train G66 from Enthan to Hoa Do Te will depart in 5 minutes. So Chow has been waiting for Dichoa since the afternoon. He has finished packing his belongings. Sensing Dichoa's aura nearby, So Chow turned around and looked around quietly, saying to himself, "He's here. That little spark in the sky? It's dazzling." Dichoa deftly and nimbly jumps down right next to So Chow, causing everyone nearby to be startled and shocked. He landed safely and looked back at So Chow, saying, "Just in time." As soon as he arrived, the locals recognized him and started shouting again. "Is that Dichoa? Damn it, the pressure earlier almost made me faint. I thought a high-level beast was appearing. The aura was terrifying. Even advanced warriors don't have such presence. Truly the pride of Enthan." As soon as So Chow saw Dichoa, he recognized him immediately and nodded. "You're stronger again," and Dichoa now looks back longingly at the first place he traveled through. Enthan, I am about to leave this place behind. This is the first stop when I traveled through time and also my origin. Goodbye, Enthan. So, the train has finally started. With its sluggish speed, why doesn't Dichoa just use his abilities to move faster? With an eager and expectant spirit, Dichoa said, "Let's go to Hoa Do." The train quickly departed, carrying the 2 new students to their enrollment at Hoa Do. Once on the train, Dichoa refused to sit still, standing on the seat and looking at everyone. So Chow, with his eyes half closed, reminded him. "Can't you just behave, Dichoa?" Dichoa asked curiously. "Are all the passengers top scholars?" So Chow added, "The train also uses advanced materials and technology that can withstand thousands of tons of impact." Still, at least 5 Huyen Vu martial artists were assigned to escort, even including a top master sitting in to guard, because these passengers were the elite geniuses of the entire South Country. Dichoa subtly sensed the aura and silently assessed in his mind, "There are indeed a few experts, but no more than 5 people can withstand my 3 moves." Suddenly, as it was running smoothly, the train's announcement system sounded the alarm. "Red alert, red alert. The Hoa Do train is under attack by an unidentified enemy, and the train's loudspeaker is becoming increasingly urgent. Level 1 alert, level 1 alert. The Hoa Do train is under attack by an unidentified enemy. Professors and instructors are investigating the situation and are instructing all remaining students to leave the carriage immediately and to absolutely not engage with the enemy." The students whispered among themselves, and the entire carriage was in chaos. Are you kidding? Who dares to attack Hoa Do? Maybe this is not just a test of our new students' abilities. The Ha Kingdom is at its weakest now, with the Tron Quoc martial artist injured and in seclusion, and one of the 3 great national protectors, Du Kan Min, missing. Many Grand Masters and Huyen Vu warriors have fallen in the Beast-Tide invasions in Quanzon City and other towns. It is normal for forces previously oppressed by Ha Country to be seeking revenge. Someone hearing this asked, "Should we leave the carriage now?" So Chow and Dichoa were still relaxed on their seats, ignoring the people outside behind them. So Chow turned and asked, "What do you think?" Dichoa, who had just dozed off for a moment, replied while leaning back to rest. "It's really troublesome. Training for several days has been exhausting. I was just about to sleep a little to recover." Song suddenly stopped firmly. Dichoa looked excited and now very eager. The more they forbid him, the more he wants to do it. After clenching his fist, he said, "Let's go see what's going on." The train continued moving towards the Flower City as So Chow and Dichoa stepped out through a door on the train, seeing a young friend covered in blood. Ditch Hoa hurriedly asked, "Classmate, wake up, what's ahead?" The boy looked panicked, gazing at Ditch Hoa with desperation, and said, "The enemies have taken over the first 3 cars. They control a special domain that can pull people into a separate space, preventing Duchan from fighting outside. Inside, there are terrifying enemies hunting everyone down. Most of the Huyanvu martial arts guardians have sacrificed themselves. They worked together to get me out of that space and told me to warn everyone to run immediately. This is not a drill. Some students are still inside the train station." They went back towards Ditch Hoa's area, hesitating for a long time in front of the new friend they just met. This friend is freshman Chu Kim Huyan. Right outside Ditch Hoa and Sochow, these people started making noise. "Where is the evidence? You say it's dangerous up ahead, but you need to provide proof." A tall freshman with hair as wild as a lion. Hearing this, Dang Yi asked again, "Where are the teacher's tokens for you or the other injured people? Why did only you manage to escape? I have a close friend in the previous carriage who is strong enough to compete for the student council president. This lion-headed young man is Yan Zhengzhong, a new student, who then boldly shouted, 'I don't believe you can escape,' but he can't." The 2 people behind this wild-haired guy also chimed in. "That's right, this lion-headed guy is right." Then Viam Chin Hung crossed his arms in annoyance and said, "Get out of the way, I need to continue," and simply stepped past the door the student just warned about, with Ditch Hoa and Sochow happily making way for them. "Wait, I'm telling the truth. It's extremely dangerous ahead. Why won't you listen?" "Don't go to your death." Even though they told you, they didn't listen. Chu Kim Huyan noticed Ditch Hoa nearby. "Are you Ditch Hoa?" At this moment, Ditch Hoa is using magnetic energy to test whether what this friend said is true. He ponders, sensing something unusual from this classmate through his life field, and asks again, "How do you know it's me?" Chu Kim Huyan carefully mentioned Liu Than Truk and explained, "A girl named Liu Than Truk showed me a picture of you and told me to make sure you don't go to the front wagons." When Ditch Hoa heard Liu Than Truk's name, he was startled and immediately asked, "Did she say that to you?" Chu Kim Huyan carefully recounted that she was seriously wounded while protecting me from a sword strike. Then with tears in her eyes and a resentful mood, she said, "If those people want to die, I can't stop them. But I must fulfill that girl's wish and keep you alive." Ditch Hoa, furious, punched Chu Kim Huyan in the head and cursed loudly. "Damn it, your wish hasn't come true yet." So Chow leaned in and asked calmly, "Are you still planning to go?" Of course I promised her parents. But as soon as I saw Ditch Hoa step through the door, Chu Kim Huyan spread her arms to stop him at all costs. "No, I won't let you pass," Ditch Hoa said casually, unable to hold back. "This damn bastard managed to get into Hoa Do? Who's he trying to block?" Ditch Hoa whispered that choosing Ditch Hoa and Sochow was a mistake, just a simple display of their power for Chu Kim Huyan to see. As Sochow understood the signal and drew his sword, sparks of ice flashing brightly and fearfully. Sochow stepped back and handed Chu Kim Huyan a sword, but this friend of yours didn't accept it easily and waved it away. "I'm trying to save you, so how can you be so unreasonable?" As soon as he spoke, he made his move. How could someone as refined and elegant as a fellow student be familiar with these rough guys? Seeing this meddlesome guy, Ditch Hoa didn't say much, nor did he act aggressively. He simply stepped closer and delivered a punch with nuclear energy into his stomach. "You're so talkative," in a deep voice. Chu Kim Huyan, clutching his stomach, trembling, said, "The power is too overwhelming. It's on a completely different level." Ditch Hoa suddenly told Kim Huyan, "Sorry, hold on to this vitality pill. We have urgent business." Then he quickly ran to the front train platform and shouted, "Sochow, let's go!" Xiaozhou followed behind and both rushed forward. Chu Kim Huyan shouted in helplessness, "Don't go, it's too dangerous." They finally reached carriage 3. Sochow and Ditch Hoa stopped because in front of them was a mysterious door. Ditch Hoa quickly realized this must be an independent space door. He grabbed a large suitcase at random, lifted it up to throw inside, and said, "Just a little experiment." Ditch Hoa decisively threw the suitcase into compartment 3. After observing for a moment, he looked around thoughtfully, with no reaction, not even hearing any sound. "Even my life force can't sense the energy inside. Since many new life forms have passed through here, they must have all gone in." Then he didn't hesitate anymore and jumped right in. Sochow also followed Ditch Hoa and went in. "Interesting, just rush in." As soon as he entered, Ditch Hoa cast a disdainful glance ahead, paying close attention. "Over here is completely different from what I imagined. A train carriage. It's a space like the universe. That vast space has a loosely arranged path leading to the light ahead," Ditch Hoa realized. "I'm so dizzy. Who the hell is messing around here? I see this thing but can't find Sochow anywhere around." Diet Hoa found it strange. Clearly they entered together, but Sochow disappeared. "But since we're already inside, let's just go for it." He was quickly drawn to the distant light ahead. That must be where the glow is. The more he chased that strange light, Dich Hoa reached a ruined city area where it looked like a fierce battle had just taken place. The buildings are overlapping each other. What the hell is this place? He reached out his hand to feel the life force magnetic field but found no reaction. Is it blocked by this place? He then used his nuclear energy to launch himself like a missile, soaring high while thinking to himself that the old method still works best. Soon, Dich Hoa had flown up to the rooftop of a nearby building, planning to quickly finish it off from there. He cupped a brilliant nuclear energy sphere in his palm, Dich Hoa furious and shouting, "Don't pretend to be mysterious anymore." He pushed his hand forward, the sphere growing more intense and fierce. It's like a nuclear bomb blasting from Dich Hoa's arm, billowing smoke and fire. He shouted loudly, "Blow up completely." The nuclear bomb Dich Hoa created exploded in the sky, forming a huge cloud above the building that gradually expanded, with the shockwave rattling the entire area. At this moment, other martial artists had already arrived before Dich Hoa, and this group quickly realized the magnitude of the explosion, all stunned and amazed by its overwhelming power. What kind of big explosion is this and what trouble is it causing, parents? Which expert is showing off like this? They are hiding behind nearby buildings. Meanwhile, So Chow, who was nearby, immediately recognized the source of the powerful explosion and rushed forward with his sword at full speed. From a nearby building corner, you could clearly see the explosion and the silhouette of a woman leaning slightly against a wall. She looks quite heavy and unable to move. It turns out to be Liu Qingzhu, who is now seriously injured, and upon noticing the explosion ahead, she was the one who recognized Dich Hoa, not anyone else. Liu Qingzhu weakly and hoarsely said, "Dich Hoa told me not to let him come." Standing where Dich Hoa was, after making a move in this secret realm, he looked down from above and noticed the dirty noises of the nearby beasts. He muttered, "It seems I not only attract teammates but also enemies." Behind Dich Hoa there was a shadowy figure, walking upright like a human but with a large, strange, veined ear on its head. Dich Hoa was sure someone was planning to attack him from behind, so he kept his usual mischievous expression. Looking closely at this guy's appearance, he's wearing a pig's head, as if this organization doesn't want anyone to know who they really are, and he's also holding a long butcher's knife. I don't know how many lives have been sacrificed, but that rusty knife looks terrifying, and his bloodshot eyes stare with murderous intent at Dich Hoa. Dich Hoa turned his back, then gathered nuclear energy into his palm. He jumps high and swings a blow to send that pig-headed guy's head flying out of here. Dich Hoa's eyes blaze with fury as he directly insults him, still wearing that pig's head. Looks utterly pathetic. Damn it, pretending to be a god or a demon, let me tear off your mask, yet this pig-headed bastard still doesn't know what fear is. Facing him is the martial arts genius of An Than, yet he quickly raised his knife to defend and made no move to dodge. At this moment, one hand firmly holding the rusty black chain was pulled back. Right now, Dich Hoa suddenly punches directly at the pig's head, but surprisingly, this guy is also very quick. He forcefully thrust his large knife and stabbed straight through Dich Hoa's body. The powerful energy from Dich Hoa's punch made his head disappear into a nuclear light. Thanks to the powerful nuclear impact, the pig's head has turned into a delicious roasted pig, steaming intensely in front of Dich Hoa. Yet this guy's face still looks terrified as he glares at Dich Hoa with a mocking expression. At this point, Dich Hoa also begins to feel something unusual. He opens his eyes wide and reveals a hint of vulnerability on his face. "You dare to directly block my nuclear power? Fine, I'll take it from you." The pig-headed guy clenched his large knife tightly, pushing harder to deal a stronger blow to Dich Hoa, even gleefully making the wound worse. Suddenly, the pig-headed guy jumped in surprise when he looked ahead, but now his face was burned black with smoke rising off it, smelling like roasted pork. It turned out he was shocked that Dich Hoa was unharmed after being pierced through by a sword. "You stand in front of that fake demon and boast proudly, not expecting my healing ability to be so fast. Locking you up with muscle is easy." Dich Hoa's mouth smiled broadly and crooked to one side, clearly teasing as he continued speaking. "Your strength isn't much, but your weapon is special, seemingly piercing through all defenses. What exactly are you?" He remained very calm, spreading the top and bottom parts of the large pig's head apart. He could no longer do anything to Dich Hoa and simply endured as Dich Hoa forced his mouth open. Dich Hoa says, "Let me check carefully. Take this, old man." As he finished speaking, Dich Hoa's mouth suddenly transformed into a giant gyoza with sharp teeth, and he unleashed a long nuclear energy beam from his throat toward the opponent's neck. The nuclear energy stream directly from the esophagus to the stomach burns everything to ash. That's the end for anyone who dares to mess with Dich Hoa. At this point, the entire head of the ambusher has rotted away in the flames. He collapses to the ground before Ditch-Hoa can even see his face clearly. Ditch-Hoa looked at the pig's head in his hand, then said, "I am a real person. I say what I mean, and the fake demon in front of me is now collapsed with his body almost burned out." Only then did he realize something when he saw the pig's head clearly. Oh, there's something inside the mask. From the charred, blackened mouth with many sharp teeth, Ditch-Hoa saw a blue necklace. Is that a pendant? So, this must be Hodo's experiment? The strange falling moon, he plans to go down and pick up the butcher knife to play a few more rounds. But just as Ditch-Hoa was about to pay attention to it, it disappeared on its own. He glanced at it briefly and then shrugged. The masked person's weapon transforms into a masterful weapon, making it extraordinarily sharp. Once the weapon dissipates, it reverts to an ordinary object. But then Ditch-Hoa still has many questions about this blue transmission cord. What is the purpose of this necklace? Should I find more masked men and steal their necklaces instead? Still focused intently on what I just took out. An arrow suddenly shot from behind Ditch-Hoa, aiming to ambush him, moving at an incredible speed. Ditch-Hoa is still muttering to himself without realizing it, just like a chicken eating its fill. It's not that he didn't notice, but Ditch-Hoa simply didn't bother with the petty weapon behind him. As long as he used his internal magic, he could prevent any harm. Looking a bit further, he realized who was shooting at him from behind. He said, "Is it the next round already?" The guy behind, looking like a chicken, holding two bows in his hands. He thought he would hit the target, but unexpectedly the target bent his arrow in half. This guy angrily jumped up and down. Ditch-Hoa cheerfully turns around with his signature smile, staring straight at the next troublemaker. I hate sneak attacks the most. Looks like this time I'll get to stretch my legs. At this moment, I was about to rush up and give this guy another shot when suddenly, from the ground where I was standing, another arrow was pushed forward and shot straight into him. I was also taken aback by how fast he moved. When he suddenly leapt up from the ground, I was rushing forward and couldn't react in time. Seeing the opportunity, the chicken-headed man on the other side fired a rapid barrage of arrows, repeatedly shooting them into Ditch-Hoa's body while jumping up in excitement. He was frantically making strange noises like a beast. The series of arrows just now pierced directly into Ditch-Hoa's body, while below, another person's arm held tightly onto the spear to keep him in place, so he couldn't dodge the arrows from the chicken-headed guy. They pierce from the back through the stomach and run all over his body. Can he withstand it? But Ditch-Hoa is not someone to give up easily. This pain is nothing to him. Ditch-Hoa has been close to death before. He looked up at the enemy in front of him, then chuckled eerily and said, "Is that all you have to kill me?" Ngay is too weak. Immediately, Ditch-Hoa's whole body tenses up fiercely. He summoned Titan strength from his bloodline to form a giant skeleton, surrounded by nuclear energy like flames raging and bursting out. All the spears that pierced his body were burned away. This powerful ability cannot be hurt by just a few branches. The ambusher looked up at Ditch-Hoa and froze like a statue when he saw his opponent was a giant superhuman. He threw a punch at the chicken-faced guy in front of him. A powerful kick is unleashed, shaking the entire secret realm. It knocks the opponent back, piercing through a large building with only dust clouds resembling a massive mountain, and above, Ditch-Hoa's lightning-fast punch shining brightly. This incident caused a large building to collapse, and many martial artists in the distance watched the battle, only daring to observe and discuss among themselves. What's going on over there? The entire building has collapsed. Now, after taking down the chicken-faced guy, Ditch-Hoa is holding the largest spear that the masked man who ambushed him just now used. I slowly approached him, voice laced with a sinister tone, saying, "I need to find out who almost skewered me." But as I got closer, I realized the person in front of me was no ordinary opponent. He is wearing a rabbit head and crouches in front of him, silent. Ditch-Hoa then guesses it's a dragon rabbit, as expected, from the 12 zodiac animals. At this moment, the strange rabbit's two hind legs puffed up like two inflated balloons, with sparks of energy flickering on the surface, as he gathered momentum to scratch the ground and then charged forward with incredible speed, wielding his largest spear and attacking Ditch-Hoa, his eyes glowing red and fixed solely on him. Instantly, he delivered a kick to this rabbit's head. Unexpectedly, this guy is quite agile and flexible. Instead of hitting the target with his kick, the mischievous rabbit jumps aside and points the sharp spear directly at his head. Ditch-Hoa only then realized and stopped underestimating his opponent. He straightened up and muttered to himself, "Damn it, do you know martial arts?" At this moment, that sharp arrow is so close to Ditch-Hoa's face, he tries to lean back to dodge as much as possible. During this extremely tense moment, Ditch-Hoa is trying to concentrate his energy and stare directly at the strange rabbit in front of him. Ditch-Hoa shouts, and the ice wall immediately in front of him materializes into a large, solid shield. delaying the force of the rabbit's charge. Yet that terrifying thick wall still cracked and shattered. Hoa stared straight at the horrifying creature jumping at him. The atmosphere seems to freeze. All around is icy cold, emanating a chilling, icy power. The masked rabbit is surrounded by a large, spiked ice wall. He looked around very cautiously because he didn't know who was responsible. At that moment, on top of the masked rabbit's head, Suojo rushed forward, grabbing the energy-filled sword in his hand and said, "Almost got him, Hoa. Let me handle this rabbit." The rabbit man looked up in surprise at his speed as he swung his sword down, unleashing a devastating icy burst. Yet the rabbit was quick and agile, leaping away to avoid the attack. His eyes are glowing red with irritation, as if he almost had his prey, but someone jumped in to ruin it, making him furious. Then follows the intense battle between So Chow and this rabbit-headed guy. He kept stabbing repeatedly towards So Chow, while he kept swinging his sword aimlessly. After dozens of exchanges, the large spear he held was also frozen by So Chow, unable to deal any more damage. The rabbit is trying to break free, but can't. At the same time, Suojo pushes his other hand forward for a powerful palm strike. The force released sent the rabbit-headed guy flying easily. At this moment, the rabbit-headed man was hit by something hot and burning on his back, as So Chow delivered a powerful strike to send him flying toward Hoa. As his body touched Hoa's outer titanium layer, the guy suddenly realized and froze in shock, like, "Oh no, I'm doomed." Just as he turned around, the rabbit-headed guy saw the dazzling light of the nuclear explosion erupting in front of him. He knew for sure that this energy could no longer be resisted. It trembled and hesitated, unsure of what to do next. At this moment, it is Hoa's fist. In his super-hybrid human body, he clenches the masked figure's face and tightens his grip. A stream of energy seeps out from between his fingers, and Hoa excitedly says, "I finally caught you, my adorable bunny." From above, you can see a beam of nuclear energy shooting up from below, illuminating the area with a bright glow and shaking the entire ruined zone, with Hoa constantly powering this dark place. The footage is from a few minutes earlier, showing two new students talking on a high floor of a building. Why is it so quiet over there? Who was making all that noise? They must be dead by now. Surely those masked guys were surrounded and beaten by dozens of people, but remained unharmed. Their weapons pierced through all defenses. They are definitely not opponents at our level. Inside this place, a beautiful woman with long hair and 3 tight curves looked somewhat arrogant as she saw Hoa blow up a nuclear bomb upon entering, but she wasn't very pleased and went to evaluate. The one who just entered and shot fireworks into the sky so arrogantly must be just a provincial student who took the exam to enter Hoado. The frog sitting at the bottom of the well still mentions the lion-headed name from the day before Hoa met him. Honestly, the top scholars of other big cities are worlds apart from those provincial kids. I heard that Diem Chin Hung in Mo City, Ao Duong Trak, Lam Vu Tu in Thon City, and Tan Tran on Luli Island have already started hunting masks. I don't know how they managed it. The people around just nodded when they heard. He asked curiously, "So powerful? Then the position of the new chief should belong to those people already." But she said no, the previous heads of the city were all from Hoado, and compared to the demon cultivators of Hoado, students from other regions couldn't compare. The source of cultivation has been different since childhood. As soon as he finished speaking, Hoa triggered another explosion just now. This nuclear-like light drew the attention of the two gossipers, who looked up and kept their eyes on it. Both of them are trembling. Their distorted faces seem to share the same thought, yet they whisper to each other. What was that light just now? And that incredible power? Electromagnetic gun? Don't be ridiculous. There's no such thing as an electromagnetic gun here. This also drew the attention of the lion-headed group. He glanced at the nuclear energy pillar of Hoa while still killing the masked men on his side. Showing a face not very pleased with this situation, he turned to the young man beside the sedan and asked, "Drake, what do you think?" The pink-haired boy named Track glanced briefly and started analyzing. This attack style doesn't seem like the mask's way. It's likely the move of some new student. This person is also a new student, full name Ouyang Zhan. The giant sword of the lion-headed guy stabbed forcefully into a man wearing a horse helmet. New students from Hoadu are the only ones who could possibly possess such overwhelming strength. We have to go see. After all, we've collected 4 talismans: rat, dog, monkey, and horse. Now he's holding 4 dangling cords, and La Musi and Thamdu also has at least 1 talisman. Ouyang Zha lightly nodded and said, Tan Tran on Lai Lai Island at least has the snake talisman. A new student named Liu Qingzhuo obtained the pearl talisman from the head of the Chao people. If the masks are really arranged according to the 12 zodiac animals, then only the pig, rabbit, rooster, and dragon pendants remain. Then, with a gaze full of longing and determination, he muttered to himself, Duong Trak's face clearly showed his wariness of this creature. He said plainly, "You know that monster. Touching it means certain death. It's a boss you can only run from." I must commend Ouyangji's understanding. He walks over to the lion's head, continues talking. The remaining pendant, that blue glow, must have several pieces. Xintran and Lam Vu Tu are definitely also attracted. Damn it, this game has already reached the finals. At this moment, his face shows a more cunning and dangerous expression than ever. This dark attitude, after a moment of reasoning, suggests that the only way to win is to take it from others. Cut back to Dichhua and Sochao, with Dichhua holding a necklace in his hand. This is the first time. Sochao has seen this. He stepped closer and asked, "This is what Dichhua just explained. Before you arrived, I took down a guy wearing a pig mask and got another pig-shaped pendant. Then Dichhua confidently guessed that this was all part of a plan. If I'm not mistaken, this experiment requires us to collect all the amulets from the beginning of the animals." Sochao glanced down and cautiously asked, "Do we need to actively search for the masks?" Dichhua recalled the figure of the chicken-like person jumping up and down and repeated it. "Yes, earlier on the roof, there was a guy who shot at me secretly, probably wearing a mask, and took advantage of the chaos to escape. Both of them are chatting away without noticing someone watching them secretly." Dichhua looked around the battlefield and then spoke, "But his arrow has shot us. I can use it to track him." Sochao felt more excited and shouted, "Let's go!" The two gods had been walking for a while in the mysterious realm, and the more they went, the more the place became dilapidated and ruined. Dichhua keenly looked at the ground and quickly noticed strange traces. He immediately deduced that there had been a fight here, and someone had been here before. He reached out to touch the burn mark on the ground and felt that it was still warm, indicating the enemy had not gone far. At this moment, Sochao's expression became more cautious. He was startled, his heart pounding, and immediately he quickly and decisively drew out his icy sword. So Chao unleashes a powerful sweeping sword attack to one side, sensing a foul aura nearby. The ice wall he creates extends from where his sword strikes the target in front of him, who is quickly hit by the icy barrier. So it turns out she's a pretty new female student who's quite impressive, and after getting hit by Sochao's sword move, her face clearly shows her disappointment. She painfully clutches her recovering arm, trembling as she says, "What? My invisibility hologram was actually detected." Sochao's powerful attack is heading straight for this invisible female student. His icy, sharp spikes are taller than a person's head. Sochao's shadow moves menacingly as he speaks in a deep voice, "Hold your ground, evil plans." Suddenly, a man also appeared out of invisibility and shouted, "Get out of the way." So this invisible girl is the new student Lam Vu Tu. As soon as he saw the other person appear, he was startled and quickly looked over the new character, who suddenly burst into a large flame, tightening his voice. Ren's combat technique, the Diem Ma, after reciting the spell, clenched his hand, releasing a wave of fiery shock that immediately suppressed the ice wall created by Sochao. The flames spread wider and wider, and he grew more and more delighted. This young man appeared after a rather fiery greeting. After executing a move, he relaxed his body and exhaled smoke, holding a pack of cigarettes, took out a cigarette, tilted his head back, and said, "You've been found out, Lam Vu Tu. Your holographic invisibility is terrible. This person is also a newcomer named Tan Tran." Lam Vu Tu nearby was furious. "Get lost, don't interfere." At this point, with the appearance of two more people, Dichhua approached both of them and said, "You're ambushing us." Lam Vu Tu quickly pretended to deny. "It's a misunderstanding, buddy. We just took down a guy with a chicken mask. The hiding was just to lure out another mask. As for Tan Tran, he didn't say anything. He just kept focusing on what he wanted, took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag." "So what does that mean then?" Suddenly, Dichhua clenched the neck of a girl tightly in midair. The surprising thing is that this person looks exactly like Lam Vu Tu. She is being controlled by Dichhua's power, and he can easily lift her up like a doll. She was completely suppressed and unable to resist. Over here, the main body of Lam Vu Tu showed a look of annoyance and sulking. She glanced ahead and said even her clone was exposed. "These two guys are quite capable." A puff of smoke escapes from beside Tranton as he chuckles. "Ha ha ha. At first, I didn't expect you to succeed in the assassination." Hearing this, he immediately threw his cigarette to the ground and said, "That's too boring." After saying this, Tranton suddenly puffed out his cheeks, his face on both sides swollen like balloons. He took a deep breath, filling his mouth with air, and as time went on, his skin stretched tighter and tighter, twitching and growing even larger. Tranton pressed his hands tightly against his cheeks and blew out a thick black smoke from his small mouth, which spread and increased rapidly. That smoke quickly spread toward Di Hoa and Sochao. The two of them stood still for a moment but quickly jumped back to avoid contact. Let me handle this. Don't mess up. Run away now. The wind rises and a continuous surge of energy blasts out behind it. Her hair also whips wildly in the wind like a madwoman. This caused the toxic smoke from the fan to drift directly toward her, heading straight for So Chao and Dich Hua's men. Both of our men couldn't dodge in time, and soon their figures disappeared into the thick black smoke, leaving only two black dots standing there, helpless. Tran Tan continued to gather a large ball of fire in his palm, blowing powerful flames into it. It shone like a fiery planet. He is very proud because his strength is at its peak. Not yet. Let me add a little more fire. From that smoke, Tran Tan pushed even more fire into the thick cloud of smoke, weaving into the powerful energy within it, creating a blazing heat so intense that even outside the screen, the overwhelming warmth is palpable. After delivering this final blow, Tran Tan thought he was the winner. At this moment, his palm softened and a satisfied smile appeared. So, what if you're strong? You still can't beat us. Ha ha! With Lam Vutu right beside her, fanning her fan constantly and looking so haughty and giggling like she just finished a delicious cake. Not long after, suddenly Dich Hua's voice echoed back, "What are you laughing at?" And then a faint hand and nuclear energy source of Dich Hua appeared more clearly in front of him. He slams his hand down, the explosive energy seeping through his fingers, shining like a giant light bulb, then intensifies as Dich Hua's powerful clap unleashes a strong wave of energy, instantly dispelling all the dust and smoke caused by Tran Tan, creating a protective shield that keeps Dich Hua and So Chao unharmed. The arrogant Tran Tan in front of me couldn't believe what he was seeing, his mouth wide open like a barrel, shouting hollowly, just clapping his hands and asking, "Did you dispel my clouds and fire? How powerful is your force?" But before he could finish his sentence, Dich Hua's hand, moving as fast as a whirlwind, was already reaching right in front of his face. He only then realized what was happening, and he looked on in horror. Dich Hua simply said one more phrase, "Lan Sun Quan." Without many words, he jumped up and threw a punch at the disrespectful guy in front of him. He's been annoyed all this time and doesn't want to waste words on these little guys. Dich Hua spun around so quickly that Tran Tan was nowhere to be seen, only splashes of blood and glowing punches in the air. From afar, you could see Tran Tan being thrown dozens of meters away by Dich Hua. He somersaulted in the air like a puppet being tossed far. "Why did you act so arrogantly earlier? Now you'll taste a bitter ending." Seeing Dich Hua attack his own teammate, Lam Vutu started to feel fear and didn't dare to move, glancing back at his terrifying figure, thinking to herself that right now we don't have any martial arts techniques to break through as warriors, only at the level of martial artists, with bodies sealed by a layer of ice. Even Hoa Dai's new life has higher limits but still cannot break through, but this young man's physique is definitely not at the level of a new life. It's over. I was so focused on that fist fighter that I forgot he also has ice abilities. I only just thought of it when I looked down and saw the thick solid ice of So Chao spreading beneath my feet. She can't move at all and her mind is in chaos. Neither Tan Tran nor I can defeat it together. It's truly a monster. At this point, even with her legs held back, she couldn't run. Dich Hua is slowly approaching, waiting to deal with her. She was like a chicken about to be slaughtered. Dich Hua approached with terrifying magic energy, the surrounding darkness suffocating. Knowing she couldn't fight back, she swung her arm forcefully and started calculating in her mind, realizing she had no chance to win. Immediately, Lam Vutu's attack took effect, breaking the ice that was holding her down. Lam Vutu quickly jumped up to escape from this trap. After breaking free, her mind was only filled with thoughts of running and not letting them catch her again. She quickly lunged forward to hide and become invisible in the air, but before she could do anything, Dich Hua's hand grabbed her ankle. Lam Vutu, furious, looked down and shouted curses at the bastard. At this moment, her beautiful face showed clear signs of fear. Dich Hua didn't hold back at all. He grabbed the girl's leg and slammed her straight down onto the ground, creating a large round hole with a tremendous force. Dich Hua said, "Come down here right now." Concentrating his energy into his fist, he then raised it to deliver a deadly blow to the unwise opponent. Dich Hua's gaze remained completely still as many of her clones began to disperse everywhere to distract him, and she quickly managed to slip her foot out of Dich Hua's hand. Her clone group dispersed in all directions following the aura. Dich Hua calmly watched. He simply became more excited when he saw his opponent was slightly stronger. Dich Hua smirked close to his ear and loudly declared, "Ha ha!" trying to run. From behind him, Dich Hua unleashed a powerful surge of demonic energy. Immediately behind him, a horde of dark, sinister evil spirits appeared, terrifyingly black and oppressive, making him seem like a fierce demon no one dared to confront. The dark power emanating from Dichhua causes each of Lam Vutu's clones to be seized tightly. Even with 10 legs, she cannot escape Dichhua. Lam Vutu, who was just then acting proud and mischievous, is now bound by Dichhua's power, crying out continuously like a little puppy as her clones are all surrounded and slaughtered by these dark, evil energies. Lam Vutu's main body is heavily suppressed. She is in a state of panic and keeps screaming. "Ah, my body won't move. What kind of monsters are these? I can't fight back." Dichhua here again flashes his signature smile. He opens his mouth wide and shouts loudly at the girl running away in the distance. "Ha ha ha! You can't escape. Just accept your fate." His eyes are a bit excited because another mouse is about to be served. Before I knew it, I was already hearing Lam Vutu's desperate cries of surrender. "I give up. I give up. I will hand over all the necklaces to you. It's already done so quickly. Tell me everything you know." Lam Vutu pretended to be obedient, kneeling neatly near Dihua and saying, "To win this trial, you must collect all 12 pendant faces. Now we're at the final stage. If you don't go and steal others, they will come and steal yours." Aoduang Trak and DM Chin, Hung from Tadu, are the top new students. They probably have already stolen quite a few pendants. "So, do you want me to lead you to find them?" At this moment, I am secretly contemplating that I can't win anyway, so I might as well stir up trouble so the wolves can swallow the tigers and you all slaughter each other. Dichhua saw through this woman's sinister intentions and responded with a dark, dismissive remark. "No need for you to care." But that smile suddenly makes Lam Vutu's hair stand on end. She was so startled she froze like a statue, unable to move. You open your mouth and say, "Your fan is beautiful." Is Lam Vutu surprised? The scene shifts to another secret location as Aoduang Trek and DM Chin Hung rush forward fiercely. There isn't much time left, so they are trying to find the people with the necklaces. Aoduang Trash just guessed. By now, Trantan and Lam Vutu should have already arrived, right? DM Chin Hung rushed forward while shouting, "Whoever wins doesn't matter. I will take back the necklace from them. All they can do is hold my stuff temporarily." While quietly planning to steal from others, DM Chin Hung was startled when he saw what was in front of him. Look at that corpse. Now the two of them are slowly approaching the split body in the dark, muddy puddle. DM Chin Hung and Aoduang Traklala slowly approached to get a clear view of the victim's face. Both were extremely shocked when they saw this. At this moment, seeing the face of the man lying helplessly in the middle of the road, Lam Chi Hung finally exclaimed with a trembling voice that could not hide his fear. It was Trantan, who died without even closing his eyes. A few minutes earlier, Trantan was knocked away by Dichhua. After being in a different place, Trantan got up and wandered along the deserted road. He was exhausted and muttered to himself, "That guy is really a monster. Lam Vutu must be collapsed by now. I think I've been marked by him. He'll definitely come for me. I need to team up with the two Tadu Aoduang Trak." At this moment, when he turned around and saw clearly, there was a shadowy figure with long hair and a sword in the darkness, slowly approaching the weakened Trantan. This person, with a fierce and deadly aura, looks very terrifying. At this moment, Trantan is sweating profusely, knowing that bad things are about to happen to him. At this moment, Trantan clearly sees the figure before him. Its eyes have two pupils and it is staring directly at him, as if the prey is about to be destroyed. When Trantan sees what is in front of him, he trembles like a mouse caught in the rain. At this moment, Trantan could no longer maintain his composure. His voice trembling, he stammered, "It's a dragon." Above, the street lamp that had been broken for a long time suddenly showed strange changes. Sparks flying with crackling sounds. It was as if someone was electrifying it, yet the lamp lit up and functioned normally in the dark night. Thanks to this streetlight, you can clearly see Trantan's shadow cast on the road as he was struck by the dragon-headed attacker right in front of him. Red syrup droplets fell like rain, and Trantan's screams sounded utterly contemptuous. The terrifying attacker of Trantan was the dragon-headed man. He struck mercilessly, completely destroying Trantan as if he were just a mosquito. This guy is still holding two necklaces in his hands as he walks past Trantan, who is struggling with his body split in two. Returning to the present, Lam Chi Hung is sitting in front of Trantan's corpse, examining it for a while before wondering why Tran died here. This cut is too sharp. Ouyang Jia is different. He can tell at a glance who did it. He said Long Dragon delivered a fatal blow, showing total dominance. It can only be done by the dragon mask among the 12 zodiac signs. Lam Chi Hung continued to wonder and asked, "But isn't the dragon mask only active in the underground parking lot?" Aoduang Trak calmly recounted, "I was leading more than 20 people to hunt for the person in the underground parking lot. In the end, when we faced that dragon, only the two of us survived and escaped." Seeing your classmate's bloodied hand split in two on the road, DM Chin Hung couldn't help but be horrified. I can't believe he actually killed someone. Isn't this just a test? That hot blood can't be faked. At this moment, Ouyang seemed unable to keep his composure on his face. His face turned pale, and he trembled like a leaf, uttering only a gulp. DM Chin Hung started to feel a bit scared of this scene, and standing up straight, turned to look at Ao Duong Trak, also confused, and asked, "What should we do now?" "The necklace on Tan Tran has also been taken." The man, Ao Duong Trak, bowed his head sadly without even looking at DM Chin Hung's face. He just explained clearly that Thin Long leaving the parking lot was probably because we met some condition, like all the masks being destroyed. He is the final boss now, free to act. Like the Zodiac mask chasing the new life, Long Dragon will actively hunt down the one holding the pendant. At this moment, a powerful energy erupts from Ao Duong Trak's entire body, emanating from his determined gaze. Ao Duong Trak is now resolute. He knows he can't oppose Thin Long and must quickly seize the pendant from others to prevent it from falling into his hands. Then, Ao Duong Trak unleashes his power, leaps into the air, and spreads his large wings forcefully. Behind him, he has a pair of glowing, smoothly moving, long wings. Ao Duong Trak, now full of energy, spread his wings and swooped down as he shouted to DM Chin Hung, "Bloodline Awakening Golden Zilong Bang." What we need to do now is actively send signals to attract other necklace owners here and settle this in a life-or-death battle. At this moment, Ao Duong Trak spreads his wings and soars high, releasing a powerful wave of energy from a great altitude. Ao Duong Trak's intention is to find other warriors and seize the necklace to become the victor. In another part of the dead city, Liu Than Truk is barely hanging on, leaning against the wall and sadly muttering to herself. "I never expected that taking the train to Hoadai would lead me into this strange, dead city. Many newcomers are killed by the masked dragon." Liu Than Truk sadly bowed her head, only knowing to sit here alone. She and a survivor met with the teacher who said he could help one person escape, but she couldn't leave in this dangerous situation. Liu Than Truk, feeling bored in this difficult secret realm, the only thing she can do to pass the time is look at photos of herself and Dich Hoa on her phone, muttering to herself to tell that idiot Dich Hoa not to get caught up in this. Tired, Than Truk rested her head on her hand, now worried about Dich Hoa. "I wonder if the person who escaped has met Dich Hoa yet. Unfortunately, I can't find him now. With that reckless strength, as long as I don't face the dragon face, I should be fine." At this moment, sensing a strange noise, Liu Than Truk looked back cautiously, a sense of unease spreading through her. She opened her eyes wide and stared into the distance, silently wondering, "Have I been discovered?" Liu Than Truk, worried about herself, thought that she couldn't run now since the enemy had sealed her energy and would definitely come to snatch the pendant. Although she didn't care much, she had a feeling Dich Hoa would need it, so she couldn't confront them now, and could only lure them there. It turned out to be Ao Duong Trak, who used his profession to quickly sweep away many weaker targets. He spread his large wings and flew high above a place far from Liu Than Truk, then spoke in an excited voice down below, "It's Liu Than Truk. I heard that during the college entrance exam, someone from the Liu Suitan family awakened the Yu Mintuk bloodline." At this moment, Ouyang noticed that the girl also had a similar talisman and discovered that since they share the divine bird bloodline, I specifically checked her information, and she was holding a jade pendant. What a pleasant surprise. From the high vantage point of the city walls using his bird's eye view, Ouyang observed Liu Qingzhu's movements. Is she heading somewhere to lure me to the Long Dragon parking lot? Ha ha, she's so innocent and adorable. Thin Long has already left, there's nothing at the parking lot. Ao Duong Trak soars high with his large wings, leaning forward and channeling his energy into them. Ao Duong Trak confidently shouts, "Wait for me here, DM Chin Hung. I'm going to catch her right now at the place where Liu Than Truk used to live." Every floor he attacked with explosive moves from the top floor to the lowest, pressing down pressure on every level to completely destroy Liu Than Truk. At this moment, he shattered the building, and Ao Duong Trak with his large wings flew closer, glowing brightly with radiating energy. Now, Ao Duong Trak had transformed into his awakened form, flapping his wings loudly as he shouted, "Liu Than Truk, you can't escape." At this moment, still confident in his search for Liu Than Truk to hunt her down, he was unexpectedly startled when he heard strange sounds echoing in his ears. He widened his eyes in fear and whispered to himself. As soon as he turned back, he saw a dark crimson shadow in the pitch-black night. Its head was deformed and covered with many tentacle-like protrusions. "Oh my God, is that the dragon god coming? How is that possible? He should have gone out to hunt down the thief who stole the necklace, right? Why did he come here?" This guy is starting to lose his composure because he knows for sure that if he encounters this guy, he's done for. Unable to control himself, his body trembled with each wave. The guy muttered to himself, If the target of the dragon head was the people holding the necklaces, he would keep reasoning. Since he has 4 necklaces on him, he would likely head to the place with the most necklaces. He was indeed too arrogant and overconfident, which only put himself in danger. Now, Ao Duong Trash finally understands why. In the eyes of the dragon-headed man, his pupils flickered with a terrifying light, as if everything was closing in on Ao Duong Trash in a deadly trap. There was no way out. Ao Duong Trash is facing the strongest among the 12 zodiac signs. He grimaces and tries to think, but his mind is completely blank. The team leader of the Dragon Squad moved closer to Ao Duong Trash, accompanied by shadows from somewhere that surrounded him. The flickering light made it easier to see the dragon head clearly. Ao Duong Trash froze in place, overwhelmed by the power and his heavy mind, unable to react to the dragon-headed man, who still appeared completely normal. After barely unleashing a move, Ouyang-ja was terrified by the head dragon, then looked dazed and said aloud, "Is this a domain?" I didn't expect the divine dragon to be able to perform such a technique. He stood still, watching the man in front of him, his expression gradually changing to a more intense look, teeth clenched as he struggled to speak. Just looking into the eyes of the one performing the technique would pull you into this special realm. Only by defeating the caster could you escape, but I never expected it to come to this point. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of the dragon team leader suddenly moved faster than the eye could see, rushing forward in an instant from just 100 meters away. The black dragon head and glowing red eyes shot up like a terrifying nightmare. Ouyang-ja realized it was happening. He dared not resist, immediately folding his wings and tucking his head for defense. The dragon's head is swirling around Ao Duong Trash, continuously slashing at him, and now he can only bow his head and recite Buddha's name. At this moment, the dragon head man becomes even more furious. He opens his huge mouth and roars fiercely, wielding a glowing sword as he lunges straight at Ouyang-ja. The dragon's eyes widened and glowed like a demon incarnate, truly terrifying. The scene shifts to another place where Ao Duong Trash's comrade, DM Chin Hung, is located. He is being attacked by someone and is trying to brace himself to defend, also struggling quite a bit. It's none other than our Dich Hoa. He just used a light move and there's still smoke rising from his palm. Dich Hoa looked annoyed at DM Chin Hung and shook his head, saying, "Damn it, are you turning up the system voice volume here to provoke me?" Behind Dich Hoa, So Chow was still holding his hot sword. He nodded a few times, then turned to say, "Dich Hoa, I'll take this one. I want to test my strength." Dich Hoa was surprised to hear that, but DM Chin Hung now was not someone easily defeated. He unleashed his skill, grabbing his huge sword and leaping into the air, opening his mouth wide. Behind him, a large tiger was roaring, and everyone focused on So Chow and Dich Hoa. "Is this guy shouting? Do you think you've caught me? You're being too arrogant. This little brat is nothing special." So Chow gently raises his still smoking sword in front of him, his bright eyes looking at him as he softly says 2 words. "Ice vein." Immediately, his sword strikes down, just barely missing